for what is in store tonight. So big night tonight. Welcome to everyone that is with us. We've got, as we said, right now we've got Dubois taking on Joyce. So this is a fight that's coming from the UK right now. I can tell you it's not looking great for Dubois. Dubois at the moment very much struggling by the looks of things against Joe Joyce. We've also got tonight UFC. We are doing UFC. We've also got Mike Tyson in action tonight as well. The co-main event being Jake Paul. So we've got, this is one of those nights. This is one of those big sporting nights where when you look back on the year, you will look back at tonight. Yeah, it's going to be a massive deal. A huge deal. So a lot of excitement around Mike Tyson. A lot of excitement around Jake Paul. And the Jake Paul situation is very interesting because I don't know much about him. I don't watch Jake Paul. But from what I can see, he seems to be taking things quite serious. From what I can see, he seems to be quite committed. He's certainly saying that he's found his calling in life. He's certainly saying that this is something that he wants to invest in and really become like a specialist at and dedicate his life to. He's kind of found his calling. From what I can see, he is committed. From what I can see, he is putting the work in. I'm looking forward to seeing that fight. I want to know, you know, what he can do against the very athletic former NBA star, Nate Robinson. A lot of people saying that Jake Paul will get the win in that co-main event. He's had fights, whereas Nate Robinson hasn't. He's had 2 professional fights, I believe. 1 professional fight. This is his second. His other one was an amateur fight. So, yeah, he's got some experience. Nate Robinson, to my knowledge, has no experience. He's not going to be stepping in there having fought before. So, this is going to be a very interesting co-main. It's easy to dismiss it, and I'm fine if you are. If you're one of them people that's just like, it's not for me. If you're one of them people that's just like, this is, you know, bringing shame to the sport of boxing, then I totally get that. I totally understand. But it's something that I'm quite looking forward to seeing. I always get sucked into the hype around things, and there's a lot of hype around this. So I'm excited for the Jake Paul one. I'm excited, of course, for Mike Tyson, Roy Jones Jr. It's something that I was intrigued about. I wasn't sure if we were going to be watching it, to be honest. The reason why was because those rules, man. I mean, a quick recap. The main reason for us being here, Tyson Jones, right, is an exhibition fight. 8 rounds. Those rounds are going to be 2 minutes long. No headgear. 12-ounce gloves. The fight will stop if someone gets cut. There's no knockouts allowed and no judges. I think there will be celebrity judges, but honestly, they could put anything down on their scorecards. It's irrelevant. Like, it doesn't matter. No one cares what they've got to say. Their decision means nothing. So there's no winner. There's no judges or official judges. No knockouts. The fight will stop if someone gets cut. No headgear. 12-ounce gloves. 8 rounds. 2 minutes long. Exhibit. I mean, like, flippity flip. So, yeah, there's a lot of barriers, shall we say. There's a lot of things that you would look at and go, not sure about this. But it's 2 of the greats of all time. It's 2 of the greatest fighters that have ever fought. 2 of the greatest boxers that have ever stepped in there and done it. So the intrigue was definitely there. And what with UFC losing their main event tonight, UFC was meant to be Blades taking on Lewis. Curtis Blades against Derek Lewis in what was going to be quite an interesting heavyweight encounter. It's gone. It's off. I think, was it Blades that's tested positive for COVID? So that means that the main event is gone. So now we've got a bit of a cobbled together card. This UFC card didn't look great anyway, to be honest. It was a card. The thing with the UFC is you're always going to get a good show. These are the best of the best when it comes to fighting, MMA fighting. So you're always going to get a good show, but the star power is missing from UFC tonight. the star power is definitely at the Staples Center, where Mike Tyson is going to be taking on Roy Jones Jr. So, yeah, very much excited for that main event. Very much excited for Mike Tyson against Roy Jones Jr. We've also, as we said, got Jake Paul in that co-main event. We've got some decent fighters under that in the likes of Badu Jack, former champion. He was a WBC super middleweight champion and a WBA light heavyweight champion. He's in action against a relative unknown, Blake McKernan, who's 13-0 and used to be in the army as a machine gunner. Yeah, it's a really, really interesting night. And as I said, we've got actually Dubois against Joyce right now. I think we're into round 7, maybe round 8. Can't quite, I think it's 7. I can tell you that Joyce doing some really good work at the moment. Really good work. So we are keeping an eye on that. Killer Sasuke, shout out to you. I hope you are well. No knock. It's basically a sparring match. Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would say is I've watched a lot of build for this, and I've watched a lot of tape for this, and as you can imagine, both guys saying there's no such thing as an exhibition. And I do believe that, because I just can't see, and I don't think anyone can see Mike Tyson going in there and just doing little jabs. And if the opening presents itself, Tyson in fight mode is taking that opportunity. There is no way, and I never thought there was any way, that Tyson is not gonna pull that punch. He's not gonna throw it. He's not gonna land that shot. Tyson, very much when he's in fight mode, he said himself in the build for this, he is an annihilator. He's an annihilator. He's out to annihilate. And I believe him. I believe him. Maybe Roy Jones Jr. could pull his punches a little bit more, not go for those shots, but he can't afford to if he's stepping in there with Mike Tyson. So I am expecting something. I'm not expecting this to be dull. I'm not expecting that. London Askew, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you are well. London Askew says, I don't watch UFC, but I do watch you. That's very kind. I know you do, my friend. I know you join us quite regular. So shout out to you, London Askew. I hope you are well, buddy. So I can tell you, Mike Tyson, Roy Jones Jr., we are 1 hour 41 away from that starting. We're actually only 40 minutes away from UFC starting. So our attention will turn to UFC to start with. And then as soon as Tyson Jones Jr. gets going, then, of course, we will have both shows going at the same time. This very much the calm before the storm, if you will. I am just, at the moment, distracted with the Dubois Joe Joyce fight that's on at the moment. We are going into an 8th round on that. So when is it starting? It's not starting yet, my friend. The Mike Tyson event won't start for another hour and 40 minutes. And then, of course, there's a whole undercard. So we are a good few hours away from Mike Tyson. I think the Tyson fight, you're probably looking at a good 4.5, 5 hours. So we are a long way from that. But we've got plenty to keep us occupied. We've obviously got the undercard. You're going to see Jake Paul in action before that. Badu Jack in action before that as well. Rahman Jr., I don't know what's happening with Rahman Jr. He's meant to be in the first fight, but there's lots of rumors out there that apparently he has got COVID, is tested positive for COVID. So I need to see what's happening with that. There's meant to be 4 fights on the main Mike Tyson card. I don't know if there are. I know there's definitely 3, but I don't know what's happening with the 4. Mike Tyson gives 0 FKS about the rules, says Ivan Drago. I think you're right, my friend. Certainly in fight mode. Certainly when he's got the gloves on and he's made the ring walk for the first time in, 15 years? He last fought, 2005 against McBride. So for him to make that ring walk for the first time in 15 years... And for him, to get into that rhythm again and have put all that work in, you're telling me that when he sees that opening, he's not going to pull the trigger? No, don't be silly. Of course he is. So even though they say no knockouts, I've got no idea how that is going to be enforced. Drew Dog said, I actually forgot Jake Paul was having a match. Hopefully the no KO rule doesn't apply there. The karma would be delicious. Well, I can tell you that that is a proper contest. It's 6 rounds. It's cruiserweight. Jake Paul has come in at 191.8 pounds. Nate Robinson's come in at 180. So Jake Paul is coming in the heavier guy. He is also going to have a 3-inch reach advantage, and I believe is a good few inches taller as well. He is bigger. You would think stronger. You would think that Robinson would probably have a speed advantage. The experience, I'm sorry to say, does go with Jake Paul. Jake Paul, this is going to be his 3rd fight, 1 amateur, 1 professional, taking on Nate the Kryptonite Robinson, who's got no previous fighting experience, certainly not professionally. I don't know if he's had a few barroom brawls, but this is a very different world. And everyone seems to be going with Jake Paul, to be honest. I know there's going to be a good few people tuning in, hoping that he's going to get knocked out, but I'm struggling to see it. I'm struggling to see. His Jake Paul's training videos that he's been putting up look very good. You can only read so much into those. I've seen a lot of videos. I've got to tell you, it's so annoying. I've seen a lot of videos whilst I was doing research of people that clearly have no idea what they're looking for and what they're watching. Like, just YouTubers that are friends of Jake Paul that are like just watching the sparring, and they're not looking at the combos. They're not looking at where his head movement is when he's actually thrown those punches. They're not looking at any of that stuff. They're just looking at the speed and how much he's connecting, the power, if you will. But obviously, it's a very different beast when you're sparring because you don't have anyone fighting back or punching back. So there's a lot of video. Be warned, if you do want to just have a look and see, you know, what people are saying, you're going to have to sit through a lot of videos of other YouTubers going, okay, all right, wow, my boy is bringing it. It's like, thank you for that insight. I feel like I understand Jake Paul a lot better now. So there are a lot of those videos out there. But from what I could see, his sparring, his pad work was quite good. I think that obviously you only get to see what they want you to see. They only put out there what they want you to see. And actually, Nate Robinson's not been putting a lot of stuff out, so can't really say what Nate Robinson's bringing. But Jake Paul certainly does seem to have good movement, good footwork. Certainly did seem to be thinking about his shot selection a lot better as well. I do think that there are improvements in his game. So, look, I can only tell you he's telling us that he's committed to this. And if that's true, at the age of 23, it's a little late, but not a disaster. Obviously, he's already got a couple of fights under his belt anyway. If he is committed to this and he wants to try and make a career of this, I'm kind of interested in seeing what he's going to bring tonight. I just wish it was a better caliber of opponent, someone that's actually fought before. So, yeah, if you're going into this thinking Jake Paul's going to get knocked out, you might be disappointed tonight. I am leaning to Jake Paul getting the win, but hopefully it sets up something bigger and more impressive. He's been calling out the likes of Conor McGregor, which I think is so stupid. I really think that's a stupid move. But I think he's looking for that to be further down the road. I don't think he wants him next. But Jake Paul, Conor McGregor, I don't know how I feel about that. But obviously Mike Tyson, Roy Jones Jr., that's the main event. That's what we're all here for. Should be fascinating. There's so much to talk about with it as well. It's the whole reason why we started a bit early, because I know when we get going, there's going to be a lot of, right, what's happening with UFC, what's happening with here, what's happening there. There's going to be a lot of our attention being pulled all over the place. In regards to Mike Tyson, though, obviously he's going to be bringing power. We don't know what his cardio's like. I should imagine his cardio is quite poor. That's just a guess. But massively helped out by the fact it's only 8 rounds, and those rounds are only 2 minutes long. So this fight is a 16-minute fight. So you've got to think that his cardio is going to stand up better to that. So I don't think he wanted that. I don't think that's something he requested. But the fact that there is only 8 rounds, they are only a few minutes long, is massively going to benefit Mike Tyson, who's still going to have the power. Roy Jones, a little bit more difficult for him because he would want to take Mike Tyson to those deep waters. That would be his plan. He would want to tire Mike Tyson out. It's going to be hard to do over 8 rounds, 2-minute rounds. As well as that, his speed is clearly not going to be the same. His reflexes are not going to be the same. He was never as big a puncher as Mike Tyson. How could he be? He's a lot smaller. In fact, you know, Roy Jones Jr. coming in at 210. Mike Tyson coming in at 220.4. So Mike Tyson coming in much heavier. And a lot of people thought he'd be coming in about 230, actually. So to come in at 220 is interesting. But, yeah, fascinating fight. I've always felt that Roy Jones would get the win. He competed only a few years ago. I think that he is very slick, and against an aging, plodding Mike Tyson, Roy Jones should be able to work the angles, find the spaces, frustrate Mike Tyson. He won't be able to bully him, but just, you know, pick off his shots, use his movement, and neutralize, really, Tyson's main threat, which is his punching power. But it is the fact that it's only 8 rounds, 2-minute rounds. It's very interesting. It's very, because now I'm sitting here going, I'm not too sure. And I think that's a big part of the appeal. I got to tell you, we're going into the 10th round with Dubois and Joyce. And right now, the unofficial scorecard has got it level. Right now, the unofficial scorecard has got it, I think it was like 86-86. So this is a fascinating encounter. No one can win this match. It doesn't have judges. Yeah, I know. We, Dubois has just gone down for a second. He might be all out. Joe Joyce has won it. Oh, I'm gutted about that. Joe Joyce has just won. Wow. Joe Joyce wins. I'm a bit gutted about that. Daniel Dubois is the younger guy. Really, really big prospect. And, yeah, he's just lost. Roy has got no footwork anymore, says Streetwalkers. Yeah, you are, you could be right about that. I mean, certainly watching his last fight, which was available on Fight Pass, watching his last fight a couple of years ago, you could tell that it's not the same. And how would it be? Why would it be? The only thing I would say is, even though his footwork might not be able to stand up against the very best that's out there, or even, you know, some of the average fighters that's out there, how is it going to do against 54-year-old Mike Tyson? Like, this is where his footwork might return, because he's going in against a plodding 54-year-old Mike Tyson, who is nowhere near as good as the average fighter now. I mean, he was losing to average fighters in 2005. We are 15 years past Mike Tyson losing to average fighters, right? So where do you think he is now? So as a result of that, does Roy Jones Jr. footwork, that you're right, isn't as great, is a bit more plodding, but now is it going to look impressive against Mike Tyson, who's 54? I hope Tyson doesn't bite Jones's ear, says Noah's Gaming. Tamana says Nate is going to lose this boxing fight. What time will the fight come on? We're still a good few hours away. We're about an hour and a half away from the show actually even beginning. So we are still a good chunk of time away from the event beginning. And then when it does begin, we've got some undercard fights to go through first. We're actually a little bit closer. We're only half an hour away from UFC Vegas 15. And we will be watching that show as well. There's going to be a lot of talking when it comes to Tyson and Jones Jr. There's going to be a lot of punditry. And honestly, you know, we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. But just makes sense to kind of fill those gaps with watching UFC, which is what we do every week. So we are watching UFC. We will be watching the undercard as well. We are watching Jake Paul against Nate Robinson. We are, of course, going to give our full attention to Mike Tyson, Roy Jones Jr. There's nothing tonight bigger than that, which is why it's what the thumbnail is. It's what's in the title. It's what we're shouting about. That is the focus tonight. The Tyson, Roy Jones Jr. fight. I'm going to watch this stream for every UFC and every stream. Shout out to you, Manaratic. Yeah, we're here every single week for UFC. We've had some really huge streams recently, and this is a big stream. It's hard to know what to expect tonight. UFC are kind of giving us a real poor show, if I'm being honest, considering that company's worth $4 billion. The fact this is the best they can do isn't great. But what I will say is they've given us some great shows recently, and a lot of fights and a lot of fighters are having to pull out because of COVID. So do you know what I mean? There's not so much that they can do about it. But yeah, not a great show from them. But here we are with Mike Tyson all the same. Manaratic says Jake isn't going to win. He's fighting a real athletic guy. He'll only win if he knocks him out because the other guy isn't going to gas out. Yeah, it's a really good point. I don't expect him to gas out. I do think that Jake Paul is going to be the better boxer. I think you're right. Athletically, you would probably look at Nate Robinson, who performed in the NBA for about 10 years. And I've performed with the Knicks, the Celtic, Thunder, Warriors, Bulls, Nuggets. Like, he has played for loads of big teams over a space of about 10 years. 3-time slam dunk contest champion as well. And, yeah, very much an athletic guy, as you say. But I do think that Jake Paul is going to be the better boxer. I do think that he is someone that's going to pick up rounds, land more shots, work angles better. It might be a little bit different if Nate Robinson was the bigger guy. If Nate Robinson was bigger and was bringing real power and Jake Paul had to worry about getting knocked out, that might be different. The thing here is that Nate Robinson is bringing like his athleticism and maybe a degree of speed, but I don't believe he's got the power, and I don't think that he's got the shot selection, the ring IQ. He certainly doesn't have the experience. We haven't seen a great deal of his sparring, to be honest. Jake Paul, from what I've seen, is taking this very serious, and I expect Jake Paul to win. I've got to tell you, the bookies do as well. Jake Paul is coming in at -225. Whereas Nate Robinson's coming in at +180. It's kind of hard to find odds for Mike Tyson, but Tyson's coming in at -200. And Roy Jones is coming in at +185. So it's funny. The main event is kind of very similar lined to the co-main event. Tyson coming in as a favourite, a fairly healthy favourite, as is Jake Paul. Days, will you give us a comment on the Food Lion Black Friday sale? I've not seen it, so I can't comment. But knowing those guys, they knocked it out the park. Check Sonny's comment. That king. Check mod group chat. Okay. Tyson seems bigger and faster than Jones at 53. Yes. I don't know if he's faster. Hard to say, to be honest. If Paul wins, big Dana might come calling, and Dana might make some dollar. I don't think that Dana would want to touch that, to be honest. He's got impressive footwork and striking. Also has Tyson. Yeah, I don't think Dana will want to touch Jake Paul with a barge pole. He might be interested in the Jake Paul, Conor McGregor boxing and seeing if there's a way that he can be a part of that. Because, of course, he was a part of McGregor and Floyd Mayweather. But, yeah, there's no way Jake Paul's stepping into an octagon. Not in the UFC. He'd have to be going and proving himself. I don't even think he wants to. I think he's very much committed to boxing. Jake Paul would die against a UFC fighter. What are the chances that Tyson takes a dive, being the obvious favorite? I'm not expecting that. I mean, I've heard a few people saying that they're expecting something. They can't quite put their finger on what it's going to be, but I mean, I'm expecting it to be a case that they're going to go at each other. The ref's going to struggle to control it. And as a result of that, it's going to very much be a case that, the referee's going to lose control and that there's going to be a few shots thrown. And, they're going to look for those knockouts. I can imagine the ref having a word with both guys. The drama kind of amping up. This is meant to be an exhibition, but they're not treating it like an exhibition and things like that. But I'm not expecting a dive or anything along those lines. I can't see Jake Paul beating Nate Robinson, says R. Kelly. I would love for Jake to get knocked out. Big up KSI, says Ben. Roy Jones will go win by anonymous decision, and Tyson will go and bite his ear off. Manaratic says, exactly, Conor is an accurate striker, wins his fights in UFC are from 86% knockout. Jake would lose. Yeah, I don't think that Jake would... I don't think Jake would be able to... Sonny, I've seen your message, but there's no way I can do anything right now. So, shout out to you. We'll deal with whatever we have to deal with afterwards. But right now, trying to focus on everything that's going on. There's no way I can fit anything else in. But in regards to him calling out Conor, calling out Jake, calling out Conor, then I just don't see that being for anything but money. It's just money. That's all it's for. It's literally just money. So I think Jake knows that he would get knocked out. I mean, Conor was training to compete against Floyd Mayweather, and he was competing to try and take down one of the greats. So the fact that Jake Paul thinks that he's got any kind of opportunity, even if he thinks he's got an opportunity in a year or two's time, I think is foolish, to be honest. I mean, I just don't see it. I don't see how he would be able to ever get to that point. As dedicated as he could be, he's not going to have the experience by that time. We'd have to see. I mean, if Jake Paul was to win and go on a tear and really tear it up, and really get a good few wins under his belt, then he will be at a point where he could call him out. Conor might be interested in a big payday, and the fight could happen, but it would only be about money. It wouldn't be about skill. David Paul says, UFC Undercard on ESPN Plus in the US. Is Conor Dustin a done deal, says Viking Marauder. Yes, it's signed. It's going to be, I want to say, UFC 257 in January. Days the Riley fight is cancelled. Yes. So Riley's out, but last I heard, Rahman Jr. had been brought in. on a very short notice. And then I heard that this was about 10 hours ago. Then I heard that Rahman Jr. may have tested positive for COVID, so he could be out as well. So, yeah, I don't know where we are with it. So I don't know what's happening with the Coulter Rahman Jr. fight. I think it's off, but I'm not too sure. The only fights I know for certain, Badu Jack against Blake McKernan, Jake Paul against Nate Robinson, Mike Tyson against Roy Jones Jr. And then I've got all my notes for like UFC as well. So Anna, thank you very much, my friend. Yeah, I can't get to do anything at the moment. Like trying to answer questions, talk about the Tyson fight, look at the UFC, and then try and deal with whatever's happening in the chat is just not happening. So do what you can, do whatever you need to do, and we'll deal with it after. So shout out to you, Anna. Arman says Nate by decision. Gaming TV HD says Jake Paul's fight is starting 6 p.m. Pacific time. Yeah, it is going to be late. It will be later because we are talking about the co-main event. There's quite a bit of action that we've got to get to, including that Badu Jack fight. Badu Jack is on that Mike Tyson card. As we said, he's a former WBC super middleweight, WBA light heavyweight, former champion. 8 rounds. He's coming in at minus 2,000 favorite. So we've got to get through that first. What's really cool about Badu Jack is that he's actually donating all the proceeds of that fight to the Badu Jack Foundation. So he's giving all of the proceeds away to charity. I believe he's a Muslim. And I saw a little interview where he said, like, we really believe in, like, giving to charity and giving back to community. And this is something that I really want to do. This apparently was meant to be an exhibition, but for some reason got changed. So, yeah, Badu Jack is now fighting a proper fight. I think it's light heavyweight against Blake McKernan, who's 13-0. Badu Jack, minus 2,000 favorite. He should win this, but I don't know how prepared he's going to be. That's the only question mark, because he was treating this like a little exhibition thing, raising money for his foundation, and all of a sudden, and I don't know why, it's now become a proper fight. So I kind of feel for him a little bit. I think that kind of sucks. So I'm interested in that as well. So Badu Jack on the card. Then it's Jake Paul, Nate Robinson. Then it's Mike Tyson against Roy Jones Jr. And as we said, we've also got UFC running at the same time. Warsaw Till I Die, shout out to you, says that Vidal Riley has back issues, which is why he's not fighting. Yeah, the thing that I don't know is the replacement. Apparently, this was known a few days ago about Riley, and then they went and got Rahman Jr. So that was the fight as of, I think, this morning. It was either this morning or last night. We were still getting that fight. Rahman Jr. against Coulter. And then I saw one report saying that Rahman Jr. had tested positive for COVID. So I don't even know if we're getting that now. So that's why I know we've got 3 guaranteed fights. And I think it's like 10 fights on the main UFC card tonight. I'm going to say that Conor will take down Dustin in round 2. Yeah, I mean, we're not going to worry too much about that because that's obviously quite far in the distance, but we are undoubtedly going to be covering that. That's coming in January. So we are going to be covering that when we do get to it. UFC 257, which is going to be a massive, massive show. It's been a while since we've seen Conor in action. So, yeah, as we said, we stream UFC every single week. And tonight is UFC Vegas 15, which starts in 15 minutes. Not a brilliant card from the UFC. Still lots to talk about in regards to UFC. I've got notes on all of the fights tonight. And there's going to be a few interesting fights. I'm still expecting some really fun action, as always. But no denying the main draw tonight. What the world is watching, Mike Tyson against Roy Jones Jr. That Mike Tyson-Roy Jones fight apparently was breaking pay-per-view pre-buy records. and I don't quite know what that means, because there's no way this is on course to be the biggest event in the history of pay-per-view. There's just no way. You can't tell me this is going to beat Mayweather and Pacquiao. I don't buy that. So I don't quite know what records it's breaking, to be honest. But they've put it out there that it's breaking records. I think literally just to drum up the hype. I think literally just to get people more excited. Connor in WWE would be amazing, says David Connolly. Arman Singh, shout out to you, sir. Resting Days fan, shout out to you. Sonny Wolf. Harrion Parker Jr. says, of course, I'm from the Bay, so I love the Diaz brothers more than Connor. We should see, is it Nick Diaz return soon? I don't think we've seen Nick Diaz since the Anderson-Silva fight. But I've heard a lot of talk that he should be coming back, Nick Diaz, in early 2021. So keep your eyes peeled. B4 Ratins says, Dubois lost. I know. Ethan Hope says, did you watch Joe Joyce? I did. It was on in the background. We've been talking a little bit about Jake Paul. We've been talking a little bit about Mike Tyson. Been talking a little bit about Badu Jack and what we're watching tonight. So we've been juggling quite a few balls. But yeah, I was trying to keep an eye on that Dubois fight as well, and gutted that he couldn't get the job done. I do think Joyce looked a lot more impressive tonight than what we've seen him recently. Yeah, there's got to be real disappointment there. Real disappointment for Daniel Dubois, because he was on a bit of a tear, man. He was on a tear, and he's going to have to go away, reevaluate. He's still a really young guy. I think he's only about 23 or so. So they're going to have to try and figure out what went wrong. But big win tonight for Joe Joyce. Big win for Joe Joyce. What time does Tyson Jones Jr. fight start? Asks Rodrigo in the UK. I want to say around about 2:30, 3 o'clock. Probably more 3 a.m., I would imagine. Probably looking about 3 a.m. So around that kind of ballpark. It's going to be on at the exact same time as the UFC Vegas 15 main card. So, I mean, we always stream on a Saturday night for that anyway. But when UFC lost its main event, it lost Blades and Lewis, then it was a no-brainer at that point. Dubois lost in round 10, says David Connolly. B Tazzy, shout out to you. Hassim Ratman Coulter has been cancelled. Right. Ortez versus Sugawa has been moved to the main card. I don't know anything about that fight, if I'm being honest. My research had been very much on the main card. I didn't look at the prelim fights because I didn't expect to see them. So that's a shame. So Ortiz versus Segawa. Let me jot that down. Shout out to you, DJ. Hope you are well. B Tazzy, The Party. Really great channel if you get a chance to pop over. A lot of fun over there. Let me make a note of this. Ortiz versus Segawa. We are 10 minutes away from UFC Vegas 15. Thank you, Tazzy. Armin, shout out to you. What time does the event start? I think we're going to get a lot of this question tonight. A lot of people asking what time is it going to start. Tyson isn't going to start for a while, my friends. We're still a good way off the Tyson fight, a good 3 hours or so. So if you are watching, though, hit that like button. It makes a massive difference to the channel. It really does make a big difference to the channel. It's not something that we ask for, but when it comes to like the big shows, it is something that you know, this really helps the channel. Simple as that. Like these are the big streams that allow everything to keep the show on the road, if you will. So I don't know how big tonight is. I don't know. I'm in the dark on it. I'm just here. We're going to watch the fights. We're going to share our thoughts. There's an awesome community that's here every single weekend, every single Saturday. this community is here talking about the UFC, watching big boxing events as well. So if you want to share your thoughts with a very passionate community, this is the place for you. So yeah, big shout out to everyone that's joining us. And as I said, if you have left a like or even hit that subscribe button, a big thank you to you. So we are building towards the show. As we said, 1 hour, 9 minutes till the Tyson Jones event actually starts. What we've got at the moment is we are about 9 minutes or so away from going over to UFC. So UFC Vegas 15 is going to be our event that we're going to focus on in the short term. And this is going to be a slightly different event, a slightly weird event, because there's a lot of fighters on here that have got poor records. I'm going to be straight up honest, right? I'm straight up honest. Normally, UFC shows have got some big names in the main event. This did, and then it lost it. And then on the undercard, you've normally got a couple of ranked fighters. There's one ranked fighter on this whole card. Right? One ranked fighter. Anthony Smith, I think, is ranked 6th in the light heavyweight division. That is it. That is it. Everyone else is outside of the rankings. And then you've normally got some really tasty prospects. Not so much is my honest answer. Because we've got a lot of people like Martin Day, Norton 2 in the UFC. Anderson Dos Santos, Norton 2 as well. They're facing each other. The loser of that fight could be released. We've got a lot of people fighting to keep their jobs tonight. That's what tonight is. This is a very different event. This isn't about who's going to be the next great fighter. This is a load of people fighting to keep their jobs. Apparently, there's been like 30-odd people that have been released by the UFC recently. They've been giving out all these contracts to the Contender Series people. But as a result, they've let go of about 30 fighters. So, as well, we've got Mazzani, 1 win, 4 losses. Taking on Ostovic, who's 1 win and 2 losses. Loser, again, could lose their job on that one. We've got people that are like Malcolm Gordon, Norton 1, taking on Mudajir, who is 1-1 in the UFC. So, yeah, there's not brilliant fighters on here. There's a couple of things. Baeza against Sato, I think, looks really good. I'm quite interested in that. Parisian is on a 6-fight win streak, so looks pretty decent. I think the main event is a really intriguing fight. Anthony Smith against Devin Clark. So I do think that's got something about it. So if we didn't have Tyson and Jones Jr., then I do think this would be quite a weak event. But the thing with the USC is you always get action. You always get something. So, yeah, I wouldn't lose heart or anything like that. I wouldn't be too down on UFC tonight. I still think that it's worth a watch because there's people fighting for their jobs. David Paul says fight night starts 8 p.m. Eastern. Oh, have they pushed it back? It was midnight. Let me have a look. I've got it as midnight. I've still got it as midnight on Google. Google is still showing that it starts at midnight in the UK, which is in 6 minutes' time. So I don't know. I mean, look, if it is delayed, it's really not a problem. I've got so many notes, and you know, we can just go a bit more in depth with Tyson talk. So it's really of no concern. But yeah, you could be right. According to Fight Pass, the prelims start at 1 a.m., but on Google it's listed as midnight. Interesting. What does that... That means that, what, 2 hours? How many fights are on the prelims? 4 fights. 2 fights now. That would make sense. That would make sense. I think, I mean, in all fairness, I think there's been carnage with this card because obviously we were meant to have... There's been a few fights that have been cancelled from it. and a few things have been moved around. I mean, the main card for tonight's UFC has actually got 6 fights now. Normally it has 5, but it's got 6. The prelims have got 4 fights on. To my knowledge, there's no early prelims. So, yeah, but it still lists it on Google as starting at midnight. So that's why we started nice and early. So if they have sidetracked me and they have delayed it, so be it. It's really not a problem, as we said, because there's more than enough for us to talk about and go through. R. Kelly says, I think it is midnight in the UK. Yeah, there's confusion. I mean, look, whatever it's going to be, we're here for it. Yeah. So if it is going to start in 4 minutes, we're here for it. If it is going to start in an hour and 4 minutes, we're still here for it. You know us. We're here all the time. We don't go anywhere. I literally have no life. We're literally just going to wait and see what goes down. But if it is going to start in an hour and 4, it's no problem. Joshua says, do you like Jake Paul? I don't have an opinion of Jake Paul, Joshua, to be honest. I don't watch him. I've seen a few things that I don't like about him. I understand. I mean, like, again, I understand that people spin stuff. This is where, when I'm not watching him, so I don't know the truth. I'm sure there's Jake Paul fans that would turn around and say, no, that's not what happened. It was actually this, or no, that's just what, was being reported. The truth was this. So I don't know what the truth is. But I saw, wasn't he, didn't he try and shoplift or something? Wasn't he, didn't he invade some kind of shopping centre during the Black Lives Matter movement? I saw that news and I was like, well, that sucks, doesn't it? Why even be there at all? I would imagine he's probably going to say that he was there to film what was happening or something like this, and that he wasn't actually, breaking into shops himself or whatever. But it's just, why don't be there? Just don't even be there. But that's, I suppose, how he's managed to build his career, isn't it? Is being there, putting himself in those situations, getting into trouble, causing controversy. That's how he's made his name. So, whatever. Do you know what I mean? He's not someone I watched. He's not someone I've ever watched. But I understand he's got a large following. I don't care if he wins or loses tonight. I don't hate him. I don't like him. He's just not on my radar. But I understand that a lot of people have got feelings one way or the other. I can only tell you what I've been seeing. And from what I've been seeing, I think that he's coming into this well prepared. I think he's put the work in. I think his training on Instagram looked very good. I think he's got good head movement. I think his angles that he was throwing his shots looked to be quite advanced, actually. I think what you could see from Nate Robinson is a lot of straight punching. I think you could see, but I really do feel that with Jake Paul, you're going to see a little bit more ducking and weaving, some good head movement, a few feints. And I'm not sure you're going to get that level of fight IQ from Nate Robinson, because Nate Robinson, I think, is going to go in there believing that he is the more athletic, which he could be. And as a result, if he's rested on his laurels with no fight experience, I think he's going to get found out. Do you know what I mean? I mean, it's all well and good if you're like a really smart person, but if you've never played chess, you're going to struggle against someone that's played chess before. Do you know what I mean? That's been there and done it and has been practicing chess for 3 years, whereas Nate Robinson has not. So I am leaning to Jake Paul in that co-main event, and that might upset a few people. But that's just from what I'm seeing. In regards to Mike Tyson, Roy Jones Jr., my gut feeling was Roy Jones Jr. My gut feeling was that he was going to be successful because I thought that he was going to have that speed advantage. I'm still sort of leaning to him because I do think that Tyson is going to have power, but I think he's going to be plodding. I don't think that he's going to have any movement. I think that if he's able to get Roy Jones in the corner and can start getting the body shots off, I think that's going to be a game changer. So I do think that Tyson's coming in with some weapons. There's no denying that. But can I see Jones dancing around, slipping about, moving the head, just catching it like, off angle? He was so good at angle work. Roy Jones Jr. So good. There was fights where he was actually punching people standing at the side of him. It was like, do you know what I mean? He was able to slip to the side, get a shot in whilst he stood next to them. So fast, incredible footwork. This is what Roy Jones brings. Was one of the pound for pound greats. We were talking earlier about the fact that the speed and your reflexes are one of the first things to go, and I totally get that. I totally understand that. But is he going to look that slow against a 54-year-old Mike Tyson? That's the factor to me. Is yes, okay, his speed has gone, but how much of a problem is that against 54-year-old Mike Tyson? If he was taking on someone now, like, an average fighter now, then I'd be like, yeah, he's going to struggle. He's going to struggle against a 25-year-old, a 28-year-old, a 30-year-old. He's not facing any of those. He's facing a 54-year-old who hasn't fought in 15 years. The thing that Tyson has got is his punching power. His punching power, he's only got to really catch Jones once. If he catches him flush on the chin with, even a body shot would do it. The thing with the body shots, what people don't know, or maybe don't give Tyson enough credit for, his body shots were some of the best ever. His hooks to the body, incredible. And he used to really create a lot of openings that way. Like, people used to have to, you know what I mean? They were like trying to cover up everywhere against Tyson because he would like target the body, and then that would leave the opening up top, and bang, he can then go up top and find that knockout punch. He's working the body against people that are, 30 or whatever, and they're going to have really, really good conditioning. I would question what Jones's body is like. I would question if Jones can take like that many body shots right now. Certainly from someone with the power of Tyson as well. So yeah, there's so many facets to this. It is fascinating because there's so many different ways to look at this fight. But for me, I'm probably leaning to Jones Jr. The only thing you just don't know is, does Tyson manage to get him backed into a corner? I mean, he's only going to have to do that once. He's only going to have to do that once. If he gets Jones backed into a corner and he can start just teeing off, that's got to be it, isn't it? That's got to be it. The other concern is that someone gets cut, because of course we know a cut will end the fight. So if Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua get to fight, who would you be backing? I would be probably with Anthony Joshua. I really like Tyson Fury. I really like his story. I like the fact that he's been able to come back. But I just think Anthony Joshua is something very, very special. He's got an incredible physique. He's very athletic. He is just like someone that you would look at and go, yes, that is the heavyweight boxing champion of the world. With Tyson Fury, he doesn't have that kind of a physique. I don't know if he's as... Well, I suppose he is as marketable. But I just think from like a pay-per-view earning point of view, I feel that if Anthony Joshua was to go on a run now... obviously the loss to Ruiz Jr. was a problem. And hopefully whatever that problem was, he's managed to fix now in his camp. We're obviously not going to break that fight down, but I've got a few theories on it. But yeah, he got the rematch, he got the win, and I just think that is very, very marketable. You can see him going on to those late night talk shows. He looks like $1 billion, not $1 million. He looks like $1 billion, Anthony Joshua. And I just think that he is someone that is a great fighter, looks the part, and I would be siding with him. In regards to Tyson Fury, he's obviously been through a lot. I think he's got a very marketable story. I think that what he might lack in physique and looks and marketability, he makes up for in personality and the history and, his mental health problems. I think his message is very important about what he's been through and everything. So I do love both fighters. I really do. I was really pleased when Tyson got the win over Deontay Wilder. I think it's been really disappointing that Deontay Wilder's come out claiming that Fury didn't have his hand in the glove all the way, that he was holding an egg weight and all this. I think he even said his water was spiked. Like, he has come out with absolute nonsense. But, and so I really do like him. But if it was a head-to-head, if it was, you know, those two going head-to-head, I would probably side with Anthony Joshua. Just for the pure reason that I think he's more marketable. And I think that you can get more out of him. With Fury, I can see him being done. Not that far down the road. Do you know what I mean? And the problem then is you've got Fury, who is done. Goes off to, say, WWE or something. And then you've got Joshua, who's always going to be seen as not as good as Fury because he lost to him. So I would much rather Joshua, who I think is going to stay around longer, who I think is more marketable, I'd much rather he got the win because he can then carry on with the sport. Whereas with Fury, he goes shortly after. I don't think he's got many fights left in him, Fury, to be honest. So yeah, I'd be leaning to Joshua, but and those are the reasons why. It's nothing to do with I hate Tyson Fury or anything like this. I just think that Joshua can carry on doing it for longer. Jason Wood, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Really do appreciate the support, my friend. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Becoming a supporter makes a big, big difference to the channel. And as I said, if you are watching and you're not subscribed, hit the subscribe, but maybe even more than that, just drop a like, because the like really helps the stream, and it's massively, massively appreciated. Looks like we are waiting, unfortunately. As I said, it won't be a problem. I really thought that we were starting at midnight for MMA, which is why we started so early, so I'm not trying to mess you guys around. Google did that for us. Google told me we were starting at midnight, but it seems we're actually starting in about 50-odd minutes. So looks like both shows are going to be starting at the same time, which is horrific news, because that means we're going to have to try and watch both shows at the same time all throughout the night. But we can do it. We've done it before. We'll do it again. And so we are building our way towards Jones Jr. and Mike Tyson. Feel free to let me know in the chat which way you think that this is going to go tonight. Be very interested to know your thoughts as to which way you see the fight going. I understand that there's not going to be an official winner, but if the fight gets stopped because someone has been cut too badly, or someone does get knocked out, then you'd have to say that person won. Do you know what I mean? I mean, this is something no one's talking about. What if Tyson is standing in the ring, coming forward, putting the pressure on, and you've got Jones Jr. with the footwork, sticking on the outside, right? Managing to avoid Tyson and Tyson's big shots, and just getting his shots through, right? So he might not be doing a great deal of damage. He might not be getting a knockout blow, but he is still getting his shots through, right? And Tyson gets cut. Fight ends. Jones wins. Like, I've not seen anyone talking about that. But that has got to be a very, very real possibility. That has got to be a very, very real prospect. That Jones can just get his shots through. Good head movement. Stick and move. He was always good. He was always good at getting in and out of range. So impressive. It's one of his real strengths, was to be able to get in, get his shot off, and get out before they could get their shot off. And again, I understand he's going to have lost some of that speed, but how big of a problem is that against 54-year-old Mike Tyson, who I don't think is going to be able to throw at the same speed, have the same reaction time as he once had. And in fact, you know, we saw that against McBride in 2005, and as we said, it's now 15 years later. So I do think that Jones has got a lot going for him. Mike Tyson will win, says Wrestling Days fam. Don't underestimate Mike Tyson. Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. One of the all-time greats. But, yeah, I mean, that's what makes this so interesting. I think, like, no one knows what to expect. I've seen so many people calling it so many different ways. It's not as if unanimously everyone is saying Mike Tyson's winning this. That is not the case. There's a good few people out there that are calling it for Jones Jr. I just think that the fact it's only 8 rounds and they're 2-minute rounds does give Tyson a big advantage, because you would have to think that he wouldn't gas after 16 minutes. I mean, 16 minutes. Like, really, he should have that in the tank, even at 54. I'm sure he'll be feeling it towards the end. I'm sure that final round, or final couple of rounds, aren't going to be fun. But you'd have to think that he's still going to have that in the tank, you know? Jones Jr. is going to take a massive payday by taking a dive. You're the second person to talk about a dive. The only way they want the exhibition fight to end is with Tyson standing over Jones. Says RTF1 Ed Upcycling F1. Shout out to you, my friend. Wrestling Days fan says UFC 257 is the day before the Royal Rumble. Well, they do tend to do that, don't they? They do tend to somehow get them to be on those same weekends. So looks like we've got a massive weekend in early January or late January. 2 50-year-olds going at it, and Jake freaking Paul, says Monica King. Welcome to 2020. Lennox versus Tyson next. Well, do you know, I mean, you do make a very interesting point, because what if this is a massive success? Like, I know it's easy to sit here and, like, be down on it. And I'll admit I was down on it. I was down on it because I think it's hard not to be when you hear the rules. And you hear that it's an exhibition. It's 8 rounds, 2 minutes, no headgear, which is great. 12-ounce gloves, though. Stops if the fight, like, if there's a cut. No knockouts, no judges. Like, once you hear all this, you kind of go, what? Like, this just sounds pointless. But I still think that the art of fighting, I still think the beauty of fighting, I still think all those things that we knew these guys for, and them being given the opportunity to show us those again one more time, I think there's a real, dare I say, beauty in that. There's certainly an intrigue in it. For me, I think you should be watching this fight hoping to see like a big knockout shot from Mike Tyson, and, you know, not necessarily Jones going down, but how Jones responds, and can Jones still get in and out of range? I wouldn't be watching this so much for the finish. That's obviously a massive part, but I think for me, the intrigue in this is watching them fight, is watching Jones doing what Jones was so known for, and that was getting in and out of range, footwork, head movement, really, you know, asking some questions and seeing if Mike Tyson has got the answers to those questions, and seeing like what the drop-off has been as well, but trying to get back some of those moments, trying to just get that moment where you can see that it is Roy Jones Jr. in the ring tonight. Same with Tyson, you know, is there going to be a moment where he does get him against the ropes and he can start getting a few body shots off? You know, you start to get glimpses of Tyson of old. I suppose the only problem is if you do get a glimpse of Tyson of old, the fight will probably end, because Tyson was a killer. So Tyson wasn't really known so much for his beauty. He was known for his savagery. So if you're going to get a glimpse of Tyson, then the fight will probably come to an end. So hopefully we get some glimpses of Roy Jones first, and then we get a glimpse of Tyson. That would be nice. And that's really what I think people are watching for, or should be watching for. Because you can always just wake up in the morning and check the result. Do you know what I mean? I don't think the result really for this is what you should tune in for. If you want your money's worth, watch the fight. Watch the movement. Watch the footwork. Watch the head work. Watch the actual fight to get your money's worth out of this event. And then that does pose a really big question about, like, if this is a success, if people really enjoy what they see, and if both fighters are healthy after, and maybe there's a knockout or something, it wasn't meant to be, but whatever, or maybe the finish is satisfying. Do you know what I mean? And it's not just like someone sat on a stool and they can't get up because they're old and their back's gone or whatever. As long as it's like a sat, then it could really open the door for more of these. And there'll be people out there saying, I hope not. I don't want to see more of these. I've got no interest in this. It's bringing shame to boxing. But there is something to be said for like when the legends can't compete against the younger guys anymore and they've still got that fight in them. There must be something said for, giving them these kind of exhibitions. And clearly, if this is going to break some kind of pay-per-view record, but I don't know what record that is. I don't know. The pay-per-view record for the oldest people in the main event. It could be so much stupid like that. I have no idea what pay-per-view records this is breaking. There is no way this is doing 4 million odd buys tonight. No flipping way. Is this breaking that? I think it's Mayweather Pacquiao is the all-time pay-per-view record. 4.6 million, something along those lines. This ain't doing that. There's no way this is doing that. But they're saying that the early numbers was that it was breaking some kind of record. As I said, and it could be for the record for pay-per-view of oldest guys in the main event. But I think there could be some value to it if it goes well. So big night tonight. Big night tonight. $50 is ridiculous. I'm not going to lie at that. I can see people saying $49.99, $50. I get it. It is ridiculous. I'm quite fortunate in that I don't have to pay that here. In the UK, it's actually $19.99, £20, which is still the same price as a big UFC card. So that was what I paid to watch. I think it was Khabib against Gaethje. I mean, like, do you know what I mean? Khabib against Gaethje. One of the biggest MMA fights in recent years. A dominant win for Khabib, but the excitement was very real. This is at the same price. I kind of feel like they should know their place a little bit now and know that this needs to be a little bit cheaper. I think them hoping for like the 30-odd million payday that I think they're getting. I think it's too much. So that definitely hurt. If this was cheaper, they'd obviously get more people. But yeah, that's too much. 50 is stupid. Days, will you go to the US? I've been to the US. I've been to the US quite a few times. I've been to Florida about 5 times. Been to New York. That was one of my favorite ever trips, actually. I went to New York and I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. I would love to go back one day. Because I did all the tourist stuff. And I don't regret that. But I do feel like I definitely missed out on just going to like a local bar and just kind of doing a bit more of what the locals would do, which is something that I prefer to do, rather than Statue of Liberty and all of that kind of stuff. But I suppose you have to do that as well, don't you? You know, how can you go there and not go and see the Statue of Liberty, or not go up the Empire State Building, or not go to Times Square? So I had to do all that. So I did all that. And of course, Ground Zero. When I went to Ground Zero, though, it was just a fencing. They had fences all around it. So, like, you couldn't really see it. There was nothing to see. It was just a big hole in the ground. They'd, like, dug it all out. And I think there was, like, a ramp that went down. And that's where they were. There was no fountains. There was no memorial. There was none of that when I was there. But it was well after 2000. I can't remember the year I went. I want to say, like, 06, something like this. 05, 06, around that ballpark. So, many years after it happened. But yeah, it was just a big hole in the ground that they'd dug out, and they'd got rid of all the, the metal work and everything. It was empty, just an empty hole with fencing all around it. And obviously a lot of people there paying their respects, and it was very quiet, very somber. I'd love to go back and actually go to the museum and look at all the names and the fountain and, pay respects again and whatever. So yeah, I'd love to go to New York. But I'd love to go like California and Seattle, and so yeah, there's loads of places in America I'd love to go. I said as well, in the UK, it's so weird because in the UK we very much look to America. We don't look so much to Europe, and it's weird because Europe is super close. Like obviously, there's a lot of people that go for the weekend to France and things like that. Just jump over the channel, not literally, like go on the train under it. So like there's people that go to France all the time, maybe a cheap flight, cheap weekend away to Spain, we're very fortunate that we can do those kind of things, although not at the moment. But I would say more than all of that, people look over to America. Flights are, so cheap now. You can go to Florida for like £600, get a hotel. I was going to Florida. I think it was like £650 for a flight and 2 weeks in a hotel. I mean, that's nothing, is it? A flight there, flight back, and a hotel, £650. I mean, they were awful hotels. Do you know what I mean? Even the cockroaches didn't want to stay, but yeah. California days, yes. Dirk says, I live in Seattle. I would want to go Seattle for one reason and one reason only. Frasier. I love that show. I love Frasier. Who doesn't love Frasier? So, yeah, I'd love to go to Seattle. Have you been to Niagara Falls? Yes, I've been twice. I went with school, believe it or not. I was so fortunate to go to Toronto with school. It was like a big trip that you had to save up like years for. Like my parents saved up a long time for it. And I went with my school to Toronto. Sad thing is I can't remember a great deal about it. Like it was many moons ago. And went to like the CN Tower. Went to a baseball game. I saw the Toronto Blue Jays play. Went to Niagara Falls. And then years later, I went back. When I did the New York trip with my friends, when I went to New York, we actually did Niagara Falls at the same time. We did New York and then went over to Niagara Falls. So, yeah, I've been there twice. I mean, it's lovely. It's nice. I think for me, it's a place you'd probably go once. I don't feel like I needed to go a second time. But it's still very, very impressive. If you've never been, you should definitely go. You should definitely go. It's very, very impressive. I've been about 2 or 3 times, says Sunny Wolf. I would like to go to Abu Dhabi, says Monica King. I believe that's where the Conor fight's coming from. So Conor against Dustin Poirier is going to be at Yas Island in Abu Dhabi. And they are having a crowd. So just go to that. There you go. Sorted. Liam said, I went to Florida to play golf. I played a Falcon Fire. Loved it, but was near Gator Foods. Okay, I don't know what that means. Well, I don't know what a Falcon Fire is, but that sounds beautiful. To go to Florida to play. I know they've got some great golf courses down there. Danny says, I live in Texas. Another place that I would love to visit. Such an interesting place as well, so well known. Everything's bigger in Texas. Yeah, I don't know where I would go. Probably like Houston. I don't know why I would want to go to Houston. Houston or Dallas. Just one of the big hubs. Just get a flavour for it, get a taste. But yeah, a lot of places I would like to visit. I've been to Toronto countless times as I live there. That makes sense, Lauren. Shout out to you. Jacob says, how about the Jake Paul fight? We've previewed it quite a bit. We've shared our thoughts quite a bit. Jake Paul coming in with a 3-inch reach advantage, more experience. He's been sparring with professionals. He's going to be actually the bigger fighter. And that might come as a surprise because he's taken on an NBA basketball star. So you would think that guy would be bigger, but he's not. He's 5'10", I think. He's like quite short for a basketball player. Jake Paul is 6'1", so he's going to be a good few inches taller. 3-inch reach advantage, more experience. He's been sparring with professionals, bigger fighter. He's been training 12 months for this fight. Power in his straight right as well. He's got a good straight right. I mean, look, not by professional boxing standards, but I mean, like, has he got a good straight right in this fight? Yes, he does. That's going to cause Nate Robinson some problems. He wasn't overly aggressive in his first fight. He was quite thoughtful, actually. He was quite thoughtful. I think he really is trying to develop a good ring IQ. I think he really is trying to look for openings, feints, and try and work on all aspects of his boxing. Nate Robinson, I don't know what to expect. Is he more athletic? Yes. But what's that going to do to boxing? Does that mean that all of a sudden he can now box? No. Like, it doesn't. he is at a big disadvantage when it comes to the boxing side of things. So I think Jake Paul gets the win. I don't care if he loses. I don't think I'm going to be sitting here crying my eyes out. I'm not a Jake Paul fan, but I'm not a Jake Paul hater either. So I'm going with Jake Paul. In the main event, in Mike Tyson against Roy Jones Jr., I'm leaning to Jones Jr. And my theory, my logic on that is that I do think that Jones Jr. is going to be quicker. I think that even though he will have slowed down, I think that he is still going to be too quick for a 54-year-old Mike Tyson. A lot of people are saying that the last thing to go is your power, which is true. So that means that Tyson should still have power. The only thing is he's got to catch Jones Jr., and that could be easy. I don't know, because I don't know how quick Jones Jr. is now compared to Tyson. I feel like he's still going to have the speed advantage. He's still going to be quicker. He should still be able to get in and out of range against a 54-year-old, because he was fighting decent competition, not top competition, but decent competition 2 years ago. So as of 2 years ago, he was still hanging with average fighters, beating average fighters. Mike Tyson is not an average fighter anymore. He's not that good. He's not that level. I'm sorry to say. He was one of the greats, but he's 54, and he hasn't fought in 15 years. And when he did fight, he was losing to average fighters. So he is well below that level now, whereas Jones was beating average fighters just a couple of years ago. So I think there's a lot that I'm leaning towards Jones on. But does Tyson find that punch? How can I answer that? How can anyone answer that? Does Tyson find that punch? Well, he could easily, but does he? So yeah, very, very interesting. I just think on this, I can see it being quite close. Bookies have got it at -200. Roy Jones at 185, plus 185. If you could put money on it, which I don't think you can, because technically there's no winner. So how can you bet on it? But if you was to put money on it, then I'd be leaning to Roy Jones. I think dog or pass. Might as well go with the dog. Might as well go with the underdog. So I suppose you could put money down on what round it finishes, couldn't you? You could put money down on when it finishes. I just don't think you can put money down on who wins. I'd like to see a Tyson KO just for the sheer spectacle of it all. But I agree. I reckon Jones points win, says Morgul Matt. Yeah, I really like what I was saying earlier as well. Because it wasn't something I'd really thought about myself. But it's just as we talk about things and people ask questions and, you know, there's like real back and forth between us. These things kind of come out. And it never dawned on me about the cut. If Roy Jones hits and moves, gets out of range, stays out of those power shots, frustrates Mike Tyson, but cuts Mike Tyson. Yeah, manages to hit him to the point where Tyson starts to get cut with some of those shots. They don't have to be shots that knock Tyson out. They've just got to start, you know, causing some damage on a 54-year-old man's face, right? So if he can just get them shot through and Tyson keeps getting hit and the cut opens, they've said cuts will stop fights. So could I see it being a case that Jones wins because the fight had to be stopped because Tyson had like a cut open up? Yeah, I could see that being a path to victory for Jones Jr. So, but it's so fascinating. And Adesanya is on commentary tonight. Yes, Adesanya is on commentary. So that should be interesting as well. That's going to be a big platform for Adesanya. Just talking about UFC, Israel Adesanya, current middleweight champion. One of the pound-for-pound greats in the UFC. One of the biggest stars in the UFC. The man that a lot of people would see as the successor to Anderson Silva. The man that you could argue is probably the biggest draw outside of Conor McGregor. Maybe Khabib as well. But yeah, we're going to be blessed with him on commentary. So he is very much doing that. Miss Clown 1, shout out to you. Giovanni says that Mike Tyson is going to knock out Jones Jr. He could do. He absolutely could do. I mean, it's not technically allowed, but yeah, he could do it. I've no doubt that he could do it. And I suppose the big question is, where is Jones Jr. in regards to his speed? Because has he got the ability to get out of the way? That's the question. When does it start? We are waiting. We are waiting. The event is going to start relatively soon. We are half an hour away from the event starting, and the fight itself is the main event. So it'll be a few hours after that. So half an hour to go till both UFC Vegas 15 and Tyson versus Jones Jr. gets underway. Honestly, if I'd have known that it was going to be at like 1 in the morning, it's currently 12:30 here, then we probably wouldn't have started the stream as early. But as you said, it's not been a problem. We've got, we haven't even spoke about all the fights on UFC, so we can easily go down all of the UFC card, talking about what matches and fights we got coming up on that. But I think we'll just stick with the chat and just go wherever the chat wants to go. Monica says, like the stream if you haven't already. It helps out a lot. It really does. It makes a massive, massive difference. If you are just joining us, then the show will start in about half an hour's time. Hit that subscribe if you haven't already, but maybe even more than that, drop a like on the stream. It makes a big difference. I think the world and his wife are streaming this event tonight, so fully expecting to be lost in the shuffle tonight. But hopefully some of our UFC regulars come and join us. We're here every single weekend. And you know, what will be. I've no idea what to expect from tonight. I've no idea how many people will join us, or I've no idea what to expect from the action. But I can tell you where both fighters have been and what their strengths and weaknesses are. But yeah, it's an unpredictable night tonight. It's one of those nights. So any support massively helps the channel. Any likes, subscribes, all of that good stuff. Right, so we are, where are we? 28 minutes away. Let me jump back into the chat. Khabib is not retired. No, I don't think so. I think they said that they're definitely going to look at trying to bring him back for a mega fight next year. Dana seems to be hinting that Khabib's going to get back to him, and he's feeling pretty confident that we will be able to do a mega fight. The fight that was rumoured was him against GSP. If that fight happens, that is the biggest fight in UFC history. I mean, GSP is regarded as a GOAT. Khabib is regarded as a GOAT. So I think you'd have to say that's the biggest fight. Certainly up there. So, I mean, that could break their pay-per-view numbers. That could be the biggest UFC event of all time. So, yeah, we'll have to see what happens. R. Kelly, shout out to you. Conception Sanchez says, is Jake Paul going to win? I believe so, my friend, yes. I'm predicting that he'll get the win. But we'll have to see what Nate Robinson brings from a boxing perspective. He's been very quiet. He's not given much away. So as a result of that, we don't quite know what to expect. Some of the footage that has come out has not looked great for Nate Robinson. But I don't know. I'm leaning to Jake Paul. The bookies have got Jake Paul. But Nate Robinson could be swerving us all. He really could. He could be swerving us all. He could step in there and look like $1 million. But right now, there's little to suggest that he's going to look like $1 million. He did an interview recently, says David. Oh, I've not seen that from Khabib. I'll have to check that out. Lauren says, what UFC fight are you most looking forward to the most? And do you think will be fight of the night? That's a really great question. I think that Miguel Baeza taking on Takashi Sato is probably the fight I'm most looking forward to. Both are power strikers. Baeza is 9-0 as well. So, you know, we were talking about, like, where are the prospects on this card? A lot of people fighting to keep their jobs, but Baeza is 9-0 with 7 knockouts. He's a striker. He's 2-0 in the UFC. He's very durable. He's a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. He's got good low kicks. He's very exciting. And I do think he's going to get the win here. He's taking on Takashi Sato, who is a very fluid striker, a very aggressive kickboxer. And I think that has got real... If those two go at it, I think that has got real potential to be fight of the night. The only problem is these are the kind of fights where they can cancel each other out, where they're both quite cagey. They both know that the other person has got the ability to put them away with the strikes, so they keep the distance and it becomes a dull fight, or they just both go for it. These are the kind of fights that can go one way or the other. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed and say that it's got real fight of the night potential. So I'm really looking at that Miguel Baeza, Takashi Sato. And I'm also looking forward to Mudaji against Malcolm Gordon as well. Chris Morris, shout out to you. Says, Days, just want to make things right. I apologise for yesterday. I was having a bad day. You've gotten me through some terrible times. You rock. Shout out to you, Chris Morris. There's no need to apologise. We all have bad days. And I'm always open to having any conversations. If you want to have a conversation about something in particular, like I think the topic that we were talking about, my DMs are open. And I will try and get back to you. If there's like a conversation that people are like, I need to talk about this, or you want to fire an email or something like that, I'll be open and honest and have that conversation, because I'm happy to have the conversation. But yeah, there's no need to apologize. We all have bad days. We all have we all say things that we probably don't mean at the time in the heat of the moment and everything. So I always take it all with a pinch of salt anyway, and I would hope that you guys do the same. So yeah, shout out to you, dude. That's really cool. That's really cool. So shout out to you, Chris Morris. That's awesome, dude. And I know that the chat is going to feel the same, man. That's awesome. So thank you very much to Chris Morris. And as I said, if you want to still have that conversation, you still want to, you feel that you want to get some points across or whatever, ping it in an email, ping it in a DM. But when you do that, put it down like, I need to get this off my chest, or something along those lines, because I get a lot of emails, just so you know, from people saying like, and it's nice. People saying, oh, you're really cool, I watch you all the time and stuff like that, which is awesome. I'm not complaining about it, but I tend to just use, I don't really use emails for that. I tend to use emails for, the predictions game and for, I don't know, things that I need to respond to. People going, you're awesome and everything. That's lovely, thank you. But I don't really use my emails for that, so I don't tend to reply to those kind of things. So it can get a little lost in there. I tend to emails tend to be for I need to get this point across. I need to have this conversation with you because I'm thinking this. So yeah, shout out to you, dude. Awesome. Is Rahman gonna win? Says Luke. No. Because he's not fighting. So there we go. Rahman is meant to be fighting against Coulter tonight, but he, I believe, tested positive for COVID. So as a result of that, he is off the card. And I think it was our good friend B Tazzy that said it's Ortiz against Sagawa who's taken that place. So Rahman off the card, my friend. Gray says R.I.P. Joe Rogan. Dirk says, can you show us your shirt? Yeah, I can show you the shirt. There we go, look. It's really cool. Do you know where I got that from? Hulk Hogan's Beach Shop in Orlando, Florida. So again, if you want actual proof that I've actually been, then this shirt came from that shop in Florida on International Drive. And in fact, you don't even need proof. You know I've been there. The videos are on the channel. Don't even know why I'm saying all this. I've done actual vlogs, toy hunts, from Florida, where I actually bought this shirt. So if you are interested in seeing those, it's on the channel right now. Me in Hogan's. I love that video as well. I love that video. And I've got to tell you, as I was filming, the person that worked there was staring at me the whole time. The whole time I was being watched. They must have like really bad theft or something. Either that or I'm just really suspicious. So she was watching me all the time. But they had like a 2 for $20 shirt offer, I think. I'm sure it was 2 for $20. Maybe 2 for $40. And they were $20 each, I'm not sure. But yeah, I got this Andre the Giant one, which is class. I think we can all agree. And I got a Hulk Hogan is it Real American? Real American. It's white. And yeah, I think it is Real American. So yeah, cool. And that's on the channel, so you can even see me buying the shirt. How about that for interactiveness? Not only are you like, oh, I like that shirt, I'm telling you, you can watch me buying it. Right, we are building our way towards these big main events that are coming up. As we said, these big shows tonight. We got 19 minutes. That is all. 19 minutes till Mike Tyson versus Roy Jones Jr. begins. And also UFC. We haven't even started. Nothing's even begun. We've been sat here for 2 hours just chatting away. And nothing's even happened yet. It's not my fault. Blame Google. Blame Google for lying to us. Chalmers says, nice setup. Yes, this is all bespoke. This is a bespoke setup. This is not a background or a layout that we have ever used before. This has been made especially for tonight. Which is why there are no alerts that are coming through, because I forgot to add them. So this is complete. Everything is new, which is why my face looks a little bit big. In all fairness, I didn't even notice that. I'm going to have to sit back here, otherwise I've got massive face. Yeah, we've got... these stats will change, by the way. That is information for you as to the next fight that's coming up for UFC. When the fight is on, those stats will change to the fight stats. And then obviously down... Hang on. I mean, obviously it's not actually where I am, so I'm having to watch the screen to see where the graphics are. So that is what UFC fight is on at the moment. And then down there, that is what is happening with... There. Hang on. There. That is what's happening with Tyson Jones. So the ramen fight is no longer on, unfortunately. That might explain why everyone's asking me about ramen, because that graphic still says it. So let me correct that. I think Tazzy said that it was Ortiz versus Sagawa that's going to be our first fight. Really just want to get that one out of the way. I don't know anything, in fact, about this fight, because it was on the pre-show and I didn't think I was going to see it. So I've got no notes on it or anything on this first one. I've got notes on Sanders against Manise, but... yeah, boom, there we go. So it's going to be full on, trying to juggle a lot of different things. Luke's World, excellent, party time. Says pizza pockets in Sainsbury's. I've got picture proof. What? They're like hot pockets in Sainsbury's. Hello. Have we finally got hot pockets in the UK? It's about flipping time. Okay. Luke's World, I believe you. I love the fact that you're like, I've got to get a picture of this. Feel free to send it over. I'll retweet the bejesus out of that. So feel free to send it over. I'll retweet, not right now. I'm sort of drowning with everything that I'm doing. And plus I've just realised my face is huge. So that's another problem. But yeah, send it over, dude. Send it over and I'll retweet it. I wonder if I can fix the face situation. Can I fix my face? And honestly, that's not the first time I've ever said that. Oh, this is better. Is that better? It's better. There we go. Yeah, it's a bit better. Just a little bit. Not as big now, am I? Not as big. How the mighty have fallen. There we go. Feel a bit more comfortable now. I feel like I'm a bit more in the background. Do you know what I mean? I'm not the focus here. This isn't about me. It's about obviously Jones, Tyson, and big UFC show coming up tonight. So yes, as we said, we are building our way towards tonight's show. Very, very excited for what is to come. And we are predicting that Jones Jr. is going to be successful tonight. We're also predicting that Jake Paul is going to be successful tonight as well. And honestly, outside of that, I've got, Badu Jack is going to be successful. Outside of that, I've got all my notes for UFC. And again, we haven't even looked at it. Tony says, is Jake Paul fighting tonight? Yes, but not for a little while. Awesome background. Shout out to you. LSW says, Hayden, by the way, shout out to you. LSW says, is there a battle dome? No, there's no battle dome. I didn't want to confuse things anymore. Normally we do go to the battle dome. I know it's a big fan favorite. We don't have it tonight. Instead, we've got normal dome, the average dome, boring dome. This is the boring dome. But it does, look, it's, do you know what I mean? It's like a Swiss Army knife. It does everything we need, LSW. There's nothing else we need. Everything's here. Everything is here. I've designed this. I got, like, proper designers in. We did, like, PowerPoint presentations. We made sure that everything that was needed is represented on the stream. And this is it. Look, you've got the chat. You've got the 2 boxes. I've even put a poster behind in case you forget what you're watching. I've got the stats as well. I'm now out of focus. Yeah, so you've got that as well. I mean, you've got everything. What else do you need? Boom. And I'm back in focus. Let's go. Jake says SWF official. Tyson versus Sean O'Malley. Resting Days fan says, I'm going to annihilate everyone with the predictions game. Days the Human blanket is behind you. I know. It's so soft. I thought, I just don't even care anymore if it's made out of people. I don't even care. Days is blurry. Was Tyson fed before this fight? What, you think they're keeping him hungry? Keeping him lean and mean and hungry? This is what we're saying. Look, if he's going to come in fight mode, and he will, how is he not going to go for that knockout? How is he not going to be looking for that that big punch? So yeah, I fully expect him to come in and cause some damage tonight, or at least try. I just don't know if he's going to be able to get a hold of Jones Jr., who has always been known for his incredible footwork, and also known as Captain Hook because of his incredible left hook. Let's not look past, we're talking about how Jones can stay out the way and how he can use his footwork and how he's got great head movement. We're not talking so much about the weapons that Jones possesses, and he is known as Captain Hook because he has got a ferocious left hook. He can cause Tyson problems. A lot of pundits have said that they're probably leaning to Tyson tonight, right? Because power is the last thing to go. And I get that, and that's fine. But they equally have said, if both of these guys faced each other in their prime, if both of these guys faced each other when they were both at the top of their games, Jones wins. Jones wins. His footwork was incredible. His evasiveness, his ability to get in and out of range, all the stuff that we've spoken about over the past, hour and 40 odd minutes. It was so impressive. Tyson has got to catch him to hurt him. And I just don't know if he'd be able to. And I don't know that he's going to be able to tonight. So, but age and the fact that it's, only 8 rounds and those rounds are only 2 minutes long and all of this kind of stuff. The fact that all of that is in the equation means that, it's interesting, really interesting. I don't know what I'm going to see. I don't know what to expect. I would keep your expectations low. Keep your expectations low. That way that you can't be too disappointed. But it's going to be what it's going to be, man. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble? Says Giovanni Casas. When does the Mike Tyson fight start? I was thinking of putting a little countdown clock on screen for that, because I'm guessing that's going to be a question that we're just going to get more and more and more of, which is fine and understandable. But we're probably a good couple of hours away still from getting to the fight. We're still not quite there. Does the fight start at 1? The events start at 1, but Tyson Jones Jr. won't start at 1. We've still got undercard to go through first. Rohan says, Days, Tyson is going to win with Jake winning because I want KSI to beat Jake. KSI, I don't know if he was that bothered, to be honest. I mean, again, I don't really keep up with these guys, so I can't really say for sure. But I don't know that he really cares to get back in there. He might do. I think Eddie Hearn, of all people, is interested. Massive boxing promoter. He actually promoted the last Logan KSI fight. He's really interested in doing Jake Paul KSI. I believe both are undefeated, or would be if Jake Paul wins tonight. Both have got massive followings. That's going to massively help. Do you know what I mean? You're going to have these two communities arguing as the fight builds, and it would be a big deal, in all fairness. It would be. And obviously KSI has beaten Jake Paul's brother as well, so Jake says that he wants to fight him to get revenge, but I don't know if KSI is going to want to do it, to be honest. I think he's kind of moved on. As far as I know, I don't even know if he's still training or anything. I don't know. Legitimately, I don't know. I always used Roy Jones Jr. in EA Fight Night. That was a fun game. It was a great game. Oh, loved that game. I would love for them to bring it back. I think the world needs a great boxing game. So, yeah. Jake would destroy KSI. Sean says, Days, it costs money to watch the fight. Can I watch it on Sky Go for free? No, it's, I think, through BT Sport. I don't think it's through Sky. It's through BT Sport. It's $19.99 for the Tyson fight. So, which is not bad considering it's $50 in America, which is madness. So, $50 in America and $19.99 here. And sadly on at the same time as UFC. I've no idea why they couldn't have moved it. I've no idea why ESPN couldn't have put it into a different time slot. Because there's no crowd. Do you know what I mean? Like, just move it, have the whole thing finishing earlier so people can watch both. But whatever. You're covering both, says Vidal Ways. Yes, my friend, yes. We are doing both. We are watching UFC and Mike Tyson. Obviously, with the main event being cancelled for UFC, we're more focused on the Tyson fight, which is why it's the thumbnail and it's the title and all of that. And obviously, as well, it's not lost on me how big of a following Jake Paul has got. And even though no one has been speaking to me about it, I would imagine that this is a big deal in his community and Logan's community and all of that. So there's definitely going to be eyes on this show tonight. And apparently it is breaking records. So why are people picking a winner? No KOs allowed and no judges calling it. It's just sparring. I think people are picking winners because you could get a winner in the sense of if the opportunity is there to go for the knockout, you would have to think that someone will go for that knockout. I can't imagine they'll see that opening and just leave it. Plus also, how do you stop knockouts? Do you know what I mean? Like, how do you prevent knockouts? So I do think that if the opportunity is there, you'll see a knockout. I also think that if it goes judges, you've got the celebrity judges. You could argue that their scores are going to provide a winner. I don't know. I mean, I don't even know who the judges are. Do you know what I mean? If it's going to be like Cardi B sitting there, forget it. But if it's going to be like some ex-boxers or proper... It won't be boxing judges. They've said it's celebrities. If it's going to be some YouTubers, friends of Jake Paul or whatever, forget it. I don't even care what they say. But if it's people that have got boxing backgrounds, boxing knowledge, fighting backgrounds, I'd be a bit more interested in what they had to say. So they'll find a way of establishing a winner, I think. Or the world will. I can't believe that we'll just end and it'll just, no one will know who won. I don't think that'll be the case. $60 in Australia. That is madness. Madup says, it's more of a big deal for Vidal Riley's community. He's an awesome British fighter that trained KSI in the Mayweather camp. He's off the card. He's off the card. He's not fighting anymore, unfortunately. He got replaced by Rahman. I think Riley got injured or something. So, yeah, sadly, Riley's community, I mean, I don't even know if they're still going to be watching. They probably will out of hope to see Jake Paul get knocked out if Riley was connected with the KSI camp. But I don't think he will tonight. Please confirm that. Confirm what, my friend? Mike can easily beat Tyson Fury. Boxers today are bums, says RRN Elite Nugs. Javon says, I live in Athens. Very cool. Rohan says, who would you face in a boxing match? Literally no one. Your mom. That's who. I would face your mom. And I'd give her a hell of a whooping. Nah, I don't know. I don't know who. I wouldn't want to face anyone. I'm quite happy here. Do you know what I mean? I'm eating little bits of banana, watching the boxing, and I've got UFC on. I'm happy. He got busted back. It was the same injury as before, says Liam French. Days, my uncle is here to watch the boxing in the UFC fight, so I'm going downstairs back to go. Shout out to you, Maria. I hope you have fun, my friend. Apparently, Mauro Ranallo is doing commentary for the Mike fight. Is he? I hope. I have no idea where he's been, so I hope that's true. I love Mauro Ranallo. So, yeah, I'm hoping that he is going to be on commentary. I haven't heard any news about who's on commentary tonight. Tyson Fury is the best heavyweight boxer ever, period. Ace Alpha, shout out to you, my friend. Lashian, is it? Lachian says, how do you feel about the Tyson Fury glove situation? Well, you know what? We've been streaming for like an hour and 50 odd minutes, so unsurprisingly, we have already spoke about it. I think it's ridiculous. There is no way, zero way that he has anything in his hand, right? Because not only is the boxing commission there as he's wrapping his gloves, there is someone from Tyson Fury's camp watching the whole thing happen. They see his hand go in the glove. The glove are provided by the commission. It's overseen by someone from Tyson Fury's camp. It's just not happening. It's not a thing. So the glove thing is ridiculous. The way that they were saying his hand wasn't fully in the glove as well. I mean, like, that is not going to give you any advantage with power shots. Even boxing trainers have said it will provide no benefit if that was the case. If the gloves are slipping a little bit, that is not going to help with any power. That gives him no advantages or anything along those lines. So that's rubbish as well. And there's been many fights where gloves have maybe not been as tight as they could have been. It's just not. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. So yeah, that's rubbish. And then what was the other one? So the egg weight was rubbish. The glove slipping was rubbish. He's now moved on, Deontay Wilder, to saying that his water was spiked. I mean, that's probably rubbish as well. So I don't know. It's a really bad look for Deontay. I think he doesn't understand what's happened, to be honest. I think he genuinely believed that he had Tyson Fury's number and now he finds himself in this situation. Do you know what I mean? So I can understand where he's coming from in regards to being disappointed and trying to work it out. Well, it must have been this. It must have been that. It must, like, I mean, don't forget, the very first thing he said was the weight of all of the gear. Do you remember that? That was the very first one. It was my entrance gear, the weight of the entrance gear. So we've had the weight of the entrance gear. Then apparently Tyson Fury was holding a weight. Then it turned out the gloves weren't on properly. Then it turned out his water was spiked. Then it turned out that he was betrayed by his corner. He seems to be suggesting that he was betrayed by his corner, and as a result, you know, they threw the towel in. They never should have done that, and it's a flipping mess. Right, UFC beginning right now. We've got UFC beginning. We've also got Tyson and Jones Jr. coverage starting, but as we said, we don't have any action yet. I'm bringing you absolutely everything that goes down. We are covering tonight. This is your one-stop shop for Mike Tyson, Roy Jones Jr., Jake Paul against Nate Robinson, Badu Jack taking on Blake McKernan, and all of UFC as well. So we should be getting underway with UFC first and foremost. Daze, do you think Tyson is going to fight again if he wins, and against who? I think it depends how he wins. I think if he wins and he feels good, and you know, it was a relatively comfortable night, and he's not a mess afterwards, or he's not embarrassed himself or anything like this, because he could win, but it could be a really embarrassing fight. Like, both guys could just be horrific, could be awful, could be stumbling, losing their footing. As long as he comes out of it and he's like feeling it, then yeah, why not? Because I reckon the numbers, the pay-per-view buys are going to be there. So yeah, why not? So I'm expecting him to fight again. Against who? I mean, it's impossible to say, isn't it? Because who would agree to it? Who would say yes? I mean, there's tons of retired fighters, but who would agree to it? I mean, look, for the money, he could go and get quite a few people. Could he go and get Holyfield? Could he go and get Lennox Lewis? Could he go and get, I don't know, someone like David Haye, who's only been out of the game a few years? I mean, I feel like David Haye is a bad shout, but someone was saying Lennox Lewis earlier. That's not a bad shout. Daniel McClung says, you ignored my super chat earlier. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't ignore it. I just straight up didn't see it. What did it say? If you tell me what it said, I'll read whatever it said. But yeah, this is completely new setup, so the alerts aren't on. So unfortunately, she won't read it out. Because that was a problem before. That was the problem. I kept missing them. So that's why I had to have the voiceover woman read them out, so that I couldn't miss them. But because this is a new stream, I haven't got her. She's having the night off. She's gone to a spa. She's gone to a spa. So our voiceover woman is moved on. But yeah, what did you say, Daniel? I'll read it. Imtiaz says, Daze, I'd just like to second Chris's sentiments earlier and offer my apology to anyone and everyone in the chat and our community I may have hurt. Well, you don't have to do that. I'd like to think that we are wronged or hurt or anything like this. You know, brilliant, awesome, and I know people will appreciate that, but yeah, you don't have to feel like you have to do that. Just like Chris didn't have to do it earlier, you don't have to do it now. But shout out to all of you. What a lovely place. What a lovely place this is. And I apologise for missing Daniel's super chat earlier. So there we go. Apologies all round. And I am keeping an eye out for his message now. Although if I miss this one, that would be lols. Right, it's punditry at the moment. You're not missing anything. At the moment, we've got someone sat on a sofa talking about what we're going to be seeing tonight from Mike Tyson and whatever. So once we get some action, of course, I will be bringing it your way. On UFC, they're just previewing our new main event, which is Anthony Smith against Devin Clark. Ethan says, what time is the Jake Paul fight? Don't ignore me. This is going to be, guys, if the chat is going to be like this tonight, where I'm going to have to, like, really pay attention to the 2 fights that are happening at the same time and the chat, because everyone's a bit like, don't ignore me, then this is going to be a difficult night for me. So, yes. What time is it? Couple of hours? Something along those lines. I think the Tyson card tonight will probably run for about 3 hours. So probably a couple of hours and then we'll get to Jake Paul. Where is Daniel gone, by the way? Daniel left me hanging now. Daze, do you think Tyson is going to fight again if he wins? We answered that just, Rohan. I think as long as he looks good, the answer would be yes. But if he's going to look embarrassing or if the fight is not going to be great, then you would have to say probably not. Right, let's do some previewing, shall we? Right, we've got Luke Sanders taking on Nathan Maness. This is catch weight. It's at 140 pounds. Sanders has got a record of 13-3. And now Daniel's come back. Days, it said, thank you for the stream and all your hard work and preparation. It was no big deal. Brilliant, thanks. Thanks, dude. Shout out to you, Daniel. Shout out to Daniel. Imtiaz as well says, I was just having a real terrible day and I was feeling suicidal, so I just wanted to bring a smile to your face on behalf of everyone in the chat. Well, I'm really sorry to hear that you're going through that, dude. I know that you have a few struggles, but yeah, look, try and get all that out of your head. Focus on what should be a really fun night tonight. These are the kind of nights that only come round once in a blue moon. I mean, honestly, tonight is so special because for the longest time, there's people out there that have never seen Mike Tyson fight, apart from videotape. They will never have seen him actually compete. So regardless of what we get, people will be able to say they saw one of the all-time greats actually competing in a boxing ring against another all-time great. So get that out your head. Get some good snacks. Get yourself some good drinks. Settle down. Get comfortable. And enjoy whatever we are about to see over these next few hours. So shout out to you. Shout out to Daniel as well. Lovely message. Appreciate it. So we've got Luke Sanders against Nathan Maness. I'm going with Sanders. He's coming in at -140 favourite. He is 3-3 in the UFC and he's age 34. He's a kickboxer. He's on a 2-fight win streak. He's got better strikes per minute as well. Looks to control his opponents by the cage. And he's going to be looking for takedowns. He's got good experience and he is the better overall fighter. He's 34 though, which, I mean, it's all right. I think once you start getting like 36, 37, you know, things start to fall apart a little bit. 34 is fine, but he is taking on 29-year-old Nathan Maness, who has got a 12-1 record. He's also 1-0 in the UFC. Maness is a boxer that's got wrestling abilities, and he needs to use that wrestling. He's going to have a 5-inch reach advantage as well. He didn't look great in his debut. He got taken down twice, and he was outstruck as well in the fight, but he still managed to get the victory. So it's questionable as to what level Maness is on. He might have just got a lucky win last time. He's coming in against a very good fighter, a proper UFC fighter. 3 wins, 3 defeats. He's got 6 UFC fights under his belt, Sanders. So he's coming in with the experience. -140. Maness is +120. And I'm going with Sanders. I'm going with the experience. Maness is very much an unknown. He's very much an unknown. He's got that 1 UFC fight, and he didn't look great. So I'm going with Maness. So, right, let's see which one do I need? Let's press. Right, let's check that I've got the right clock. Boom. That is the right clock. Confirmed. That is the right clock. So, let's reset that. Let's... Right, let's go for that. Let's go. I'm warning you now, if people are going to send through super chats, I am not going to be seeing them. Let's go for that. Let's go for that. Let's go for that. Right. we're ready. We're ready for our first fight. 8 wins by knockout for Sanders. So 8 wins by knockout out of his 13 victories. I'm lucky enough to have seen many Tyson Jones fights as a kid. Some of these youngsters just don't know. I know. And isn't that awesome? Isn't it awesome that they will get chance to see? I think that's so great. I really do. I think it's awesome that they're going to get a chance. I mean, I just hope that they're not going to embarrass themselves. I just hope that they're not broken former shells. But, you know. Alex Shank says, be like full screen. If so, free $5 super chat, no lies. I don't know what you mean, Alex. What do you mean, be like full screen? What does that mean? Do you mean you want to see more of my face? Because it was bigger before and I reduced it. So what do you mean, like, be like full screen? Be like full screen. Shout out to you, though, dude. I appreciate you joining us, and I appreciate the support. Right, Nate Menez just getting his intro at the moment. Over on... they're talking to Lennox Lewis right now over on BT Sport. But we are about to get going on our main event. Our first UFC fight on our prelims. Right, let's try and turn this up a little bit. They're just doing the intros at the moment. There is no Bruce Buffer. Right, here we go then. Luke Cool Hand Sanders taking on Joseph Mayhem Maness. This is our first fight in the catchweight. And we are underway with our first fight of the evening. And we should have the stats on screen. Let's have a look. Oh, flippity flip. Okay, I can fix this. I can fix... Yes. Yes. Right, we are underway. You can see that there's a few shots that are coming in. There we go. Boom. 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 Right. So, Sanders against Maness. If you are joining us for Tyson at the moment, we are still waiting for that to get going. The event has started, but none of the fights have started. Right now, they are just interviewing Lennox Lewis over for Tyson against Roy Jones Jr. Right now, we've got our first fight of the evening for UFC. We've got Luke Sanders, taking on Nathan Maness. Some lovely striking already by Maness. Some really nice combo shots. Both guys in the center as Sanders tries for a kick to the body. And nice leg kick coming in by Maness. So Maness doing some really good early work. Getting some combo shots off. But right now getting driven up against the cage. Which is absolutely not where he would want to be. And manages to get out of there. And real back and forth in this opening exchange at the moment. Love the brick wall in the background. Shout out to you, James. Appreciate the support, dude. I love the fact that you're joining us and we're giving a lot of insight, a lot of research. We're talking about the fights as they're happening, trying to give live commentary, really talking about, you know, what we're seeing, what we're anticipating. And you are just a big fan of the brickwork. So, look, whatever floats your boat, shout out to you. So, so far, Luke Sanders managing to get 15 strikes to Maness's 7. Definitely getting the better of the striking at the moment. But Maness managed to put together a few combos and certainly did look good in the early stages. But as this fight is settling down, he's getting driven back against the cage quite a bit. So Sanders with some knees coming in. Big knee strikes by Sanders, and Maness managing to power his way out. Sanders loses his footing for a moment as Maness comes forward. Big strikes again by Maness. And Sanders again charging forward. Nice 1-2 combo. Driving Maness back. Again, 20 strikes to 9. Sanders, 50% of his strikes are landing compared to 36% for Maness. Nice high kick coming in by Sanders as well. Maness up against the side of the cage. These two in a real exchange right now. And we've got a proper firefight on our hands. These two not backing away from each other at all. Really, really good. They could probably do with getting a bit more volume through. But right now, you've got to say that Sanders is taking this first round. Maness has shown some good moments, but too many times he's getting backed up, driven back. Again, right up against that cage, into a clinch. Some knee strikes coming in by Sanders. And Maness trying to get to the back of Sanders, looking for a rear naked choke. Wasn't able to get it. Right up against the side of the cage again. Only this time it's Maness that's in control. Sanders managing to break away. Sanders, tons more UFC experience. Loads of UFC experience. So, yeah, doing a really, really good job at the moment. Lovely striking. Lovely striking by Sanders. Again, driving Maness back. Few knee strikes come in. Calf kick comes in as well. 30-odd seconds left of round number 1. Big overhands. And he is teeing off. The ref's going to look. No. Maness managing to grab Sanders and just prevent that storm from properly engulfing him. 28-36 now. Significant strikes to 14. A definite Sanders round this. A definite Sanders round. So, have we got our first fight over on... Oh, hello. We've got the alarm going off. Gonzalez against Vasquez. Right. That's annoying. Boom. Okay, so we are underway with Gonzalez against Vasquez. This is like a fight that wasn't on the main card. So I don't think too many people are going to be bothered by that, to be honest. But that's what I've got at the moment. We do get to see the space for the first time. It's very dark. It's got a nice white ring. It says Triller in pink in the middle. And, I mean, it does look quite nice. There's not really much to see because all around it's just completely dark. But it's a nice looking space. It looks classy. White and pink. A little bit of grey in there as well. Right, we should be going to round 2. And no denying that that was a Sanders round when it comes to UFC. So we're going to change our round text. And we should be underway in round number 2 very soon. When does it start? We're still a little way away from it beginning, my friend. We've got fights going on at the moment in UFC. And we do have a boxing match going on with just one of the prelim throwaway fights, which I'm not paying too much attention to be honest. Maness is just wearing Sanders out, says Jacob. He's definitely put a bit of pressure on a few times, but Sanders really did come close to putting the fight away in the first round. I can tell you that he's come charging out, firing in some big shots and driving Maness back. But Maness finding some beautiful counter strikes. So this is really, really good work so far by Maness. And Sanders standing his ground. But Maness doing well in this round. Getting driven back, though, by Sanders. He's in a bit of trouble here. Maness. He seemed, again, he always seems to do well at the start of the round. And then for some reason, I don't know if it's that Sanders is a bit of a slow starter. But Maness really was getting some shots through at the start of the first. and he was getting some shots through at the start of the second. But Sanders once again grabbing him, driving him against the cage. And all of a sudden now, you feel that this momentum has swung again to Sanders. And in fact, looking at the round-by-round breakdown, we're already 27-15 significant strikes for Sanders. So 29-17 now. Nice knee strikes coming in by Sanders. Really does look like one-way traffic, this. It really does feel like this is going to be a win for Sanders. I think Maness... Oh, that was a say that. There's a big right hand by Maness. Sanders goes down. And Maness now on top of Sanders. It was all one-way traffic. What a fight this has become. Now he's looking for a rear naked. And he taps him. What? Maness wins? That fight was back and forth. It was all one-way traffic. It was all one-way traffic for Sanders in this fight. And then seemingly out of nowhere, Maness found a big right hand. And that was impressive. That was impressive. Boom. So Maness... Maybe he is the real deal, man. Maybe he is the real deal. Maness getting the finish. Big strike. Putting down Sanders. Following it up with some ground and pound. Couldn't put him away with the ground and pound. So he instead went for that rear naked choke. Sanders tapped. And yeah. Big shock to start off the show. Big shock to start the show off. Maness, the underdog on this one, by the way. Tell you what we don't have. We don't have anywhere to put winners. That's going to be a slight problem. We're not going to have winners anywhere. Sanders sucks. He was doing well, man, in that fight. He was looking good. He was dominating. He got 36 significant strikes to 14 in round 1. 29-21 in round 2. So this was largely on the feet, and he was outstriking Maness. Kept driving him back against the cage as well. He just got caught. He got caught with a big right hand. Down he went, and that was it. Ground and pound, and a rear naked choke later, and job done. So yeah, big result there for him. Versus Gordon, right? That's going to be our next UFC fight that's coming up. Bam, bam, bam. Heather, shout out to you. Yeah, we're doing both. We got the stats behind. I mean, look, you can see the stats behind. So you can see that Sanders got 70 total strikes to Maness with 35. 65 significant to Maness with 35. That one takedown, obviously, towards the end. And that was all that Maness needed. Big result there for him. He goes 2-0 in the UFC now. But a lot of people saying that he shouldn't have won that first one. But, hey, no one can say that about this, can they? Definitely no one saying that about this. So, round 2 win for Maness. I better jot these down, hadn't I? Otherwise, I'm going to start forgetting who has won what. Maness. Round 2. Rear naked choke. We do have a boxing event on at the moment. Which I think this is coming from Staples Center. I'm guessing this is the same ring that Tyson and Jones Jr. are going to be using. As I said, really nice when the fight's on. It's all pitch black apart from a nice white ring. When it's in between rounds, then you can see these screens kind of around the ring. It feels really classy. It feels really cool. It's really nice. So I do like the venue, the space that they're using for Tyson and Jones. I think it looks really smart. We've got our stats on screen now for our next fight that's coming up. see if I can jump into the chat where I can. Again, if you are watching and you've not dropped a like, drop a like. We can. I mean, like, I feel like if we try for 1,000 again, I don't know. I don't know how possible that is, but we'll try for 1,000 again. I mean, we managed to get 1,000 for the most recent UFC show. We got 1,000 for Survivor Series, didn't we? And I feel like both were really, really big shows. As we said, we don't know what we're getting tonight. I don't know who's going to be joining us tonight or what's going down tonight. But we are watching UFC and we are watching Tyson, Roy Jones Jr. We will be watching Jake Paul. If you are watching at the moment and thinking that we're going to be putting more attention into UFC than, say, the Mike Tyson fight, no. Once the Tyson fight's on, that will get more of my attention. That is the main event. There's no denying it. It's the thumbnail. It's the title. We are here for that Tyson fight. And same with Jake Paul as well. There's been a lot of conversation as we were building towards the event. People wanted to talk about Jake Paul and his fight against Nate Robinson. So, of course, I know the interest is there. There's no one asking about the main event of UFC tonight. There's no one talking about that. So I am fully aware that people are not here so much for UFC this week, but do love UFC. And I think that first fight shows you why. That is two fighters. One was 1-0. The other was 3-3. And they just gave us a really great fight. Back and forth. Maness getting battered when you looked at the numbers. And then he finds a big shot and gets the job done. So really, really fun stuff. Nate won. No, the fight hasn't happened yet. We're not there yet. I would like to see you fight Millie Bobby Brown or Grimm in a boxing fight. I don't know who's Millie Bobby Brown. Is she the one out of Stranger Things? Yeah, I'd punch her in the face. Sonny says, I've got Gordon for this fight. Jake Paul should go to UFC. Hello, when does Tyson start? It'll be in about 2 hours, something like that. We've still got quite a way to go. We haven't even really started the main card yet. In fact, I don't even know when the main card starts, actually. I thought it was like 20-odd minutes ago the main card would start, but this isn't a fight that was advertised for the main card, and they're showing it on free TV. So that heavily suggests that the main card for Tyson hasn't started yet. Yes, next fight is going to be Mudaji against Gordon. This could be a fight of the night, right? Mudaji is only 24. He is a flashy striker. He's 1-1 in the UFC. He's got really good kicks. He's got decent power. He's good in the scramble. He's got 10 knockouts, right? He's got a really good body shots. He's got a slight reach advantage. He should win this by finish. The only concern is he has been submitted 4 times. So Sue Mudaji has been submitted in the past. So I think that he should have enough to get a knockout. As we said, he's got 10 knockouts out of his victories out of his 12 wins. Gordon is 0-1 in the UFC. He looks for submissions. He could find a submission, but I think it's more likely he gets knocked out. 4-1 in his last 5. He is a BJJ black belt, and he did lose to a purple belt. So his Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu credentials have been brought into question. And he is not the best striker. So Gordon, not bringing enough for me. I think this is a straightforward win for Sue Mudaji. And I think he wins it by knockout. Scary Terry says, Days, how much would you fight Tyson for? How much would I fight Tyson for? Why would I fight Tyson? I feel like he could actually murder me. So, you're kind of asking how much is my life worth, aren't you? Like, honestly, if you get in there with his power, I think I'm dead. So, I don't know if I would, to be honest. Because what's the point? What's the point? He could do serious. He could break me. He could do worse. So, I don't know. I don't know a number has been invented that's big enough. So, Daniel says we're at 568. Wow. Okay. That's more than I was expecting at this stage, to be honest. Again, I'm watching so much. I've no idea how many people are watching. So that's a surprise. So shout out to everyone that's joining us. Let's see if we can get to 1,000 because it makes a big... The world and his wife are streaming this tonight. Everyone is streaming this tonight, right? So I do not expect this to be a big stream. I think that we very much will just get lost in the shuffle. I don't care. We've got a great community that we stream to every single week. We do UFC every single week. Hence why we're watching UFC as well. So shout out to everyone that's joining us all the same. But yeah, it makes a big difference anyway. It'll really help us out if you do drop a like, subscribe on the channel. It really helps. Otherwise, and I've said it before, I'm going to have to start talking about woman shaping or whatever it's called. I don't know. And all that kind of stuff and getting them sponsors in. I mean, I'm not going to do that. Don't worry about it. It's not happening. Right, they're previewing Sumadaji against Malcolm Gordon, but we're so good we've already done it. So, one step ahead. When is the fight? A couple of hours. It's not fake. The commission only made the no knockout rule to avoid responsibility. It is going to be a real fight, says RRN Elite Nugs. Jake Paul is going to get annihilated. Aaron Smith, shout out to you, sir. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for that information. I mean, in all fairness, technically the show hasn't started yet, so... I wouldn't expect us to be third by the time the main card actually starts. But that's cool. That's cool. That's cool that we're in the mix at the moment anyway. If you are joining us, the show hasn't started. You're not missing anything. I am entertaining the masses by eating little bits of banana and talking about UFC. So we've already had one UFC fight. There is a boxing fight on at the moment. I don't know who they are. I don't even think they know who they are. It's a prelim fight, not important. It might be important, but it's not important to me. And it's none of them are called Jake Paul. None of them are called Nate Robinson. None of them are called even Badu Jack. None of them are definitely called Mike Tyson or Roy Jones Jr. That's how I check if it's important or not. And so they failed. So my attention very much is on Sumadaji taking on Malcolm Gordon. And this is in the flyweight division. I can tell you that Sumadaji is coming in at -300. Malcolm Gordon coming in at +260. And this should be relatively straightforward for Sumadaji. I'm saying knockout. I don't know when that knockout comes. Could be first round, could be second round. I'm going to say knockout in this. And yeah, it should be a really fun fight. Both of these fighters should really go for it. Certainly Sumadaji will. Gordon is someone that's going to be looking for takedowns, and that's a little bit harder to go for because you've got to find the opening. So I'd imagine Sumadaji will come out and get his striking going. I'd imagine that Gordon just hang back slightly, see if he can find an opening, but he is going to have to try for the takedown. It's going to be really interesting when he does. So yeah, looking forward to this. Should be a lot of fun. Former TKO and WXC flyweight champion. Canelo fights Mayweather again, says get your game on. Bananas are cool if you cut them up first. Mine are all cut up. Not because I can't cope with uncut banana, but because I don't want to sit here just eating a banana. I'll just have a nibble. I'm a nibbler. That's what they call me. They call me wrestling the nibbler days. But yeah, it's a big night tonight. It's a big night. This is going to be a long stream. Even longer considering Google lied to me and we started way too early. But whatever. We're still here for whatever's going to happen tonight and whatever time this all finishes tonight. I know that the main card for UFC doesn't start till 3. And honestly, I haven't got a clue what time the main card for Tyson's going to start. Well, if we all get up and jump. it would have no effect, Austin 316. I think there's a video on YouTube that actually addresses that exact thing, which I'm sure I saw. It wouldn't do anything. If you feel a certain way when you put a food in your mouth, then that already lets you know what's up. No normal person would ever think anything, so secretly you must like them shaped. You must like them shaped foods. I don't feel like that was aimed at me. Whoever that was aimed at, shout out to you. 600 likes now. Okay. Days, is the earth flat? Of course. If it wasn't, we'd all fall off the edge. Wouldn't we'd all be like, how can it be anything other than flat? Sanders got choked out. He did. Days, have you ever got into a fight? I've been in a few fights. I got into a fight at school. I think most of us do. I have no idea what it was over. It was like, I think he was talking trash about me. So then I'd talk trash about him. And it's ended up, you know what I mean? Where it's like, it's got to happen. Lunchtime. It's going to happen. And so we had this fight. And to be honest, there wasn't really a winner. I mean, like, I remember being really frustrated because I was swinging for him. And I was hitting him and he was hitting me. But the crowd that was around kept tripping us over. Like, they weren't just standing and watching. They were, like, putting their legs in. And I was, like, tripping over. Because they were, like, I don't know if they were, like, his friends. Or if they were just trying some way to get involved. Kids. I mean, look, you're talking secondary school. So, whatever. So, yeah, did that. And then I was out drinking once. And there was a fight that I got into. I don't remember how that one started either. But a few things were said, and it wasn't to me, it was to my friends. So then they went out and they were fighting. And of course, then I'm standing there. And then one of the other guy's friends was staring at me. He came at me with a bottle. Like, flip. So, dealt with that situation. But, no, I've not been in any, like, proper fights. Proper, like, sanctioned fights. Right, we are underway anyway with this. Let's try and get the stats on screen. There we go. So you can see Sumadaji already getting a few shots off here. So really good early work by Sumadaji. Jake Paul fight starts 9 p.m. CTS. I don't know what that means. Bad boy days. Yeah. I mean, honestly. Whatever image you've got of me right now is wrong. Because the first fight I was a kid. Here we go. He's down and he's done it. Flippity flip. Sumadaji. Round 1. Knockout. Thanks for coming. Great. First round. I'm treating myself to some banana. Because I can't even tell you about the fight now. What was that? 10 strikes? 10 significant strikes. Round 1. He had him up against the cage. This is like me at school. Exactly. This is exactly what I did at school. Boom! Right to the side of the head. Drove his opponent back. There we go. Still my compass. Boom! You didn't even ask if you could borrow my protractor. Boom! Down he goes. I have never used a protractor again in my life, nor a compass. I remember, like, when I had to buy a compass and a protractor, that was a big deal. Do you know what I mean? Like, we are doing some serious maths if you need a compass and a protractor. If you're at school, if you're watching this and you go to school, I have never used those items ever again. Never. It's a con. You are being lied to. You do not need them. Well, you do at school, but I've never used them. I don't even know if kids today use them. They might have some new eye compass. Do you know what I mean? They might just use their phones. I don't know. We had to do things when I was at school. It's probably an app, isn't there? There's an app now that's a protractor. I don't even know. I'm saying the word protractor. I don't know what one looks like anymore. I can't even remember. Is that like the half circle that's got the... Oh, I'm going to Google it. I'll Google it. I can't sit here talking about things and not truly know what they mean. Protractor. What if I just made it up? What if there was never such a thing? Yes, it is the half circle. Take that. Using a protractor. Maths is fun. Whatever. It helps you measure angles. When do you ever need that? I mean, in all fairness, maybe a builder would. But no, they wouldn't. It's a builder. I've never seen a builder with a protractor thinking about it. It's too small. Shout out to builders out there. And the extra shout out if you're a builder that uses a protractor. It's a good word. Right, I need to stop the clock anyway. Because... not because I have to, but because Sue Madaji won that fight in round 1 by knockout. Let me jot that down. We haven't started yet with the Tyson. Don't worry about that. Did you know there's only 10 fights on this card tonight? We've already done 2. Sue Madaji. Round 1. Getting that sweet KO in 44 seconds. I'm writing that down. 44 seconds. Didn't even have a chance to tell you about how I was a high school bully before Sue Madaji got the job done. I don't know what's next. I can see people saying what's next. Let me have a look. Okay. Right, so Gordon lost that one. And next fight. Oh, here we go. Gina Mazzani against Rachel Ostovich in a... Oh my God, how are these two women employed by the UFC fight? This is a you really don't belong here, why are you here fight. So, very much looking forward to this one. Gina Mazzani is got an incredible record of 1-4, won 1, lost 4. And she lost her last fight in 22 seconds. That last fight that we just saw lasted twice as long as Gina Mazzani's last fight. She likes to drive against the cage. She's going to have a 6.5-inch reach advantage, but I've got no confidence that she's going to use it well. She's got only 20% takedown defense. She takes more shots than she throws. But she does finish 70% of her fights when she finishes her fights. She's taken on Rachel Ostovich, who is a live dog here. Ostovich is the underdog. She's 1-2. She hasn't fought for 2 years. She lost to Paige Van Zandt. I mean, that enough should be a red flag. If you lose to Paige Van Zandt, you've got to ask some big questions about yourself. She's on a 2-fight losing streak. She's probably better at the striker, better grappler. She is 2-3 in the last 5. She's going to look for submissions. She's got judo. She's got wrestling. I am leaning to Ostovich, but honestly, it's so hard to call. This is so hard to call because they're both awful. They're both awful. This is going to be well worth watching because it's going to be horrific. It's going to be... Maybe they're both so bad, they'll both make each other good. Perhaps they'll both make each other look really good. So this could actually turn out to be a good fight. But when they're in against capable fighters, they are just, in my opinion, not UFC caliber. Mazzani is 1-4. She's lost 4 fights in the UFC and won once. Do the maths. And you don't need a protractor for that. Ostovich, 1-2. So she's been away for 2 years. It's hard to know what to expect from her. It's hard to know what she's going to bring. So, I don't know. Maybe you go Ostovich. I have underlined Mazzani. I think... I know what I'm getting with Mazzani, and it's not good. I don't know what I'm getting with Ostovich. It might be all right. She's been away for 2 years. This is a hard one. A lot of people that were predicting this fight were like, stay away. Stay away from this one. It's not worth it. So, let's go Ostovich. Let's have a gamble, shall we? It's a Saturday night. Let's have a gamble. Let's go Ostovich. I'm going to go Ostovich. I don't know what she's bringing. She could be horrific. If she's awful, don't judge me by that. I'm sitting here saying we haven't seen her in 2 years. I don't know what to expect. But both of these fighters are awful. Yeah, I hope that message is out there. Come on, Ostovich, says Ben. Monica says they both suck. Ha, ha, ha. Monica says I got Mazzani via decision. Ha, ha, ha. You like laughing tonight, don't you, Monica? You're in a laughing mood. Days. Hi, Days. Hi, Cody. Ostovich, first team all baddie. What fight is on right now? Nothing on UFC. Diddly on UFC, so you're not missing out anything there. We're in round 8 of this Gonzalez fight. So I think it's the 8th and final round. It's gone all 8 rounds. I can't tell you who's winning because I haven't really been watching it. Yeah, but it's not a fight anyone cares about anyway. People are here for Tyson. People are here for Tyson, and we're still a decent way away from the Tyson fight yet. We've got Jake Paul coming up before that. And before that, we got champion, 37-year-old Badu Jack, who's got a record of 22 wins and only 3 defeats. And he's taken on Blake McKernan. Badu Jack giving all the proceeds of his victory tonight. I mean, it is going to be a victory. He's coming in at minus 2,000 favourite. So, of his victory tonight, he's going to give all proceeds to the Badu Jack Foundation, which helps, I think it's children, predominantly all over the world. So, very cool. Very, very cool. Again, if you are watching, I don't know how many likes were up. Last time we saw it was 600. But if you are watching and you haven't left a like, leave a like. Drop that like on the channel, on the stream. It makes a massive difference. Drop that like and let's see if we can get to 1,000. Oh, 628. It's gone up 28. So there we go. Jordan Simon. Shout out to you, sir. Says, what if this is like the Tyson fights of old, where we spend good money on a pay-per-view and boom, Mike ends it in seconds in round 1. It's a really good point, Jordan. It's a really good point. It's exactly what could happen. This is a very hard fight for people to predict because we've not seen Tyson in 15 years and we just don't know what shape he's in. He let himself really go. At one point, he was like 320 pounds. He's lost 100 pounds. 100 pounds. Not like recently. I mean, like over the space of the past 3 years. Because apparently he got himself into shape. Because I think like people were saying to him that he didn't look brilliant. He didn't look like healthy. So he got himself back into shape and he looked healthy again. And he decided, like, I need to do something with this. Like, I've worked hard to get into shape. I need to do something now that I'm in shape. And so that's how this fight came about. So, yeah, he is someone that's kind of been on a bit of a roller coaster since he retired. And it's just hard to know what he's going to look like fight-wise. So, but could he go in there and find that knockout punch right at the start? He could. He could. And I think that is making people nervous, to be honest. Because, I mean, that's what he was known for. And it'd be a lot of money to not see a fight. Do you know what I mean? Like, I really want to see Jones Jr. doing, you know, his movement. I want to see how he is in the ring at the age of 51. I know we only saw him a few years ago, but, man, a couple of years is a long time to be out of the ring. So, what's his movement like now? What's that left hook like? I mean, again, he was known as Captain Hook because of his incredible left hook and his hand speed. And I'd like to see all that. And if we get robbed of all of that, because Tyson comes in and goes, boom. Do you know what I mean? That will suck. That will suck. But at least we can have a good moan about it. So, shout out to you, Jordan, Simon. I'm going to keep everything crossed that it doesn't go that way. Daniel says we're at 652 likes now. I'm feeling like this is possible, you know. Feeling pretty good about this. Don't know about you, but I'm feeling pretty good that we can get there. I'm feeling pretty good that we can get there. Right now, the Gonzalez fight has finished. And we've had such quick finishes. I mean, that last fight finished in 44 seconds. So we're actually just looking back at the UFC fights that we've had so far. So, again, if you are watching this thinking, why is he not talking about Tyson? It's because we're a long way from the Tyson fight. And also because there is nothing happening on either show right now. So, but as soon as we do get going, then I will bring you that info. Dirk says 2 fights, 2 finishes. Let's go. Yeah, it's been good. Wrestling Days fan, shout out to you. Enrique says Tyson knockout, then a disqualification. No joke. I can see that. I can see that. I mean, the fans, if he gets the knockout, it doesn't matter, does it? I mean, Tyson, in the fans, the eyes of the fans, will be the winner. So it won't really matter what happens. But yeah, they said no knockouts. But you can't tell me that if he's got the opening, if he's gone under and he's right there, you can't tell me he's not going to let that punch go. Of course he is. Of course he is. In the heat of battle, this is a man that bites people's ears off. So you're telling me that he's going to get into the position, Jones Jr. is going to be there, and in his head he's going to go, don't do it. I was trying to do an impression then, I can't do a Tyson impression. Don't do it. Don't throw the punch. Or however he sounds. So yeah, he will. I love your beard. Thank you. It's a big fan of you as well, Karina. Shout out to you. Jake Paul fight is expected 9 Central. What is that, Eastern? Is that like 10 Eastern? So is that about 3 a.m.? Is that about in an hour? Shout out to builders that use protractors. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. They're the real heroes. That would take guts, wouldn't it? Do you know what I mean? You've got other builders around using lasers to do measuring, and out you come with a little protractor. That would take balls. That would take balls. How would you beat a demo Gorgon? What's a demo Gorgon? Is that something from like Dragon Ball Z? Under Greek mythology. I don't know how I would beat one. I've never even heard of one. I don't know. Perhaps I'd throw a garlic at it. Does it like garlic? Might not like garlic. Has anyone checked if it likes garlic? Has anyone found out if it's got allergies? Because it might be like allergic to pollen, or garlic's a good one. It might be like wheat intolerant. It might struggle again with milk and things. So I'd throw like milk, garlic at it and see where I got to. I mean, it would certainly get distracted. I think we can agree that. Stranger Things. Oh, I don't watch Stranger Things. I've never seen Stranger Things. I'm aware of it, but I've never seen it. But yeah, throw garlic at it. When is Jake Paul fighting? Jake Paul is apparently fighting 9 Central. Days, it's from Stranger Things. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Has it got a weakness? I don't know. Use the protractor for architectural designs, not actual building processes. Oh. Yeah, fair enough. But, I mean, like, in all fairness, you're going to need to know that when you're putting, like, a floor in, you need to know that it's level. And granted, you could use a spirit level. That would be the most accepted method. But what if you slap the old protractor against the side and the thing was at the 90-degree mark? That would do the job as well, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? You put the protractor the one side and it's 90 degrees. And then you go down the other end, put the protractor on and it's 90 degrees. It's 90 degrees, it's level. Done. If I was a building foreman, I'd be like, there is no spirit levels allowed on this site. Thank you very much. Because I don't like anything to do with spirits. Because I'm an ex-alcoholic. So, you've all got to use protractors. Because my dad was actually a farmer. So, there we go. I would insist upon it. Right. They're just talking about Tyson's achievements. And as you can imagine, they are plentiful. 19 fights in a row won by KO. from 86 all the way up to, was it like 90? Absolutely incredible. WBC World Heavyweight Champion, WBA World Heavyweight Champion, IBF World Heavyweight Champion, Lineal World Heavyweight Champion, WBC World Heavyweight Champion, WBA World Heavyweight Champion. Had his last professional fight, June 2005. It's been a while. It's been a long road. Days, how would you beat a mind flayer? Oh my God, what's this? What's all this? Is this what? This is how we're going to fill the time? You're going to ask me about how I'm going to beat all these different things? What's a flipping mind flayer? In Dungeons and Dragons. Oh my God. How would I beat... What is a mind flayer? Oh no, that's a Stranger Things. Is that in Stranger Things? Mind flayer is a powerful being of unknown origin. Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you how I would beat it then. I would go up to it and go... I understand that you're of an unknown origin, but I found your parents, like this. And it'd be like, so confused. And I'd be like, in this envelope is the name of your parents. And all of a sudden, that mind flayer is not thinking about fighting me. All of a sudden now the game has changed. Right now, it wants to... It's of an unknown origin. Imagine living your life not knowing your origin, and all of a sudden... This guy arrives saying, I know your background. I've got the DNA results. I could have, like, Jerry Springer with me and Maury with me as well. And they can be, like, nodding in the background, confirming that what I'm saying is true. And then, there we go. That'll buy me enough time to get out of there. Do you know what I mean? Or punch him in the face. But, yeah, if he's got unknown origin, that would seem like a weakness to me. You've got to find weaknesses. This is about finding weaknesses. Find your enemy's weakness and exploit it. Like Rachel Ostovich, who's making her way down. She's a pretty young lady. So if I was in there with her, I'd be like, you're Ratchet. She'd be like, excuse me? I'd be like, you're Ratchet. And do you know what? Your gram game... Yeah, sucks. Who had weapons on SmackDown? Who had weapons on... I don't know, what do you mean? Like chairs? There was quite a few chairs. Jey Uso, she's struggling to get a bloody jacket off. Oh my God! She can't even get a jacket off! Rachel Ostovich! Had her hands back like this. She was like, ah. She got undone by her own jacket. She had to get the trainer to take the jacket off for her. This is a sham. It's a sham, I tell you. Do you think Tyson can come back and be heavyweight champion? No. No. We saw him 15 years ago and he was losing to average fighters. So no. He is not beating Tyson Fury right now or Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder could wear all the entrance gear in the world. He could actually have his water spiked. And he still would beat Mike Tyson right now. An absolute legend in the 80s. But that was the 80s. Do you know what else was popular in the 80s? Rubik's Cube. You try and get kids today to play with a Rubik's Cube rather than the PS5. Yeah? Good luck with that. Good luck with that. That's about that. That is the most apt comparison on the internet today. That is how much of a chance Mike Tyson has got of becoming heavyweight champion. Is the same chance of you convincing some children to give up their PS5 for a Rubik's Cube. Don't tell me there's kids out there that would do it. I'm not interested. Right? I've made my point. I'm feeling pretty smug. We're moving on. And we're moving on to a god-awful fight. We are starting very soon on the main card as well for Jones and Tyson. Mazzani has made her way down as well. Right, let's... If you are watching and you're not subscribed, hit the subscribe. Make sure that you're joining us because we're here every week for UFC. And normally we don't have to watch like 2 shows at the same time. So, yeah, join us for that. But also, leave a like. It makes a massive, massive difference. A huge difference if you drop a like on the stream. So, leave a like. Support. Help us all you can. I'm not going to be talking to you about Shadow Raiders. I'm not talking to you about shaving your private areas and about how great it is that this shaver comes with a torch. I'm not doing that because I've got dignity. It's not that. They haven't been in touch, in all fairness. They haven't been in touch. They've never called. They've never called. Honestly. Unflipping believable. I'm here every single week. They've never called. So as a result, I'm going to start a rival company called Dayscaped. Anyway, we've got Rachel Ostovich in there, who is a plus 170 underdog. I really don't feel great going for her, to be honest. I don't feel great going for her. I feel like she's basically the UFC's version of Kim Kardashian. Ostovich is going to win this one via submission. Mazzani, let's go! The YouTube club, shout out to you, my friend. Day's actually been probably over a year since we spoke. No way. No, I remember you. Anyway, who are you backing for the Jake Paul Tyson fight? And also, is Vegan Strong Style here? He does pop in from time to time. Haven't seen him for a couple of months now. But, yeah, he does pop in still from time to time. So, I'd imagine our paths will cross again. I'm going with Jake Paul. I think Jake Paul will get the job done. I think he's been taking it quite serious. And I think from the footage I've seen, he looks in decent shape. So, if he was in there against a proper fighter, I think it would be different. But he's in there against Nate Robinson, who, as far as I know, has got no fight experience. So, whereas Jake Paul at least has. He's fought amateur and he's fought one professional fight as well. Against no ones. But anyway, we're underway. We've got Mazzani against Ostovich. As we said, Mazzani very much going to be looking for her strikes. We've got Ostovich that's going to be looking for takedowns. Mazzani driving back against the cage and getting a takedown. Mazzani with a 6.5-inch reach advantage. She's competent down on the ground, but so is Ostovich. And she's really tying her up a bit here. I gotta tell you, she's looking pretty good at the moment, Mazzani. She is a little bit high. She's seemingly going for an arm bar. Let's try and get... She has got a body triangle on at the moment. We do have the stats behind us as to what's happening with this fight. We're still not underway with... Tyson. Good work by Ostovich, who's managed to get back up to her feet. So, both women on their feet. That was a really good phase there for Mazzani. James Terrell, shout out to you, my friend. We're at 700 likes. That is incredible. Shout out to everyone that's jumping in, stopping by. Massively appreciated. The Tyson Roy Jones Jr. fight is coming up, as is Jake Paul versus Nate Robinson. At the moment, we are watching UFC. We're at fight number 3 for UFC. The main card for the boxing hasn't started yet. We've got Ostovich against Mazzani right now, round 1. We're at 2 minutes 40 odd. And quite even on the feet. Both women doing a decent job on the feet. But managed to get that takedown, did Mazzani. So she is certainly leading this round for me. She's also the favourite in this one, which is worth mentioning. Coming in, I think it was minus 140 against Ostovich. That was plus 120. Nice leg kick coming in there by Mazzani. And nice left hand, straight left coming down by Mazzani as well. So Mazzani, 13 strikes to 11. She's got 29% accuracy, which is awful. Against Ostovich, that's 37%. Neither of these women should be in the UFC. Really, honestly, neither of them. Gets driven back against the cage, Ostovich. She manages to spin round, though. She's going to try and get Mazzani down, but Ostovich is up against the cage. Has she got a bit of blood coming down her nose? I think Ostovich might have a little bit of blood coming down the nose. But knees coming into the thighs right now by Mazzani. And Deji would beat 11. Thank you. I would beat 1 to 10 as well. I'd do them all. Knees coming in by Mazzani. She's managed to get 22 total strikes. Ostovich kind of kicking back, driving Mazzani back. Couple of quick jabs. Nice spinning kick there by Ostovich, but couldn't really land it. Nice jab coming in. Dancing back a little bit, but a little bit of distance between them. I think 50-odd seconds to go. We're probably largely done in this round. Can't see there being anything significant. For me, this is a Mazzani round. I think the takedown was the standout moment. So I think it's looking quite good for Mazzani. Good movement by Ostovich. Nice strikes, nice right hand as well. Good kick to the legs there by Mazzani. Ostovich on the back foot, trying to find an opening, looking for a kick to the body, but couldn't get it. Nice calf kick coming back by Mazzani. High kick coming in by Ostovich, but again couldn't land it. Nice kick to the body, but Ostovich just out of range. Both of these women work in range well, but it's just preventing them from landing. But Ostovich was up against the cage, and that is it for round number 1. So round 1 is in the books. I'm going with Mazzani. You can see the numbers on the board behind me. 10 to 9, 11 to 9 for me. The only thing that would separate it is that takedown. But it probably was the most significant moment that we had so far tonight. So, again, when it comes to the Tyson fight, we do just have a bit of a preview. They're just kind of previewing it. You're not missing out on anything. So it is just a preview of what is to come. There's no action, no fights at the moment. They're still building the excitement. Right, and we are about to get underway with round number 2. As soon as we're done with this fight, I do need to just change the channel over. And then I'll have UFC on the TV. Right, we should be underway with round 2. Boom. Shout out to the chat. I can't see the chat at the moment. I will try and get to you. Mauro is going to be the commentator. Do you know, I didn't hear the commentary for that first fight, so I don't know if Mauro's the commentator. I will have to have a look into that. I'm sure people in the chat will let us know. Right now, we've got Mazzani trying to get a takedown on Ostovich, and she's managed to do that. Ostovich is down, and Mazzani has managed to grab her arm. She's got her around the waist, both women getting back up to the feet. This seems quite comfortable work for Mazzani. She seems to be able to take Ostovich down at will. I mean, what I will say is all credit to Ostovich, who is an attractive woman who is in there at the UFC trying to compete. She's trying to fight. And she doesn't have to. Do you know what I mean? She's the kind of person that I think could make a living off just being on Instagram. But she's in there trying to compete, but she's just not a match for Mazzani by the looks of it, who is taking Ostovich down at will with ease. She's on top of her at the moment. Ostovich desperately trying to get out. She's on her back on the ground. with Mazzani on top with a nice choke applied. But, I mean, like, there's not much of a squeeze there. I don't think that Ostovic is in trouble. She's trying to deliver some elbows to the head. I think it's just frustrating. I think Ostovic is just being controlled. She just can't get out of it. And this is just great control time for Mazzani. So again, Ostovic trying to... yeah, she's doing good. Oh, she's managed to get onto the back. She could get a rear naked here, Ostovic. She couldn't hold on, unfortunately, and she just gets punched in the face. That was a good reversal by Ostovic. I really don't feel like she should have been able or allowed to have executed that and got out of that. But she manages to get out of it. She manages to get onto her feet. Both women are standing right now. Again, over on the Tyson channel, it is just showing footage of Tyson from back in the day. But yeah, we're back onto our feet in regards to Mazzani and Ostovic. Kick coming into the body. David says, what a transition by Ostovic. Jonathan, we are streaming Rumble, yes. Update the stat screen. Is it not updating? In all fairness, there wasn't anything, I think, to update. I don't know if there was anything. Because they were down on the ground for a long time. Nice takedown again by Mazzani on top with Ostovic on her side. So, again, Mazzani just taking her down at will. It's just really not a problem for Mazzani to get her down. Strikes coming into the side of the head. We've got 1 minute 30 here. Can't hate on Osta just because she's pretty. She's cute and a way better fighter than I thought, says KD Witherspoon Allen. Oh, definitely. I don't hate on her because she's attractive. I just don't think she's a very good fighter. And I don't think she's in there with... I mean, she is fighting against Mazzani, and she's being taken down with ease. And Mazzani is 1-4 in the UFC. Mazzani is pretty much as bad as it gets in the UFC. And right now, Ostovic is being ragdolled around. I think Ostovic lost round 1. I think that she is being kind of dominated as well. Look at this, just thrown down at will. Thrown down at absolute will. Right now, I can tell you, Ostovic, 26-27. 6 takedowns. 6 takedowns so far. We want 7. We want 7. Come on. Come on, Mazzani. Take us to 7th heaven. Big strikes coming in. She's got Ostovic against the side of the cage. These two really throwing back and forth as we're getting towards the end of the second round. 53 strikes to 30. 6 takedowns for Mazzani. And Mazzani is winning this fight. She takes round 1. She takes round 2. And she's going to take this fight by the looks of it. Unless Ostovic can find something. Boom. Right. Round 3 coming up very soon. Again, if you're watching and you've not dropped a like, drop a like. It makes a massive difference. Don't know where we are with the likes. Last I heard, we were at like 700. I will shut up when we get to say... Let's push it, shall we? Should we push it? 1,250. I'll shut up when we get to that. Because I feel like we haven't even got going with like Jake Paul or anything yet. So I feel like 1,000 should be achievable. So I will. You've got my word. I mean, I won't just shut up. I'll shut up about the likes when we get to 1,250. Right, we are underway anyway with the third and final round in this one. Third and final round. For me, Mazzani is 2 rounds to 0. 750. Okay. Awesome. 500. And I'll shut up. David said, is that your human blanket? Yes. The spirits of the dead people visited me and said it was fine. They said that they really enjoyed the fame. So, for those of you that don't know, this is apparently made out of Sherpa skin. And Sherpas are apparently people. That's what we found out. Right, knee strikes coming in by Mazzani. And Ostovic up against the cage. And Mazzani looking for another takedown. We're at 6 at the moment. We really want 7. Mazzani is winning, for those that are interested. For me, she's 2 rounds to 0. Ostovic, I think her boob is literally about to pop out. But it didn't. Breaking news, it didn't. And she goes right back to the center. Nice kick to the midsection by Mazzani. Ooh, nice. Nice. Some nice jabs coming in. Left-hand jabs. Right on the chin by Mazzani. Drives Ostovic again against the cage. And Ostovic looks gassed by this point. But Mazzani just not finding that KO power. She's actually connected quite a few times. She's punching her on the chin quite a few times. And Ostovic is not going down. So I don't know if it's Ostovic's chin or if it's that Mazzani has got no power. But she has hit a flush quite a few times. So, and overhand right there by Ostovic. Mazzani is asking a few questions here. Ostovic asking a few of her own. Oh, she went for a spinning back elbow there. Mazzani grabbing Ostovic, trying to drive her against the cage. So she's managed to get Mazzani up against the cage right now. Knee strike coming in. And Ostovic really seems to be out of ideas. The only thing that she's got is to just hit and hope. And Mazzani is kind of taking that away with another takedown there. 7. Number 7 has arrived. So we've got 7 takedowns for Mazzani now. And Ostovic, as we said, seems to be gassed. Elbows coming in. Forearm strikes coming in. Mazzani really laying on that ground and pound. And the referee's having a look. Because Ostovic is going to have to do something to defend against this. She's managed to get onto the back. She's looking for a... I think it was a choke. It looked like a rear naked, but she couldn't quite get it. So Mazzani all over Ostovic right now. All over Ostovic. And Ostovic, though, managing to get to her feet. You've got to give Ostovic credit for heart. That's what I'm going to give her credit for. I think she shows great heart. I think she shows, like, she's been punched in the face a lot. She's been taken down 7 times. And she's still in the fight. So, got to give her credit for that. So, credit to Ostovic for that. With 1 minute 18, we're definitely on track. Oh, kick, that hurt. That hurt. You could see that hurt her. And now big strikes coming in by Mazzani. Hammer fists coming in. The referee's having a look. Strikes to the side of the head. Mazzani seems to just be punching with pillows. Because Ostovic is just getting straight back up. Ostovic straight back up to her feet. Another kick. And that's it. Look, Ostovic doubles over in pain. It's ended. The ref's come in and called it. Those kicks have done all the damage. For the second time, Ostovic goes down, doubled in pain. And it's done. Front kick, look at it. Liver shot, right in the liver. Mazzani gets the win. I mean, in all fairness, it was a foregone conclusion anyway. Mazzani was winning that fight. So, another finish. So, if you are just joining us, Mazzani gets the win late, really late in round 3. Mazzani, round 3, with a stoppage. 3-0, baby. Monica, did everyone in your group just go with your picks again? Sonny says, hell yeah, Queens. Got to do better on the cardio. Why didn't they count all the takedowns? Oh, they did. The stats behind, for whatever reason, haven't updated. Perhaps there's a few too many screens that's open. Rather a lot. In fairness, there are a lot of screens. So perhaps it's just struggling to like bring all the information through. But yeah, there we go. I'll try and keep an eye on that to make sure that it's going to keep them all updated. Right, we are getting the result on that. I do need to just change this channel because this is on the wrong channel for UFC. So I am just going to change this over. I can't change it here because annoyingly the receiver is over by the stairs. So I need to go over there to change the channel. So I am just going to step away for a second now that this fight has finished and nothing has begun with Tyson yet. So we're not missing anything with Tyson Roy Jones Jr. We've had one fight so far. It was a prelim fight. We haven't had any of the main card. Nothing. It doesn't even look like we're that close to anything either. So, yeah, now seems like the right time to do it. So I'm going to leave you with the human skinned blanket just for a moment. I mean, we are talking all of 15 seconds. And now I will be back. I am literally going to change the channel. So I'll leave you with the Sherpas, the spirits of the Sherpas. Give me 1 second. Hang on, I'll put him there so you don't. Anyone that just comes in now are going to be freaked out, aren't they? They're going to be properly freaked out. That's my cover. Right, see, I don't even think it was, hang on, go away. I didn't even think that was 10 seconds, was it? That is amazing work. Right, we've got some hip-hopper doing some hip-hops things. I don't know who he is, though. I'm going to say that he is Wiz Khalifa, but he might not be. But it looks like we might be going to our first boxing fight on this main card. Project Hope. Look at the ring, man, and look at the rig that they've got. That rig looks awesome. All around the boxing ring, you've got this track, so the camera can like do some swooping shots. Looks awesome. Right, so coming up next, Ortiz against Sagawa. WBC USNBC lightweight title. It's going to be an 8-round fight. So it is Ortiz against Sagawa. This is our first fight on the main card. After this, we move on to the likes of Badu Jack. And we move on to then the likes of Jake Paul. So things are getting going now. Ortiz coming in with a 3-centimeter advantage. I mean, that's why is it in centimeters? So he's coming in with a 3-centimeter advantage, which is nothing. Ortiz 24, Sagawa 29. So we are going on this. I mean, personally, I'm not too bothered by this first fight. I don't know how you feel, but I'm not too bothered about it. But we are getting through this this card, aren't we? We're already at the final prelim. Martin Day against Dos Santos. So we do need to change this over. Who is the next UFC fight? We're doing it now, bud. It is Martin Day taking on Anderson Dos Santos. So Day versus Dos Santos. I can't give you any preview on this next boxing one, because this originally was going to be on the pre-show. It wasn't a main card fight. So, Ortiz versus Sagawa. Right, there we go. So those are our 2 fights. I can give you preview on the UFC one. And I've completely lost the chat. Boom. For this one, so this is our main event of the prelims. Martin Day taking on Anderson Dos Santos. Loser could get released. Day is 0-2 in the UFC. He is a striker, but he's got good kicks, good counterpuncher. Should have more volume as well. He's got 50% takedown accuracy, 72% takedown defense. He throws 5.39 strikes per minute. He's got a real advantage on the feet. Dos Santos, 0-2 in the UFC. Lost both by decision, so he's used to going the distance. He does look for finishes. He's got a good record of 20-8, bags of experience. Martin Day is only 8-4, but he has been knocked out 3 times. Anderson Dos Santos. I'm leaning to Day because I think Day has faced the better fighters. So I'm leaning towards Day, but yeah, there's no denying that this is going to be quite tasty. Right, we are underway with the boxing. So the boxing is up and running. We got Ortiz against Sagawa. This is only 6 rounds, this one. But yeah, when it comes to UFC, I'm leaning towards Martin Day. It's a bantamweight fight. Bookies have got Day at -150. They got Dos Santos at +130. So I think the bookies are leaning towards Day as well. Still not started with UFC. But if you are just joining us with the boxing, we have started with the main card. So we have started and we are at fight number 1. I should probably put that, shouldn't I, next to the fight so that people know where we are. So the first fight, really, of the evening. First proper fight, Ortiz against Sagawa is our first fight. And Day versus Dos Santos, it's our 4th fight of the evening for UFC. Whew, information everywhere. Look at all this information. It's everywhere. Am I the only one that's going with Dos Santos? Yes. Even Dos Santos isn't going with Dos Santos. No, Dos Santos has got a chance, but I've got Martin Day. Dos Santos, 11 wins coming via submission, so just over 50% of his wins coming by sub. So he is going to be using his wrestling. A lot of his fights tend to go the distance, as we said. So, right, that's a commercial break. They're probably doing the ring walks for UFC. So we can just keep an eye on the boxing at the moment. Ortiz. There's nothing on the screen that tells you what boxer is wearing what, which I do think's a bit annoying. It's nice and clean. I do like it. It does look nice. But I do wish there was just a little colour next to their name that told you who was wearing what. But it does says Ortiz Sagawa, 1 of 6. This is coming through Triller, who I've never heard of. But it does look nice. And this is in, I believe, the Staples Center in Los Angeles. I've got Day by decision, says Austin. If you are watching and you're not subscribed, hit the subscribe. Make sure that you are leaving a like as well. It's really important. It massively helps. UFC just put a countdown to the first fight up, and it was like minus numbers because, of course, we've already had the first fight. And, of course, we're using a different clock now. And so, as a result, the flipping alarm's going off. Right, boom. Watching Christmas with the Cranks. Amazing. Dos Santos in 3, says Danny Barnhouse. Next time Days will stream, he should pin a chat saying footage not shown to YouTube. Basic copyright rules. Can you pin chats now? I didn't even know you could do that. Can you do that? LSW says we're at 803. Amazing. There we go. 450 and I'll shut up. Can't say fairer than that, can I? I can't say fairer than that. We're still not underway with the UFC. But we are underway with the boxing. We are actually at round number 2 now. This is going to be a nightmare. I can already tell this is going to be a nightmare, having to change round numbers and all of this. Some nice, really heavy shots coming in. Some lovely body shots coming in by Sagawa. Going up top. Big overhand right as well, but just fell short. Driving Ortiz back into the corner by Sagawa. Looking very impressive. Nice jab coming into the body. Big uppercut. Lovely combo work as well by Sagawa. Going low to the body and then nice hook to the top by Ortiz. Nice head movement. Moving to the side. Just trying to stay out of range. A shot falls short there by Sagawa. Lovely jabs. That right jab. Right hand jab by Ortiz. Getting through. And again. Just falling short, though, by the looks of it. It's really hard to see from the camera angle, but he's throwing a lot, and it's just falling short. It looks like Sagawa's working the range so well. Looking very composed, looking very comfortable, Sagawa. Right, UFC just about to begin with their main event of the prelims. Sagawa pushing Ortiz back. He's got him against the ropes. As we said, not too into this. It's not a fight that I've got a great deal of interest in. I know everyone's here for Tyson and Roy Jones Jr. That fight coming up. Jake Paul. Fight coming up as well. Bow, shout out to you. Dirty Gaming says boxing is a dying sport. I think a lot of things are struggling against UFC, to be honest. I think pro wrestling is struggling against UFC. I think UFC is a sport that's kind of really emerged in the past 20 odd years. Kind of 25 and like, you know, I think 93 was the first UFC show. And it's revolutionized combat, hasn't it, really? I think a lot of boxing fans now watch UFC. I think a lot of pro wrestling fans now watch UFC. And I think really to the detriment, I think people have moved away from pro wrestling. Because pro wrestling would have a bigger audience if UFC didn't exist. No doubt about it. I think that's where a large chunk of the audience has gone, and the same with boxing. But I think, you know, there's a place for all of them, and it's well, as you can see. I mean, look at the excitement around Tyson and Roy Jones Jr. Nate Robinson just arriving. It shows that the appetite is still there for boxing, but it is struggling. There's no denying that. I think there's too many chefs. There's too many people doing their own thing in boxing. With UFC, it's all central. It's all Dana. Do you know what I mean? Dana was able to keep putting fights on, wasn't he? During like the pandemic, but boxing couldn't because they couldn't work it out. It needs that one kind of voice, that central person. We're still not underway with UFC, by the way. Mauro is a goat. It's not Mauro that's on commentary for me. I don't know if you guys have got different commentators, but I haven't got Mauro. If golf is considered a sport, then why can't pro wrestling be? Days, how are your picks going? Good, I think, actually. Good. I think I got the first one wrong, but everything else has been fine. So, yeah, feeling pretty good. Dana versus Vince versus Eddie Hearn. Yeah, if Eddie Hearn had more influence, then... but obviously boxing, you know, you've got your agents and it's all negotiations and it's too messy. UFC shows that when it's all done within the one organisation, you got the one, like, you know, person at the top. Granted, you might say that Dana and whatever have got too much control and, you know, maybe don't pay the fighters what they should be getting paid. I understand all that, but I think match-wise, putting matches together, giving the fans what they want, UFC does a much better job on a regular basis. But this is a big night for boxing. But we've got to admit, it is a controversial night as well. It is a night that people are very much split on. People don't know how to feel about it. They don't, I mean, if tonight's a disaster and someone gets badly hurt, we're all going to look back on this being a really bad idea. So it is a big night for boxing. Because if it works, this could be something that we start seeing a lot more of these legends kind of coming back for these exhibitions. Because now they know people will buy them. Now they know that there is an audience that will tune in for these exhibition fights. So Sagawa is doing well for me here. I mean, I am talking to you guys and juggling a few different things, but from what I'm seeing, Sagawa's looking quite impressive. It's Ortiz that's on the back foot a lot, trying to find the counter shots, and seemingly Sagawa always being just that little bit out of range. Tries to throw a big overhand left, but couldn't land it. Martin Day, 3 wins by knockout, 3 first-round finishes. Taekwondo black belt. About to step inside the octagon. Ortiz ending the round well. So, boxing-wise, we're about to get going with round number 4. And UFC-wise, we're about to get going with our first round. This is going to be my first proper test of the night. This is the first time we're going to have 2 fights on at the same time. So, this is stressful. Yeah, we're still a few hours away from getting to Mike Tyson if you are just joining us. I didn't sleep for 366 days once. Amazing. Mauro is on commentary here in America. Oh, I'm pleased for you. I'm pleased for you, but that is not the experience that I have right now. Okay, we are underway with round number 4 of the boxing. And UFC-wise, they are just... UFC will get my attention more than what the boxing will here. They are just doing the intros at the moment, though. Where are we with the likes? What's the like situation? Do I have to shut up about it yet? Can I shut up about it? We're trying to get to 1,250 likes. Last time we heard we were at, what, 800? So I think we were like 450 away. And then I said I wouldn't ask anymore. But I am going to keep asking until we get there. Shout out to Al Sadi King. Shout out to you, my friend. I really appreciate the support. And you are joining us just as we're about to get going with the first fight. Or the final fight, I should say. On UFC. It's the first fight on the Tyson card we've got going. And are both clocks working? No, is the answer. This is This is pushing my computer to the limit. That's what we're doing right now. We are absolutely pushing my computer to the limit. It is habit. It is melting in front of my eyes. So, there we go. Hopefully that's doing something. So, I can tell you that we are 2 significant strikes to 3. You got the numbers behind. Obviously, when it comes to like the main event, I will very much focus on Tyson and whatever. Down went Dos Santos there. We got Day against. This is good, man. He's coming out hard here. Dos Santos, really aggressive. He's got Day right up against the cage. Big overhand right, and again. And he tries to drive Day back. And tries to pick him up. He's trying to dump him down. So far, it's Dos Santos. 8, 9 significant strikes to Day that's got 7. So, looking pretty good so far. Knee strike coming in by Dos Santos. And picks him up. Trying to slam him down, but not able to do it by Dos Santos. He's managed to get round the back. And they're just in the clinch at the moment, right up against the cage. This is really good work here by Dos Santos. Day not panicking. Just trying to make sure that he doesn't get taken down. End of the round on the boxing. So the boxing has come to an end in round 4, I think it was. So we're going to round 5. Tyson or Jones? I'm leaning to Jones, my friend. I'm leaning to Jones. None of these clocks are working properly, are they? Absolute scenes. Um, 1.1 likes we need to get. Oh, 863. I thought we were there then. Jake Paul has arrived. Jake Paul has arrived. So, Jake Paul is in the building. Dos Santos has got Day down. You can see the numbers in the background. So, Jake Paul has arrived. We've got... we've got Carnage. That's what we've got. Look at this. I knew I was being too ambitious. It's always been my problem. Right, we've got Dos Santos in control against Day. He's up on significant strikes. He's up on total strikes. And he's managed to get a takedown as well. So, Dos Santos having a really good round so far. Really good round for Dos Santos. Jake Paul is flexing. Yeah, he's just arrived. We just saw him backstage as he came in. We've already seen that Nate Robinson has arrived as well. When it comes to that fight, I'm leaning towards Jake Paul. I think Jake Paul will get the job done. When it comes to the main event, I'm leaning towards Roy Jones Jr. Stavs Acker 28. Shout out to you, my friend, Stavs Acker. Trump or Biden? Oh, politics coming in now. We don't touch politics. But I believe that we've already got a winner, haven't we? I think it's going to be... I'll tell you what, we got a winner here. We got a winner here. We got a guillotine win for Dos Santos. We got a guillotine win for Dos Santos. Dos Santos has won. He's won with a guillotine out of nowhere. I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that. So, there we go. Out of nowhere. It's completely broke my clock. But out of nowhere, we've got a win for Dos Santos. We're still underway with the boxing. We are in round number 5. As you can see on screen, actually. And we are getting down towards the final stages of that. That's a big win for Dos Santos. So he wasn't favorite. Dos Santos came into this at plus 130. Dos Santos. Round 1. Submission. Guillotine. There we go. So we're done with Dos Santos. We're done with that fight. Tell you what, we've been getting some really quick finishes, haven't we? Really quick finishes tonight. These fighters, I think they all want to watch Tyson. So they are not hanging around. So looks like next up we should be getting Pierce versus Kai Kamara. That should be our next fight. Fight number 5. Pierce versus Kai Kamara. There we go. Right, let's reset this. We're up to round 6 on Ortiz and Sagawa. That's good. That's not going to put as much pressure on the computer now. The computer might cope with just having to worry about doing one clock. The chat is here for Tyson and Jake, says Asker. Dos Santos did win, won with a guillotine. Round 1 in 4 minutes 35. 4 minutes 35, Dos Santos winning. Winners tonight, Manes, round 2, rear naked choke. Sumadaji, round 1, 44-second knockout. Mazzani, round 3, TKO. Dos Santos winning round 1 with a guillotine. So those are the UFC results. And we are heading to the main card next. We're actually 13 minutes away from the main card for UFC. And it's not a great main card. Mike Tyson-wise, we're a good few hours away still. Right now, we got Ortiz against Sagawa. And we're in round number 6. Sagawa is looking quite good, but I haven't seen the past few rounds on this. As we said, as soon as the Jake Paul fight starts, that gets our full attention. As soon as Mike Tyson starts, that gets our full attention. But it's a big, big night for sport tonight. It's a big, big night for sport. If you're excited, hit that like. Drop a like if you're excited for what's to come. If you're not excited, if you think this is a sham, if you think this is a disgrace, drop a like and let everyone know. Right, some big, big strikes coming in by Sagawa again. Lovely overhand left. Every time I'm watching this fight, he is the more impressive fighter. Dos Santos now moves to 12 first-round finishes. Nice shots to the body. Lovely hook to the body there by Ortiz. Again, trying to go at top. Good head movement. Ducking down out of the way, but Ortiz... I mean, it's a really fun fight, this one. I will give it that. Sagawa. Nice. Left straight. But it's Ortiz with a nice hook to the body. Up against the ropes. They're doing a lot of work. They're not finding like that big knockout blow. They're just doing some really solid boxing. Stabs Acre 28 says Omega or Moxley. I'd say Omega. I haven't been impressed with Moxley. I haven't been impressed with Moxley at all. I know that he's got a good fan base, but he's just not doing it for me. So I'll go with Omega because he's impressed me more. Not really in AEW, but he had some good tag matches. But I think that he is going to do awesome work as the cleaner. So now that he's gone back to that character. And, of course, that big fight coming on Wednesday. Big fights coming up tonight, though. Huge fights coming up tonight. Not in the UFC. But in the boxing, we got Mike Tyson going to be in action very, very soon. Right, we are in between rounds at the moment for this. We are about to get going in round number 7. Right, round 7, about to get underway. There's 8 rounds in this contest. 8 rounds in this one. We're a good 20-odd minutes away from anything in UFC because we're done with the prelims. So, yeah, we got 10 minutes of, like, recaps. And then they'll probably wait another 10 minutes or so until we get our first fight on the main card. So, wouldn't really expect much from UFC for the next 20, 25 minutes. Which is good because it allows us to focus on what's happening over with Mike Tyson and Roy Jones Jr. Right now we got Ortiz against Sagawa. We're into round number 7. And there's no numbers on screen as to how, like, unofficial scorecards. Which I would like because obviously we haven't been able to watch all of the action. So I would like an unofficial scorecard just to know how they're seeing it. From what I've seen, I think Sagawa's looked good. Ortiz has looked very competent as well. Sagawa backing Ortiz up. Nice shot to the body. Duck underneath. By Ortiz. Sagawa moving forward, showing off great footwork. Some quick, look at them. Lovely left jabs coming in by Ortiz. Really impressive stuff. Targeting up top quite a bit. Looking to throw a lot of uppercuts. Not seeing many body shots by Ortiz. I'm seeing Sagawa work the head and the body a lot more. There, body shots coming in by Sagawa just as we were saying that. Lovely right hand jab by Ortiz. Uses his footwork to get out of the way. But he is caught in the corner a little bit here. But Sagawa not really doing enough to keep him trapped in the corner. Both guys in the center. We're into the final few seconds on this one. Big body shot. That's a big, big moment in this one. Sagawa has gone down to a knee, but he's got up to his feet again. The gum shield came out. He actually had the gum shield in his hand. So that was quite a big moment in this. So Ortiz getting this round at least. Vader 361 says Hogan or Flair. That's a brilliant question. Sagawa down again, and this is not looking good. He's seen enough. So, Sagawa has been stopped for the first time in his career. So there we go. Ortiz gets the win. Ortiz gets the win in that one. Hogan Flair, let me answer that question. I think Flair was undoubtedly the better wrestler. I think that Hogan, you could argue, made the bigger impact around the world. I think you can ask non-wrestling fans to name who's this, and they'll say it's Hogan, but who's this? They may struggle with Flair. I think Hogan got to more notoriety. You know, he did Thunder in Paradise. He was in movies. You didn't really see that so much from Flair. He did a lot of late night talk shows. Obviously, there was more toys and action figures. And I feel like Hogan, they really put the machine behind Hogan. But wrestling-wise, if you want to look at great matches, it's Ric Flair. It's Ric Flair. So I would say my answer as a kid would have been Hogan. because of, seeing him everywhere and the importance of Hogan and not really not watching NWA. When I was a kid, I wasn't even aware of it. I was all WWE. But now, in my later years, and now I've got access to WWE Network, Ric Flair. Ric Flair has got the better matches. His matches against Ricky Steamboat, that feud is one of the best feud in pro wrestling history from the late 80s. So if you want to watch anything, look for Flair, Ricky Steamboat. His matches against Sting are legendary. His matches against Barry Windham in the 80s are legendary as well. He was part of the Four Horsemen. I mean, it just got, and then obviously his farewell match with Shawn in WWE. But it's got to be Flair. It's got to be Flair. I think if you're doing a Mount Rushmore of pro wrestling, there's a real argument that Ric Flair is the first face that you're chiseling into the stone. So it's got to be Flair. But when I was a kid, I'd have said Hogan. Right, we're done with that. So it should be Badu Jack. I'm really, really into this next fight. Badu Jack is a former WBC super middleweight champ, a former WBA light heavyweight champ. He's a bit of a slow starter, but he's got great combination work and he works the body well. He's taken on Blake McKernan, who is 13-0. And Blake McKernan is, I don't know anything about this guy. All I know is he's very confident. He's ex-military. And he says he's been training his whole life for this. And everyone thinks that he's out of his depth. This was meant to be an exhibition. This was not meant to be a proper fight. It was just meant to be an exhibition fight. And it got changed. And I don't know why it got changed, but it got changed. And as a result, now it's a proper fight. Badu Jack is only taking this fight because Mike Tyson asked him to be on this card. And he said, yeah. I think Mike Tyson said, would he be the co-main event? And he said, yeah. So Tyson is a Badu Jack fan. And that's why he's on it. But it's only meant to be an exhibition, but it got changed. So it got changed, and now it's a proper fight. But he's fighting someone that is, on paper, well below his standard. So we've had our first fight. And Ortiz won that one in round 7. With obviously a ref stoppage. And now we're moving to Badu Jack taking on Blake McKernan. Anna Fernandez, shout out to you, my friend, says, happy holidays. I'm ready for some more fights. And the spelling is Kaikamaka. Oh, yeah, I've just spelt it wrong. Shout out to you, dude. Appreciate the support, my friend. Well, let me make sure I spell it right. If I'm going to change it, let me make sure I spell it right. Kaikamaka. It is as simple as that. Vader361 says, what is your wrestling Mount Rushmore? My pro wrestling Mount Rushmore. Ric Flair, Lou Thez, because he is invented loads of moves, one of the longest reigning champions in the history of wrestling. He's just the grandfather of wrestling in many ways. So Lou Thez, Ric Flair, Undertaker, and this is where you go either Hogan or Stone Cold, and I might go Hogan. I wasn't the biggest fan of the Attitude Era. Rock would be around, but just misses out. I don't know that his career was long enough. I think he could have done more. I think Rock could have done more. But a massive star, but we're not judging them by how big of a star they are. I think he could have main evented WrestleMania more. I think he could have stuck around more, but he went off and did Hollywood. So Rock is definitely there or thereabouts, but no, I can't put him on. I can't put him on because you got people like Ed Strangler Lewis. You got people like Bruno Sammartino, who I would argue deserve it more than Rock anyway. So I would say Ric Flair, Lou Thez, Undertaker, maybe Hogan, just because of the impact. Without Hogan being as successful as he was, you don't even get Stone Cold Steve Austin. If the 80s hadn't have worked out, you don't even get an Attitude Era. So that would be my logic. I don't care if Stone Cold made more money for the company. You don't even get there. So I'm going to go Hogan. Old Lady Gaming, shout out to you. That was my thinking. My thinking is that I don't think either of them were incredible wrestlers. So I don't think there's much to separate them on. I think you're judging Stone Cold from 96 to 2002-ish. So you're judging him on about 6 years. Which is quite short. I mean, if you compare that, the length of the career, think about Hogan in the 80s. And then think about the fact he reinvented himself in the 90s as a heel. And the NWO and what he did in WCW. I just kind of feel like all of that just edges it for me. I mean, did Stone Cold make more money than Hogan in his career? I don't know. To be honest, I would doubt it. You're telling me that Stone Cold made more money in 6 years than Hogan did in, what, 20? Find that hard to believe. But I know he made a lot. For WWE. So it made them $1 billion company, didn't he? The Attitude Era. You're not missing anything, by the way. The UFC show hasn't started showing any main card fights yet. We haven't got to Badu Jack yet either. So we are just waiting. That's no problem. It gives us a chance to get a breath. Have a quick breather. It's been non-stop up till this point. So we should be going. We got 3 fights left. We got Badu Jack taking on McKernan. We've got Jake Paul against Nate Robinson. And we got Mike Tyson against Roy Jones Jr. Is the Tyson fight over? No, it's not even begun yet. Hogan is broke because of divorce and racist remarks. Rusty, shout out to you. When is the fight? They're both super rich. Yeah, no, I don't mean making money for themselves. I mean making money for the company. What they did for WWE and the impact that they had. I don't mean who made the most. Stone Cold would have made... Well, again, I would think Stone Cold would have made more because you would think there'd be more money around in the Attitude Era than there was in the 80s, for example. But I mean, how much did they make the WWE? I would judge them on that as well, the impact that they had. But yeah, I still lean to Hogan anyway. Goldberg is better than Jobber Rusty, says Wrestling Days fan. Best tag team with the Road Warriors, says Jason. Shout out to you, Rusty. I hope you are well, my friend. R. Kelly says The Rock and Cena made the most for sure. Brutus the Barber and Jake the Snake. I feel old, says Eric. Is Vidal Riley still fighting? No. He was meant to be on that first fight, but sadly it had to get pulled. I think he's got a back injury, people were saying. And then his replacement, Rahman, actually got COVID. And so that got pulled as well. So, yeah, it's not been brilliant for, like, the fights lower down the card. But doesn't matter. Either way, we've got 3 fights left when it comes to this Tyson card. Haven't had Tyson yet. Mike Tyson against Roy Jones Jr. We haven't had it yet. Jake Paul against Nate Robinson. We haven't had it yet. Badu Jack will be next against Blake McKernan. So we got that coming. UFC-wise, we've got 6 fights left. And they won't start yet. We're about 5 minutes away from the next UFC fight, so... Big shout out to everyone that's joining us. Really do appreciate the support. Don't forget, leave a like if you like the stream. Leave a like If you don't, if you really hate me, if you sit there and you're just like, I can't stand this guy, which is totally understandable, let me know by leaving a like. All the likes are basically all the people that don't like me. That's how I look at it. So, yeah, I'm hoping to get 1,250 people that don't like me tonight. That's the goal that we've set. How long till the fight? What, the Tyson fight or the Jake Paul fight? Those are the two that people are asking the most about. I would say we're a good hour away from Jake Paul. Probably 2 hours away, maybe hour and a half away from Mike Tyson. James says we're 84 away from 1,000. That's amazing. We've upped it tonight to 1,250 because there's something in this world called greed, and I am full of it. So yeah, we're gonna try and push it to 1,250. George the Animal Steel legend. Has it started? No. Has what started? I don't even know what you're asking me. Has it started? I should imagine because the thumbnail is Tyson and the title is Tyson. You're probably talking about Tyson. So to answer your question, no, not yet. Not yet. We do have a preview, though, for our next UFC fight, which is going to be the Pierce fight. So we can talk about that for a moment. So our next fight that we've got coming up is going to be Jonathan Pierce taking on Kai Kamaka. Pierce is 0-1 in the UFC. He is, I believe, dropping down a division. So he's coming down a division. He can leave his chin a little bit high. He's been submitted 3 times, and he didn't look good in his last fight. So, yeah, Jonathan Pierce, not brilliant. Kai Kamaka, he is 1-0. He had a really good debut. He's a good boxer, good wrestler, uses a high guard. He's the better striker. He keeps moving forward. He's very dangerous. 5-0 in his last 5. So he's a volume striker. I like everything about him. He's coming in at -300. So I'm going with Kai Kamaka on this one. Kai Kamaka is my official prediction. So Kai Kamaka is my pick on this one. I think it's going to be a bad night for Jonathan Pierce. Steve's Acre 28, shout out to you. Are you live on YouTube during all pro wrestling pay-per-views? For the main cards, yeah. For like the big like Survivor Series and all of those kind of things, we are, yes. We do other bits and bobs as well. We're here every Monday for Raw. We're here every Friday for SmackDown. We just did Survivor Series. We've got TLC coming up. Royal Rumble, obviously, in January. WrestleMania come April time. So, yeah, we've got... yeah, is the answer. Right, we've got McKernan making his way out. So, here we go, my friends. Maybe the first juicy fight of the night for either UFC or boxing. This is an exciting one. This is one I'm looking forward to. Badu Jack is a brilliant fighter. 22 wins, 3 defeats. Former WBC super middleweight champion. Former WBA light heavyweight champion. Coming in at -2,000. A lot of people saying that Badu Jack is going to get a first round knockout. And against Blake McKernan. Badu Jack's like, I don't know who I'm facing. I don't know who this guy is. And Blake was like, you've made a real mistake because I've been waiting my whole life for this opportunity. So he's stepping in. Gonna give it his all. Is his all gonna be enough against this brilliant world elite, world class fighter? Badu Jack is the real deal. The real deal. He's coming in at -2,000. This is going to be 8 rounds. It will not go 8 rounds. Badu Jack is going to win. I don't know when he wins, but he is going to batter Blake McKernan, and I can't wait to see this. Steve's Acres, 28, shout out to you, my friend. Thank you for the support. So, yeah, we are about to get going. Right. Kai Kamaka, Jonathan Pierce, that should get going very soon as well. Right, Badu Jack has made his way down to the ring. Okay, referee doing the intros. We've got intros on both shows, actually. So, Kai Kamaka taking on Jonathan Pierce. And over on the boxing is going to get my attention a bit more. I don't think it's going to be on for long. That's why. I'm pretty sure that he's going to have him out there. 13 wins, 6 knockouts. Jack wins 100%, says, I'm the Wrestling Days fan. Right, here we go. 22 wins, 3 losses, 3 draws, 13 knockouts for Badu Jack. He's a Badu man. Right, Jonathan Pierce on UFC coming in at plus 250 as well. I very much doubt that's true, Henry. Right, here we go. Oh, I just had Mauro Ranallo, but they got rid of him. That sucks. Right, we are underway with both right now. Ah. That sucks. For a moment, I did just hear Mauro Ranallo and they took him away from me. Right. I can already hear my computer crying, having to try and keep up with everything that's happening. Right. Badu Jack has got McKernan. I'm going to try and watch both and tell you what's happening. If all the tech falls apart, at least I'll be able to tell you what's happening. But we are underway. First round of both. And McKernan was covered up a little bit against the ropes. Badu Jack in red, McKernan in white. Kamaka standing his ground in the centre, looking quite composed here in on UFC. Badu Jack throwing a few jabs in. He looks class, Badu Jack. He looks great. He's already got McKernan kind of dancing around him on the outside. He's occupying the centre ground. Nice shot coming in. Nice left hand by Badu Jack. Tries to throw a big overhand right there by McKernan. All the proceeds of this for Badu Jack go to the Badu Jack Foundation. We got a takedown on UFC as well. I can see that Pierce is on his back with Kamaka on top. So, seems like Kamaka doing well in UFC. Badu Jack had McKernan in the corner, but he didn't really let the hands go. Nice strike to the body. McKernan was saying that he's not scared of Badu Jack because he went to Iraq. He used to be a machine gunner. He said, I've stared death in the face quite a few times. So it doesn't bother me getting in there against Badu Jack. Nice shot to the midsection. So, yeah, he's not being intimidated. He's covering up a little bit. Badu Jack letting the hands go a little. Got 30-odd seconds to go in this one. McKernan driving Badu Jack a little bit against the ropes. Some nice body shots coming in by McKernan.
Lovely left-hand jab by Badu Jack. 20-odd seconds left. Oh, lovely. Look at that. Couple of jabs up top. One big body shot. And again, trying to drive McKernan back. Nice left-hand jab by Badu. And that's the end of the round. So, yeah, Badu Jack looking good. I mean, not finding that knockout blow. A lot of people thought that would be done in round one. It isn't. We are going to a second round. I just wonder if the longer this goes on, the more nervous Badu Jack's going to become. Because, like, you would think that he would expect to get the win early. If this is still going in, like, round 5, there's got to be a few questions that start coming into his mind. So the longer this goes, the better it obviously is for McKernan. But, yeah, I think he'll be all right after round 1. McKernan, you know, survived a round. Giving a decent account of himself. Nice takedown by Pierce. The numbers suggesting that Kai Kamaka is outstriking Pierce. They've both got 1 takedown each, though. We are going to round number 2. Let's see if Badu can find a finish here. Nice right hand by McKernan. Big shots coming in. Big overhand, but just falls short by McKernan, who is in there throwing. He's definitely not struggling with the situation. It's not as if, like, this whole event is too big for him. Badu Jack again driving McKernan back. Nice up top. Shot to the body. Badu Jack is backing up McKernan. End of round 1 in the UFC as well. I'd say that was quite an even round from what I saw. Nice jabs coming in. Yeah, McKernan is showing that he is not going to be easy to put away. Big overhand right by McKernan. Standing his ground. Couple of left-hand jabs coming in. McKernan on the back foot. He is backed against the ropes again. He's constantly up against those ropes. Badu Jack is the one that's dictating this fight. He's the one that's setting the pace and kind of having to chase McKernan around. He's got McKernan in the corner. And Badu Jack letting his gold gloves fly for a moment. But McKernan coming back with a few shots of his own. He's, as we said, definitely not out of this. Backing up, nice left-hand jab. Thought this would be over by now, to be honest. I think Badu Jack might have as well. Big guy, though, McKernan. He's got a decent size to him. He's not going to be easy to put away. Pierce looking for a rear naked choke on Kamaka as well. We are into round 2 with the UFC. Few strikes to the side of the head. Kamaka managing to stop that rear naked choke attempt. Badu Jack letting his hands go a little bit here. Driving McKernan back. Nice uppercut by Badu. Shot to the body. Left shot to the body, but McKernan replying. And again, that's the end of that round now. We're going to round number 3 for this Badu Jack fight. Right, round number 3. We're at 970 likes. That's amazing. Can we smash through 1,000? We said that we wanted to try and get 1,250 because we're super greedy tonight. But if there's a night to be greedy, tonight is the night. We're watching UFC. We're watching Mike Tyson against Roy Jones Jr. We've got a really interesting fight with Badu Jack against Blake McKernan. Blake McKernan really holding his own. He is taking punishment, but he is firing back some shots of his own. I mean, like, he's not being completely outclassed. Badu Jack came in at minus 2,000, and this fight just doesn't reflect that. So I think he can already be pleased with what he's been able to achieve. We are underway then with the next round. Couple of Tyson hasn't fought yet. No, Jake fights next. Jake Paul up next for our co-main event of the evening. So yeah, we've got quite a bit of action going on. I can tell you that Pierce is doing really well in this second round. Pierce doing excellent work against Kamaka. I don't know what's going on with Kamaka. Kamaka seems to be really, really struggling. Right, big strikes coming in by McKernan, who again is firing back and giving as good as he gets. Strike to the body by Badu. Pierce looking for a rear naked choke here. Kamaka just seems really to be struggling now. Lovely footwork by McKernan. Nice left-hand jab right in the face, though, by Badu Jack. McKernan trying to get some body shots off. Badu with some strikes to the body as well. Oh, big right hands. Snaps back McKernan's head. He was right in the corner, but he comes straight back out again. You've got to give him all the credit here. He is fighting back. Big strike coming in. So commentators are saying that this is, I mean, look, Jack's winning this. Jack looks like he's well on course. I think he will be disappointed if he doesn't get a finish, though. I mean, we're at round 3 of 8. Oh, that uppercut right through the center of the... He had his hands up, McKernan, but it went right through the middle. He is working really well, tagging him up, and this has got to pay off eventually. McKernan trying to fire back, but Badu Jack. Yeah, the commentators just keep saying he is not on his level. Right, I think we get to the... Are we at the end of the round for UFC? We're at the end of the round for this one. Right, let's change this over. We're going to round number 4 for this one. It's Badu Jack's winning it. There was some big ground and pound that was coming in on the UFC show. It's done. Pierce has won it. Yeah, Austin, I don't think the clock's going to work, to be honest. There's nothing I can do with them. It doesn't seem to want to display the stats and the 2 clocks at the same time. So I'm just going to have to really go with one. So well done to Pierce. Pierce has picked up the victory with ground and pound. So Pierce has won that fight. We're still underway with Badu. And Badu is dominating this fight. I mean, he's getting his shots through. His shots selection really good. He's getting through the defenses of McKernan. The only thing you can say about McKernan really is that he's still in the fight. He is firing back some shots of his own, but it's just, it isn't the same level. It isn't on this level. So he is getting a bit outclassed at the moment, but so it's hard to see him coming back and getting the win unless he can find something real special. Evans Smith is going to be our next one. McKernan covering up. But he's leaving his hands down a little bit lower now. Few shots to the body by Badu Jack. Nice. He's got him right in the corner. All the shots he's throwing are just getting through the defenses of McKernan. McKernan's defenses aren't that great. He keeps the hands up, but he leaves too many gaps. And Badu Jack right down the middle. Nice shot to the body. He's just kind of teeing off on him now. But McKernan is still in there. Nice body shot coming in. McKernan, again, body shot by Badu. Trying to throw an overhand left. He's got McKernan back against the ropes. Again, he's still driving him back. McKernan trying to respond with some jabs and some shots of his own, but he's really struggling. Nice jab coming in by McKernan. 1,000 likes, amazing. Shout out to everyone that has dropped a like on the stream. We are up to fight number 6 coming up for UFC tonight. We are done with that last one. Pierce getting some ground and pound, picking up the victory. When it comes to the boxing, we're at round number 4 with Badu Jack taking on McKernan. And he's still in there, man. He is still in there, and he's still throwing, and you've got to give him respect for that. That is the end of round number 4. Never expected this fight to go this way. Never expected this fight to go this way. A lot of people saying Badu Jack would get this done in like round 1. And here we are going into round 5. Very impressive. Because this was an incredible step up. But he's still in there. He's still fighting. Jake Paul is coming up next. Jake Paul next. Jake Paul versus Nate Robinson. That fight coming up next. 1,000 likes. 1,000 likes is awesome. We're trying to get to 1,250 tonight, which you would think is in the realms of possibility. Right, here we go. Round number 5. Some nice shots again coming in by Badu Jack. Driving McKernan back. That's been the tale of this fight, man. Body shot coming in by Badu. Couple of quick jabs as well. Nice hook as well. Overhand right misses by McKernan. Strike to the body. I mean, Badu just seems to be going through the motions. He doesn't seem to be forcing a great deal. He's just kind of following McKernan all around the ring, just teeing off on him, outclassing him. McKernan firing back, showing great heart. Still in this fight. In round 5 against Badu Jack, who is a former WBC super middleweight, former WBA light heavyweight champion. Very impressive performance, but skill-wise, just not on this level. Nice shot to the body by Badu. Couple of left-hand jabs, one after the other, doubling up his punches. Badu, hook to the body. Again, another big hook to the body as well. He's really working the body. Oh, went for an uppercut. Went for an uppercut and a straight right, Badu Jack, but was just a little bit off. Nice, right, straight right. Again, straight through the defences. There's very little in the way of defences here for McKernan. Yeah, Badu Jack definitely getting the better of this one. If this is going to decision, it's easily Badu Jack. There's no way he's losing this. But, I mean, whilst McKernan's still in there, could he find a fluke punch out of somewhere? Nice right hand by Badu Jack. 20-odd seconds left to go in this one. Nice left hand. Commentators saying that he is outworking him in every department so far. Badu Jack is outworking him with volume. He's got more accuracy. He's dictating the fight. And that's the end of that round. But he still cannot put him away. He still cannot put him away. We're up to round number 6 now. Yeah. Credit to McKernan for sticking in there. The judges hate Jack, says BOD Talks. Who's winning the lacrosse game? Let's go Nate the Great, one of my favourite NBA players. What do you think? What round do you think Mike Tyson will knock Jones out in? I don't know, man. I mean, like, I really feel that Jones could get it done. I do like Jones. I think he's got good speed. I know he's slower now, but he should still have too much speed for a 54-year-old Mike Tyson. Could he knock him out? Yes, is the answer. He absolutely could. And it could come at any point. So it does make it very hard to predict. But I really feel that in their prime, I really feel that Jones would have won that fight. Swing and a miss by McKernan. McKernan doesn't seem to be hurt like all that much. It's not as if he's on the verge of giving up. He's taken a lot of big shots from Badu Jack, but he seems still to be quite comfortable. Nice straight left by McKernan. Dancing around. Big. Oh, love that. Straight left, and this time follows it with a big right as well. Nice 1-2. But Badu Jack working the body again. Nice hook to the body. There hasn't been much in the way of clinching or any kind of disruptions or anything like this. It's been quite a good pace. It's been a constant pace. It has been McKernan constantly trying to get out of the way, though. He's constantly on the back foot with Badu Jack just hunting him, stalking him. The commentator saying that McKernan is pretty much just in survival mode. Again, nice body shot. Another big body shot coming in by Badu Jack. But he is firing back. He is giving some back. There is no UFC fight on at the moment, but when we do go back to the UFC, then we will have a women's fight, women's bantamweight fight. It's going to be Ashley Evans-Smith taking on Norma Dumont. And Evans-Smith is 3-4. She's an all-rounder. She doesn't really specialise in any area. Throws a lot of volume, but she's got poor striking accuracy. She's got a wrestling advantage, and she's got lots of experience. She's 33 years old, coming in as slight favourite, -140. She's taken on Dumont, who's 0-1 in the UFC. She's a jiu-jitsu specialist. Didn't look good in her debut. There's not much tape on her outside of her debut. There's not much to watch. So it's hard to know who to go with on this one. I've gone with Dumont. Just because I know Evan Smith isn't brilliant, but I don't know about Dumont. So a real hard one to pick. Let me know in the chat which way you've gone with that UFC fight. Have you gone with Evan Smith or have you gone with Dumont? As we said, we're second fight on the main card. And that's the end of that round as well. Another round where he's not been able to put him away. These rounds are very, very similar. It's Badu Jack doing a lot of the work. It's constantly got him on the back foot. He's chasing him all around the ring. But he cannot put him away. It is one-way traffic. Neither person really in like a great deal of danger. Nate or Jake, be honest. I think Jake's going to win. I think Jake Paul wins. In fact, we're seeing Jake Paul backstage right now. And there's Nate Robinson. Nate Robinson is in New York Knicks colours. All right, I don't think the commentators here in England, they were like, is that the colours for the New York Knicks? And the other guy was like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care what he's wearing. So there's a lot of excitement for this Jake Paul-Nate Robinson match. Right, we're at round number 7 now of this one. That Jake Paul fight coming up next. They're making us wait a little longer for that Jake Paul fight. We thought this one was going to be done by now, but not yet. Again, 2 minutes left in this one. Nate can rumble, says Trey P. Let me know in the chat, what are you seeing? What are you leaning towards when it comes to Jake and Nate? David says Israel Adesanya is on commentary. Yeah, I haven't got that. I haven't got Mauro Ranallo. I haven't got Israel Adesanya. I'm just being robbed tonight. That's what's happening. I'm being absolutely robbed. Instead, I've got British commentators. Emmanuel says smart money is on Jake. Yeah, I've got Jake as well. Badu really getting in some big body shots now. Still can't put McKernan away though. We've got referee is looking, but allowing it to continue because McKernan does keep firing back. Commentators saying that, you know, they're questioning if the ref is going to give a merciful stoppage because Badu is just teeing off at will, really. But the thing is, McKernan is still in this. He is still giving a really good account of himself. So nothing but respect because we are 30-odd seconds away from the final round. He is quite one-paced. Again, commentators saying that Badu Jack has stuck to his game plan, hasn't really forced the fight, hasn't really looked for the finish, and it's all been very one-paced. Big shots coming back by McKernan, though. Big body shots, and I mean, there's no real reason for the ref to stop this fight. I mean, Badu Jack's going to win when it goes to the judges, but there's no real reason for him to stop it. McKernan is still firing back and giving an account of himself, so... it has amazingly gone to an 8 and final round. 8 and final round in the boxing. And Jake Paul, for those that are excited, is next. Jake Paul coming next against Nate Robinson. And then after that, main event time. Mike Tyson, Roy Jones Jr. We're about to get going on our next UFC fight as well. Right, round number 8 about to get started. Okay, there's a bit of swelling apparently coming on the face of McKernan, and ref just wanted to check that we were all right to go on. The two fighters do just touch gloves, but the referee didn't want to let them. He wanted to separate them. Final round. Final round in the boxing. We're underway with round number 1 as well in the UFC. And I wonder if Badu Jack is going to just up the tempo a little bit now and see if he can get that finish. Nice body shots again by Badu Jack, who did seem to come out with a bit more of impetus. Yeah, I think he is trying to find that other gear. And, oh, yeah, you can see that swelling above his left eye. It's nasty. Or here above the eye of McKernan, you've got some real swelling that's coming through, and it looks nasty. Big hook coming in by Badu Jack. We're underway with Evan Smith against Dumont as well. Just past a minute on that one. This all fight will be over in about 1:50, so then we can turn our attention to UFC. But, of course, we are building towards Jake Paul as well. The excitement is very real. Referee just separating them for a moment, but both fighters are swinging away here. Badu Jack has got McKernan against the ropes. He does seem to want that finish. He is seemingly going to try and find a stoppage, which would be such a shame at this point. It would be such a shame at this point. Because he is just a minute away from going the distance here, McKernan, and no one expected that. Badu Jack coming in at -2,000. 1 minute remaining in this fight. It has gone all 8 rounds. It has not been a fun fight. They have gone at each other, but it's been largely one-way traffic. Big shot to the body. It has been all Badu Jack in this round as well. The commentators here are saying this should have been stopped a long time ago. Swing and a miss. Again, body shot. 18 seconds remaining. Good work by Dumont in UFC. Be really interesting to get the scorecards on this. I'm not sure that Badu Jack took every round, but it's going to be there or thereabouts. And that is the end. No finish. No finish in the Badu Jack fight tonight, which against McKernan, which is a big, big surprise. The fight was fixed, says Aaron. Nate Robinson in 5 rounds, says TJ Jackson. King Nar says it's going to be 6 rounds. Dumont is going to win this. Numbers wise, I don't have. Let me see if I can find those numbers. 14-14. It's very even at the moment. Right now, Evan Smith is right up against the cage. Badu Jack has gone over to McKernan. We are just waiting for the results, and as soon as we get that, I'll bring it to you. This will be a win for McKernan. Who do you want to win? Oh, I don't care who wins. I don't care who wins. I think Jake Paul wins. Yeah, well, he's managed to go 8 rounds with him, which is a really great performance. Dumont has got Evan Smith down. Dumont doing some good work at the moment. Blood coming down the nose of Evan Smith. Okay. 80-72. 80-72. Badu Jack wins by unanimous decision, 80-72. They did give him every single round. They gave him every single round. 10-9, 10-9, 10-9, 10-9. It was basically the same round, like round after round after round. It was a really dull fight. But it was 10-9, 10-9, 10-9. So there we go. It's a win for Badu Jack. He gets every single round. The red light has come on now. The Fiend is going to attack. Oh, no, it's a hip-hopper. It's YG. YG. YG is performing one of his big hits. Jiggle, jiggle. Yeah, this is sick. This is some sick music that we're listening to right now. Right, we are... I'm probably not going to listen to the YG performance. Yeah, no. I just heard a little bit. I'm definitely not listening to the YG performance. We're going to focus on UFC. YG? Yeah, I wondered that as well, James. I wondered that. YG? Right. We are underway. I think Dumont is going to have got that first round. We are building towards Jake Paul. Jake Paul coming up next. Tyson, first round. TKO, says Chad. Day's getting down and dirty. No, mate. I'm just going to have a little bit of banana. Little bit of banana. 2 old champs. I can't wait. Sean, shout out to you. Stratton says his last 2 albums were kind of bunk. I thought this. I put one on top of the other and I was like, that's a bunk bed. That's how bunk they are. I've made bunk beds. So, yeah. If anyone's watching thinking, oh, I wonder what he's like. It is bunk. It is definitely bunk. I'll tell you someone else that's bunk. Evan Smith is bunk. She's the bottom bunk at the moment because Dumont is on top of her. Dumont is the top bunk. And she's firing in some forearm strikes. YG has got a friend, which is nice. Some friend just came on for YG. And they were doing some shadow dancing. It's an attack of all of the senses. In fact, all the lights have gone now. So there we go. There was that. I think everyone in the studio seems to have really enjoyed it. Evan Smith is not enjoying her match against Dumont at the moment. We're into round 2. There's 2 minutes 40 odd on the clock. And I'm betting the ref is going to stop the Tyson fight. Bunk means trash. I know. Shout out to you. Did Badu Jack win? Yes, Christopher. Badu Jack did win. Sounds like a fun dance routine. Daryl, shout out to you, my friend. No, Jake Paul fight hasn't happened yet. Mike Tyson fight hasn't happened yet. They are really making us wait. We've had some musical performances. We've had a couple of fights. That Badu Jack fight was not good. But we are watching UFC right now. Evan Smith against Dumont. And we're going to keep our attention on this until the Jake Paul fight starts. What I will say about Jake Paul, though, is I do expect him to win. He's coming in at 191.8 pounds. Nate Robinson's coming in at 180 pounds. Jake Paul has got fighting experience, professional fighting experience, whereas Nate Robinson hasn't. I understand that he was an NBA star and very athletic, and I understand that that's a good skill to have, but that does nothing for punching and being able to find openings, and I don't see how it's going to help him that much. Certainly not against Jake, who for 3 years now has been training on boxing, compared to what would be a couple of months for Nate Robinson. So there's a real disparity there. There's a real gap. I understand it's probably got a bit of intrigue because Nate Robinson was a well-known NBA player, but I am expecting Jake Paul to get the job done, and I know that might hurt some people, but I'm not a Jake Paul fan. I'm not a Paul-ette, or whatever they're called. I'm not part of the Paul Nation, but I do think he'll get the job done. With this one, I think Dumont is going to get the job done because she is battering Evan Smith. She battered her in round 1 and she's battering her in round 2. She has got 33 strikes to 22. She's got a couple of takedowns. She's managed to get quite a bit of control time as well. She's doing some really, really good work. We've got 4 fights to go after this. 34 strikes to 22. She's got 44% accuracy to 27% accuracy for Evan Smith. Evan Smith has got blood coming down her nose. She's got a face all swelling up. She's taken some real shots, some real damage. And I didn't know what to expect from Dumont, but I took a gamble. I went with the unknown fighter, and that is paying off for me right now. Steve's Acre, 28. Ex-wife or single mom down the street. What does that mean? What does that mean? Is that who am I hitting up? Who am I giving a booty call to? Is that the question? An ex-wife or a single mom down the street? That's such a random question. I don't know, because I don't know what are their personalities like? That's what I look for. I look for personality. So what's their personality? If she's an ex-wife, she's probably annoying AF. So I might go single mom down the street. But if she's ugly, if it's an ugly woman down the street, if that single mom might be like 27 years older than me, which would make her 38, which isn't a bad age if you think about it. Anyway, we've got Jake Paul saying a few words. Jake Paul says that he's not just sparring people that he's knocking out. He's sparring people that are beating him so that he can improve. I do believe that about him. I do think he is pushing himself when it comes to his sparring and it comes to his training. Criticize him all you want, but I do think he is taking this serious. I completely understand people saying this doesn't belong on a proper fight card. I get it. I really get it. But here we are. Jake Paul saying that he's been put in the ring with people that should have been able to have beaten him up and they couldn't. You didn't tell me you were a leprechaun. Yes. Nate Robinson got the real fights in the NBA with street thugs and ballers. If Robinson wins, that will make my day, says Alexander. Jake and Nate, what's going on? Nothing. If there was anything going on, I would tell you about it. I give you that guarantee. So there's nothing going on. A whole lot of nothing. Stratton, shout out to you. Hello, Sean. Hope you are well. Austin says, I've got Jake Paul. Days, you don't see the concert. No, what? There's another concert. Has YG come back? No, I've got Jake Paul sitting down talking to Joe Weller. Is it Joe Weller? Paul Weller? Not Paul Weller. I wish it was Paul Weller. Joe Weller. No, you're getting a concert. I'm getting a flipping interview with Jake Paul. Jake is so mean, says Julia. When is Mike Tyson on? Well, co-main event coming up. Co-main event coming up next. Jake Paul, Nate Robinson. And then we'll be at Tyson territory, as I like to call it. Tyson Town. Wrestling Days fan cheering on Demont. Demont doing very well. For me, she took the first 2 rounds. She just needed to not do anything silly here. With 1 minute 50 to go, I think she's probably going to get the decision. So I think this is looking quite good for Demont. Not really much in the numbers, though. I mean, 48 to 31 and 2 takedowns. Gets driven back. Evan Smith tries to throw some of these to the midsection. We got 1 minute 30 left of this UFC fight. So Demont driving Evan Smith back. I don't know where we are with the likes. I don't know where we are with subscribes, all that kind of stuff. But if you are watching and you haven't dropped a like on the stream, drop a like on the stream. It makes a massive, massive difference. And we are trying to get to 1,250. Demont got 14 strikes to 6 in round 1. She also outstruck Evan Smith in round 2. And she is currently outstriking her in round 3 as well. Round 2, it was 15 strikes to 7. Round 3 so far, it's 18 to 11. So she is doing her in all 3 rounds. So, yeah, there we go. And looks like she's going for a finish as well. 30-odd seconds left. Couldn't put her away, though. Right now, she's pinned up against the cage. And we might be getting a ring walk very, very soon. I think Nate Robinson is making his way down. Nate Robinson is making his way down to the ring. So we are coming towards the end of the Evan Smith against Demont fight. And Nate Robinson makes his way down to the ring. Nate Robinson in blue and orange. Wearing the New York Knicks colours. This is big. Right. Demont is winning that fight. I have no question marks around that. Demont is definitely taking that. It went all 3 rounds. So that's going to be decision. Nate Robinson has come down. Right, Jake Paul gets his intro, and Jake Paul is here. So the time for talking is over. I would imagine there's a lot of Jake Paul fans that are feeling quite nervous right now. If any of those Jake Paul fans are with us, you're in the right place. I am a big Jake Pauler. Love Jake Paul. Got all the merch. All the Maverick merch. The cuddly toys. I got it all. Let's drop this down. He's making his way down. Jake Paul coming down. Shout out to Basti. David Connell says Jake Paul. Has Nate Robinson come down? He has come down. He has come down to the ring. It's quite exciting. I will admit, this is quite exciting. Jake Paul, his shorts are silver and black, whereas Nate Robinson is in orange and blue. Right. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Right, we're getting the decision on Dumont. It's unanimous. Dumont gets the win. Unanimous decision for Dumont. Woo, here we go then, friends. Here we go. Dumont, unanimous decision. The only 3-time winner of the NBA Slam Dunk Contest. Nate Robinson. He's 36. So, do you know what I mean? He's a little bit older, but, don't know. He's been around the world, and he's seen some things. I'm sure he's been involved in some things. And Jake Paul is in there as well. If you are just joining us, this is getting our full attention. UFC has to just jump onto the back burner for this fight. This fight is only 6 rounds. Jake Paul comes out. They are face to face right now inside the ring. Touch gloves, and we're about to get underway on this one. Joshua says he's got $3 grand on Jake Paul. I'm thinking Paul's going to get this as well. So we're about to get underway with round number 1. They're talking to Dumont at the moment. And we are underway. Jake Paul has predicted a round 1 knockout. Jake Paul has predicted round 1. I can tell you that Nate Robinson came storming out straight across the ring. Was throwing some shots. And he's just trying to stay away. He's trying to keep a good range here, Nate Robinson. So into the clinch. Body shot coming in by Jake Paul. Really interesting first 30 seconds. Really interesting. You can see that Nate Robinson is trying to take it to him. Jake Paul, though, already showing some really good boxing technique. He's already managed to get his hands up, cover up as these shots are coming in. Nate Robinson, they're constantly going into the clinch right now. So Nate Robinson seems to be the one that's on the front foot. And as soon as they get close, they're straight into the clinch. There's already been a couple of body shots in the clinch that have come from Jake Paul. He tries to throw a big overhand right, but straight back into the clinch again. We saw next to no clinches in that last fight. That Badu Jack fight, we got next to no clinches. We've already had about 5 in this one. And again, straight back into the clinch. As soon as they get close to each other, they're clinching up. So I can tell you that Jake Paul has got a 3-inch reach advantage. That might be significant. If whenever they get close, they're going to go into the clinch, then this fight might be won at range. And if it's won at range, the person with the reach is going to have an advantage. And that is with Jake Paul. So he's got Problem Child written on the side of his shorts. Again, just constant clinching. We're not here to wrestle, said the ref. Again, straight in and straight into the clinch. Again, they're getting broken apart. Beautiful. Oh, he goes down. Nate Robinson's down. He's complaining it was the back of the head. He's up to his feet. He's complaining it's the back of the head. He walks forward. I think the ref is going to allow this to continue. So there we go. Jake Paul has knocked down Nate Robinson. And again, that's not a knockdown. It's a slip. Nate Robinson getting back up to his feet. The ref's going to be, I think, happy to let this one continue. We're getting into the final 10. Jake Paul comes charging forward. I don't think he's going to get that first round win that he was looking for. We need to see a replay of that knockdown, though, because that knockdown could have been back of the head. Certainly, Nate Robinson was complaining that it was back of the head. He was holding the back of his head. So, it was a knockdown for Jake, but... Right, let's have a look. So he's managed to get into round number 2, but yeah, not great. A fascinating fight. An absolutely fascinating fight. They're constantly clinching anytime they get close to each other. Nate Robinson, here we're going to see this shot now. It's counter right hand right at the side of the head. I mean, it looks fine. It's a good shot by Jake Paul. It's a nice shot. Nate Robinson was down and he was daydreaming. He was down for a 9 count. But he managed to get up. And we are underway with this next one. Round number 2. And this might be where Jake Paul puts it away. Nate Robinson was right on the edge of being put down. Again, more of the same. As soon as they get close, they're clinching. Dirk says there's too much clinching. Sean, shout out to you. Crazy Ginger Jake Holden said, I've got Jake Paul. Again, straight into the clinch. Referees already said to them, this isn't wrestling. Again, Nate Robinson, when he came in, he goes straight into that clinch again. He seems to be leading with his right hand to try and get a body shot in. And as soon as that body shot doesn't land, he just follows through and just goes for the clinch. Gets caught again. He gets put down again. Nate Robinson down for the second time. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And he's back up to his feet on 9 again. Oh, this has got to suck for Nate Robinson. That's a second knockdown for Nate Robinson. Yeah, his body language isn't great here. Jake Paul puts him down for a third time and is out. Jake Paul knocks him out. Nate Robinson is out cold. Nate Robinson knocked out. Jake Paul knocks out Nate Robinson in round 2. Our commentary team are saying this is what the commissions have got to consider. He is out cold. Nate Robinson is out cold. Jake Paul looking very good. You've got to remember that that was against someone that has never fought before. So before people start getting crazy about Conor McGregor and all this kind of stuff, he's beaten someone who has never fought before professionally. I like the fact that Jake Paul's not celebrating. He's looking very respectful in the corner. They're patting him in the corner. And that was a joke, says David Connolly. I must admit, I enjoyed it more than the Badu Jack fight. So they've cut away. This looks quite, I mean, like, serious. Okay, they've gone back to it. The camera just cut away from Nate Robinson. Jake Paul gets the knockout win. It's good looking knockout. Got to give him that. It's he should not be getting caught with that. It's an overhand right. It's an overhand right that seemed to be coming for like 2 years. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. I've hit you on the head, and now you're down. But in all fairness, I don't think he was quite with it. He'd been knocked down a couple of times in the fight. That was the 3rd time he'd been down on the ground. So I mean, they even said moments before his body language was that he didn't want to be in there. His body language was that he'd kind of already given up. KSI would kill him. Oh, I don't know, man. Jake Paul is going through the levels. He's going through the levels. He's an improving fighter. But you have to, again, come back to the fact he's beaten someone that has that had a 0-0 record. I get it. Apparently they were like, you've not beaten anyone. You've not beaten an athlete. So that was him beating an athlete. So now they can't say that. So now what does he do next? He's got to start going up against fighters that are coming through, surely. Now he's got to start fighting boxers. I don't think he is. I think he wants... Doesn't he want someone that trains with Conor? Because I think he wants Conor. It's a big statement, though. I mean, the casuals will be talking. Got to give him credit for that. It was an impressive knockout in how it looked. So, as a result of that, I can see the casuals and certainly the Jake Paul fans saying, you know, let's do it. He'd beat McGregor. Maybe fight an actual fighter, says Big Up George. Yeah, that should be what's next. That should be what's next. I suppose the only problem is that you run the risk then of the hype train getting derailed. If you can fight some more people that have got no fight experience first, build up those wins, then when he does face a proper fighter, at least he'll have had a few paydays under his belt. Jake Paul wins in round 2. They're saying it was bad refereeing. So they're saying that first knockdown in round 1 probably should have ended it. That he should have won it in round 1. Right. Well, do you know what? It doesn't even matter, does it? Because we are moving forward with the whole reason that we're here, basically. Jake Paul wins in that co-main event. And so it means that we are now working our way towards Tyson versus Jones Jr. We're about to get going, actually, with the UFC, first of all, so we can switch our attention. They've kindly allowed us to watch that Jake Paul fight before starting this next one, this Algio fight. If you are watching and you're not subscribed, hit the subscribe. Make sure that you're dropping a like as well. It makes a massive difference to the stream. I don't even know where we are with any of that tonight, in all fairness. We've got so much going on, but yeah, it makes a big difference, a huge difference. Well done to Jake Paul, anyway. Credit where it's due. We got Spike Carlisle against Bill Algio. I've gone with Spike Carlisle. He's 1-1 in the UFC. He looks very strong. He looks for takedowns, looks for wrestling, and trying to get those submissions. He's got really good ground and pound. He's got 80% finish rate as well. So this should be a lot of fun. Don't know when Tyson's going to be. I'd imagine it'll be a little way off because that last fight just finished in round 2. So I don't think they'll be ready to go to that yet. Right. And we are underway. Let's change over the info in the background. Jake Paul wants to fight Dylan Francis, which is McGregor's training partner. 1.1. Okay, we need 150 more likes then, my friends. We set a little goal. We're trying to get to 1,250, so 150 to go. Nate was bait. Who's next? Jones. Tyson versus Jones is our next one. I've got Jones. They're saying KSI should be the next fight. That's what they're saying. KSI should be the next fight. Who's got some boxing experience, and then it should be professional fights after that. Anyway, we're not going to focus on that. We're going to focus on this fight. Go Tyson. Tyson first round knockout, says Kev. Round 2 TKO. Do you think Tyson knocked out tougher opponents than Jones? Yes. Tougher? Yes. I wouldn't say Jones is tough. He's fast. He's got incredible ring IQ. He can create openings, and he can be evasive. He's a very, very impressive fighter, but I don't know if I would be using the word tough. Yeah, he's definitely beaten tougher guys. Right, we're at 2 minutes 47 left in this one. Round number 1 for Spike Carlisle against Algio. It's 10 significant strikes to 7 for Algio at the moment. And so quite even in this first round. As soon as we do get to anything to do with Tyson, again, exactly what you just saw with Jake Paul, our full attention goes onto it. But we're not focused on that right now because there's nothing happening. Right now we've got UFC underway with another of their fights, and it looks like Spike Carlisle on the back of Algio, trying to find a rear naked choke, trying to find a finish here. Roy Jones Jr. dances through rounds for the decision, says Ryan. I can see that. Jones is going to get knocked out during the national anthem, says LB. Crazy Ginger Jake Holden says, let's go, Alpha Ginger. King Lou says Tyson gets knocked out in the second round. I Am Irish says, when is Tyson versus Jones? It is next, but we don't know when next is. We're not sure at what point that fight is going to begin. Right now we've got Carlisle against Algio at the moment, and Algio doing really well. Carlisle getting the takedown, but Algio winning the striking battle. Nice back elbow there by Algio. And right now is pinned up against the cage. Carlisle doing some really good work. There's that second takedown, but almost gave away a rear naked choke. Carlisle is all over him, and he has. Look, he's got that rear naked on, and it looks tight. It looks quite tight. That's really good work by Carlisle. Algio in real trouble here. He's really squeezing on that choke. He's going a different shade of red, but he's managed to switch around and break out of it. And now he's on the back of Carlisle. That was excellent work by Algio. That was really good work. Very, very impressive stuff. Very impressive stuff. Big elbow strike to the side of the head. I tell you what, this is a really interesting fight. Algio is now looking for an arm bar. Has he managed to get the arm? Both guys in a scramble right now. Up against the side of the cage. Big elbows raining down by Algio. And a guillotine applied by Carlisle as the two walk away. Really good stuff, that one. Absolute fireworks. So, good first round out of Carlisle and Algio. Boom. Still nothing happening with Tyson at the moment. As soon as we get anything, we will, of course, go over to it. But right now, we've got a fun little fight here. Hard to score that one. Back and forth. I think Carlisle was in control a little bit more and almost got the finish. Had a really nice rear naked choke applied. So I would be leaning towards Carlisle. Sonny Wolf is cheering on Carlisle. Austin is cheering Carlisle as well. I don't think so, Lauren. I don't think so. Right, here we go. We are underway with round number 2. So, round number 2 with Carlisle and Algio. Again, if anything happens with Tyson, my attention goes straight there. So you are not missing a second. Right now, they're in the studio just talking about both guys' careers and paths to victory and things that we've been talking about all night. We obviously started 5 hours, 20 minutes. That's how long we've been here. 5 hours, 20 minutes. Right, up on their feet and Carlisle being driven back. Algio in control. Second round, 3 rounds this could go for, of course. 3 takedowns for Carlisle. He's only managed the 12 significant strikes, 43%. Algio, 18 significant strikes, 47%. And Carlisle has got Algio up against the side of the cage. Knee to the body there by Algio. Knee coming back by Carlisle. Nice trip. Nice trip there by Algio. Managing to get the back of Carlisle. This is good work by Algio. I think the first round was Carlisle, but Algio getting a takedown here. He's still ahead when it comes to striking. 23 total strikes to 15. 18 significant strikes to 12. He's got good body triangle applied as well. And he's looking for a rear naked. 2 minutes 50 on the clock. He's doing some good work. He's definitely controlling this round. So he's doing what he needed to do. We are building towards Tyson. Yes, I can see people asking about that, of course. It is the next fight. Mike Tyson against Jones Jr. is the next fight. Again, Carlisle being controlled. 2 minutes 20 left in this one. He's down face first. Algio on his back. If you are watching this and you haven't dropped a like on the stream, drop a like on the stream. We're trying to get to 1,250. We are being greedy, but it feels achievable. It feels achievable. Elbow to the side of the head there by Algio. This is just really good work by Algio. He's absolutely controlling Carlisle. All over him. Absolutely dominating him. Doing a great job of control. And definitely going to get this round. We've got an interview with Tyson. I'm not sure when this was done, this interview. It is backstage. He's not got gloves on or anything like that. This looks like maybe when he first arrived. Has Jake Paul fought yet? Yes, he has. He has. UFC's main event. The UFC's main event tonight. Anthony Smith against Devin Clark. It's not brilliant. It's not brilliant. Again, honestly, Algio still in control here. 40-odd seconds left in this round. Very good round for Algio. For me, it's 1 round each going into the third. 30-odd seconds left here, so we're just waiting to see if someone can find a finish. KSI joined the group. Jake Paul won easily. Yes. Algio on his back. Carlisle with big strikes now, trying to get back into this contest, and gets up to his feet as they call the end of the round. So that is the end of the second round. 1 round each when it comes to the action tonight. And we are going to go to a third and final round. 3 takedowns to 1. Strike-wise, there's not loads in it. 20 to 15 for Algio. But 3 takedowns to 1 for Carlisle. So we are going to our third and final round in this one. Still no idea when the Tyson fight's going to begin. Second round KO for Jake, yep. Paul won because Nate doesn't fight, says CJW. Matt said Nate had no business being in the ring with Paul. Algio had his back for 3 minutes and did nothing. No big shots. Was going for an arm triangle. This is a stupid fight, says Carmine. I think he was just getting like control time, and I do agree that he maybe should have done more with the advantage that he had. But yeah, he wasn't able to capitalize on that position. I do think that Carlisle's pretty good down on the ground, though. I don't think he's any slouch down there. So he's got very good like ground and pound. He does a lot of groundwork. So and he looked very good in round 1, actually, down on the mat as well, Carlisle. So yeah, Algio struggling to find the submission on Carlisle. Obviously, we're now underway in round 3. Both guys on their feet. Big shots being thrown in by Carlisle. Algio backing up, going for a kick. Calf kick, and driving Carlisle back against the cage. Spinning back fist by Carlisle, but just whistles by. Calf kick coming in by Algio, but quite lazy. Carlisle up against the side of the cage. Kick to the body by Algio, but again just falls short. Kind of feel that Carlisle is looking for a takedown. But just out of range at the moment. He's been getting quite a bit of success by driving him back against the cage. But both guys in the center. There's 3 minutes 20 left in this. And he does go for a takedown. He looked for a single leg, but couldn't get it. Grabs him by the waist. He's trying to drag him down that way now, Carlisle. He picks him up in the air, but back elbow comes in by Algio. I thought he was going to German suplex him. I thought he was going to hit him with a German, but instead it's Algio that grabs a guillotine, looks for a knee strike, and Carlisle drives Algio back against the cage. This is where he's had a little bit of success tonight, so he's got him back against that cage again. But Algio managing to spin it round, and but then Carlisle spins him back around again. So neither guy really able to establish control. They are just spinning each other around. Right now, Roy Jones Jr. is now being interviewed. Again, they've not got their gloves on or anything like this. I don't know if it's live or if it was done earlier. Certainly doesn't say that it was filmed earlier, so it could be live. And if it is live, then they've still got to get their gloves on. But so we won't worry so much about that. We are 2 minutes left in this one. I can tell you that Carlisle just dragging down Algio. So goes to 4 takedowns now. And managed to get onto the back of Algio. But Algio getting up to his feet. So both guys on their feet right now. The clock is ticking away. It's going to be real interesting to see which way this goes. I do feel like Carlisle has been the aggressor in this round. And I do feel that if I had to go with someone, I'd give this round to Carlisle. He's currently got Algio up against the side of the fence. Looks for an uppercut, but it falls short. He went for a double leg takedown just as Carlisle was... just as Algio was bringing his knee up. That could have been quite nasty if he'd have caught him with that knee, but he didn't. So, strikes coming into the side of the body. Nate's street cred has gone, says RT. Is Jake Paul undefeated? Yes. Jessica says, who won the Jake Paul fight? It was Jake Paul. Knockout. Knocked Nate out cold in round 2. It was a nasty, nasty knockout. 40-odd seconds left to go. Both guys into the center. Swing and a miss by Carlisle. Big left hand coming in by Algio. And Carlisle again looking for a takedown. He's got him pinned up against the cage once more. Snoop Dogg is on the mic. Is he? Have you got that? I've got a Roy Jones interview. So if you're getting Snoop Dogg, I am being robbed. 6 seconds left in this one. They're in the clinch. Kick comes in by Carlisle. I'd be going Carlisle on that. Let me know who you think has won that fight. I'm going Carlisle. Yes, Snoop Dogg. I've got Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg. Oh, he's got a wicked jacket on as well. He's got a doggy style jacket on. It's like a chalk line jacket. I think it is chalk line, you know. So, Snoop Dogg. That's cool. Shows how big tonight is. Carlisle. I'm going to say that the Alpha Ginger one. Carlisle. We got a lot of Carlisle fans. Or people that certainly saw it that way. I think it's Carlisle as well. You never know with UFC judges though, do you? You never know. That is a cool jacket on Snoop Dogg. Right, we should have the decision coming now. Here we go. What? Algio wins? Unanimous decision? All 3 rounds? Huh? How's that happened? How's that happened? 3 takedowns to 1, and he landed 5 more significant strikes. And I'm pretty sure if we look at control time, Carlisle would have had more control time. So he's had 2 more takedowns. In fact, it's more than that, isn't it? Let's have a look at these numbers. Okay. Let's have a look at the numbers by breakdown. Have we got that information by round? 17-10 to Algio round 1. 5-3 to Carlisle in round 2. But he did get a lot of control time. You can't tell me that Algio took round 2. I'm not buying that. No way am I buying that. Round 3, he managed to get more shots through than what Algio did. What is the control time? I don't think they give control time. I don't like it. I'm not going to say that it's a big robbery. I don't like it, but I don't know. Those numbers, those striking numbers look a little better than what I first saw. It is what it is. Crazy Ginger Jake Holden says robbery. Drop it like it's hot. Yeah, it's good, man. He's all over the place. He was just sitting on the edge of the ring, Snoop Dogg. He is loving it. Tell you what, it's a medley. That's what we've got right now. He's going through all. It's turned into a Snoop Dogg concert, this has. I got that one right. Suck it, peeps. That's the first fight I didn't get a point on. Algio 30-27. I mean, that's ridiculous. I suppose I don't mind him winning. But you can't tell me that he took all 3 rounds. Not buying that. Right, let's jot him down. If you are just joining us wondering where is Tyson, we are just enjoying, and we are enjoying, I am enjoying Snoop Dogg right now. Snoop Dogg doing some of his hits. It's a hit parade from Snoop Dogg. Algio, 30-27. UFC judges hate gingers. Maybe that's true. What happened with Jake Paul? He won in round 2. Snoop is lucky to be there. We are building to our next UFC fight. I think we got, 3 UFC fights to go? We are running out of UFC fights. So we got 3 UFC fights to go. And obviously just the 1 fight to go. Boxing-wise, Tyson against Roy Jones Jr. Snoop Dogg doing a really good job of kind of building up the excitement. I think he's putting a really good performance here. Snoop is the king of smoking. I can't complain. I got robbed from one of my fighters, but got a point for a decision. I've got Parker Porter winning. I've got Parisian getting the win. Josh Parisian. He's on a 6-fight win streak. He is 13-3 overall. He's got good spinning attacks. He's much bigger. He's got a 92% finish rate as well. So I really do think that he is coming in with a lot of momentum, because Parker Porter is 0-1 in UFC. So Parker Porter is he retired in 2015 and then came back in 2018. He's got a lot of experience. He's got an 80% finish rate, but I don't know, man. He's 35. He's taking on 31-year-old Josh Parisian. And as we said, Parisian's got a lot about him. He's very athletic. 6-fight win streak. 92% finish rate. Improving all the time. I like this guy. So I'm leaning towards Parisian. But it's such a weird, hard night to call. Because you got the judges doing judges things. And as well as that, a lot of these fights are quite nip and tuck. There's not really much in them. Josh Parisian, I think, is making his UFC debut, so under the bright lights, he could buckle. I don't know, but I'm leaning to him. He is coming in as -200 favourite. Jared Dinsdale says, "Have a beer after that robbery." Shout out to you, my friend. Thank you very much. Shout out to Jared. Really, really do appreciate the support. Very, very cool. So, Right, let's change the graphics over. Snoop Dogg is still going. He's hijacked the show. Snoop Dogg has hijacked the show. And he is smoking as well. Right. So we are building towards Tyson and Jones Jr. probably be in a good few hours' time once Snoop Dogg has decided to wrap up his set. This has now officially turned into a Snoop Dogg concert. So we are going to have to wait for that to end first. Over on UFC, we've got Parisian taking on Parker Porter. It's a heavyweight fight, this one. And should be a lot of fun. Wrestling Days fan says 100% robbery. Let's go Pac-Man. Right, Snoop Dogg is still going. Who do you think will win? I'm leaning towards Jones Jr. The only problem is we don't know if there'll be a winner. Technically, there's not meant to be a winner. So the Snoop Dogg concert has ended. So I'm hoping that we'll be going over to Mike Tyson. It is the next fight. It is the next thing on the agenda. Obviously, we'll keep an eye on UFC, but that will have to play second fiddle. We haven't seen Mike Tyson in 15 years, so kind of a big deal. Again, I don't know where we are with the likes. If you're watching and you haven't dropped a like on the stream, drop a like on the stream. It makes a massive difference. We really appreciate the support. The excitement is building. The excitement is real. We are getting ever closer towards Mike Tyson versus Roy Jones Jr. And, I mean, look, some of the notes that I've got, Mike Tyson got a record of 50-6, 44 of those knockouts. He's coming in as minus 200 favorite. He hasn't fought since 2005, though. Roy Jones Jr., the smaller fighter, I can tell you Tyson is 220.4 pounds. Roy Jones Jr. is 210. Roy Jones Jr. coming in with a record of 66 wins, 9 defeats, 47 knockouts. Tyson needs to get close, and that's going to be hard. He's fighting someone that's just going to be buzzing around him, and he's going to find it difficult to land that power shot. He's going to have 16 minutes, 8 2-minute rounds to find that power shot. I don't know if one will do it. I mean, one clean Tyson power shot might be enough. And that's why Tyson's coming in as such a firm favourite, because people are looking at Roy Jones Jr. saying he hasn't got the speed to get in and out of range anymore. But Tyson doesn't do a very good job of cutting the ring off that well. Certainly not in his later fights. A lot of his boxing skills had diminished. He still had that power, even in the later fights, but against very average fighters, he could not put them away. And when he wasn't putting them away, he would just get very frustrated. And that's what we saw towards the end of his career. And obviously, his last fight, 2015, against McBride, he's not fought in 15 years. Still, he's going to have the better power in this fight. He swarms in with shots, and you know, one of those could connect. It's very different to Roy Jones Jr., who is a little bit more of a sniper. You know, he kind of uses his head movement really well, ducks and weaves and tries to find the opening and then snipers his shots in. I think one of the things that people aren't taking into account is that any cuts can stop the fight. If there's like a cut, then the fight's done. That's part of how this fight got sanctioned. If that's true, then that means that Jones Jr. can snipe away and hopefully bust open Tyson. Doesn't have to drop him. He doesn't have to find that knockout blow. A cut will end it. So I think that Jones Jr. Has got really good footwork. He was called Captain Hook because of his devastating left hook. If he could unleash that a few times, might cause a bit of damage. And he's got decent cardio. He's got the reach advantage. He should have the speed. Certainly against a 54-year-old. I understand his speed is not going to be... You can't compare Roy Jones Jr. at 51 to Roy Jones Jr. at like 26. But against Tyson, who's 54, he should still have a distinct speed advantage. He should be able to use that footwork, get in and out of range, use his hand speed, let that big left hook go. I'm feeling like this is closer than people are giving it credit for. I think people are looking at the Tyson name, looking at the power, and just getting very fixated on that. But I do think that Jones Jr. is, one of the all-time greats. There's a lot of people out there. A lot of people. I'm not just saying this, because I looked at all of the pundits. I looked to see what everyone was saying. And a lot of people were saying if both guys are in their prime, Roy Jones Jr. would win. There's a lot of best pound-for-pound fighter lists where Roy Jones Jr. ranks higher than Mike Tyson. And the reason for that is because he was so evasive. Now, honestly, we don't know where he is right now. This is all part of the, you don't know what to expect. I don't know what version of Mike Tyson's coming into the ring. I don't know what to expect. But that's part of the mystique, isn't it? It's part of the mystery. If we knew that it was going to be awful, there wouldn't be that much excitement, but we don't know what he's going to look like. So it's very, very interesting tonight. Very, very interesting. And I can't wait. We'll have to see if Tyson's still got his peekaboo defense. If he's got those big overhands, he should have the big overhands. He always had an incredible jab as well. Always had an incredible jab. And his body shots. Tyson's body shots. If he can get Roy Jones Jr. in a corner, much like we saw Badu Jack earlier, Badu Jack had Blake McKernan in the corner so many times, and he just could not find the kill shot. I don't think that Tyson would struggle with that. I think if Tyson gets Jones Jr. in the corner, then fight's over. So the thing is that it's only 16 minutes. So that means that Jones Jr. has just got to try and survive. The thing is, though, that Tyson will tire quick. Tyson will tire very, very quick. So it should become easier for Jones Jr. as the fight continues. But there's so many different ways to look at this fight. There's so many different facets to explore. But I do like Jones Jr. I always lean towards the more active fighters as well. When we're talking about UFC, I always lean towards the more active fighters. And Jones Jr. fought only 2 years ago. You've got to take that into account. Julian says, my money is on Tyson. I can understand it. I can definitely understand it. He's the favourite. He's definitely the person that most people are picking. And he could get the knockout. No, absolutely, he could get that knockout. How do you know Tyson will get tired? You know nothing about him or how he trains. I know that Tyson will get tired because he got tired when he fought 15 years ago. And there is no way that he is coming into this fight in anywhere near as good shape as where he was 15 years ago. He gave up on the stall 15 years ago against McBride. Against McBride, they called it in, was it round 6? He couldn't carry on. He didn't get knocked out or anything like this. He couldn't carry on. He went out on the stall. So he is coming in at 220, which is quite light for him in all fairness. But he's not had a fight in 15 years. Now, granted, he's been in the gym and he's been working on cardio and all that kind of stuff. But you cannot tell me that the Mike Tyson that we're seeing tonight is going to be anywhere near the level of the Mike Tyson we saw 15 years ago. And if he was gassing then, he gasses tonight. So that's how I can tell you. And Roy Jones Jr. is so fast that he will be running circles around Mike Tyson. And that's just going to wear him down. This isn't two guys that are standing right opposite each other, trading shots. I'm expecting movement all the time from Roy Jones Jr. in and out of range. I'm expecting Tyson to swing and miss quite a lot of his shots. They're just going to keep falling short, and it's going to be difficult for Tyson to land on Roy Jones Jr. if Roy Jones Jr. has still got any of the skill that we saw even just a couple of years ago. If it's the same Roy Jones Jr. from a couple of years ago, he'll beat Tyson. But we don't know what we're getting, and we don't know what Tyson we're getting. And the deciding factor is at any point, that Jones can put himself in a bad situation. It's like a chess match. At any point, he can get himself in a bad situation where he's backed in the corner, he's backed against the ropes, he's got no way of escaping, and that's it. I mean, Tyson will go to the body, and that'll be it. So it's exciting. It's really exciting. It's even more exciting now that we can see Roy Jones Jr. Silver attire with purple, making his way to position. He's left his locker room. The time for talking is almost done. The time for talking is almost done. He's getting himself into position, and it is almost time for Mike Tyson versus Roy Jones Jr. We've got a minute left of round 1 in the UFC as well, but that, of course, is going to have to play second fiddle, and I'm sure everyone will understand. We are still keeping an eye on it, and we will bring the result to you. But, right now it's not a focus. What are the boxing results? Jake Paul won, Badu Jack won, and Ortiz won as well. Those are the boxing results so far. You realise that Jones is 51, Tyson is 54. Roy isn't going to be bouncing around after round 1. I understand that, but the thing is that Tyson is 54, and that is the key. If Jones was in there against someone that was younger, someone that was even just an average fighter today, by today's standards, he wouldn't stand a chance. The reason why I say that is because he's not going to outpace those guys. Can he outpace? Can he outlast a 54-year-old Mike Tyson who looked rubbish in his last fights 15 years ago? I mean, just look, on paper, you would say yes. On paper, you would look at it and say, yeah. He should be able to have enough to get past. Look at the caliber of opponent. He's in there against one of the all-time greats, but an all-time great that, for me, lost his way in the 90s. Towards the end of the early 2000s, he didn't have it. He didn't have it. Didn't he lose like his last 3 fights, or 3 out of 4 fights, something like this, against average opponents? And now we're 15 years past that. Tyson can definitely find a power punch. He can definitely find a power punch. He can definitely get the win. I am not saying Tyson has got no chance. That is not what I'm saying. I'm just saying why I'm not writing Jones out. Because Jones fought 2 years ago. He was a champion in 4 different weight divisions. And granted, the speed is the first thing to go. But how much of that is a problem against 54-year-old Mike Tyson? If it was against an average fighter like in today's standards, then I'd agree it's a problem. But against 54-year-old Mike Tyson, I don't know. Bookies have got it minus 200 for Tyson, plus 185 for Roy Jones Jr. Let me know in the chat which way you're going. If you think you know. If you think you know. Because I don't know. Iron Mike Tyson gets his intro. But if you think you know, let us know in the chat. Roy Jones has made the walk. Mike Tyson in the black shorts. So Mike Tyson stepping into the ropes. Imtiaz says, come on, Tyson. Ace says Tyson all the way. Paul thinks it's going to be Jones. Tyson 100%. Monica says Tyson. Alexander says Tyson. Return of the King. Roy says 1987. Big fan. Joe Hall says Tyson. Well, he's made his ring walk. He's made his ring walk, and we are about to get going with round number 1. The excitement is real. The excitement is real. You can see the stats if you're interested in UFC. They should be updating behind us. I think we've actually got quite a bit of numbers going on at the moment. It is 2 minutes rounds. You are absolutely right. Let me change that. 2-minute rounds. Okay, we've got the national anthem. Yeah, let us know, let us know. Tyson for sure. Jones, 2-minute rounds. Come on, Jones, says Paul B. I'm winning, says Arturo. Tyson all the way, says Cookie. It'll be a Tyson or draw. Tyson Fury. Roy wins this easily. Kev Miller says, I once met Mike Tyson in Las Vegas and he gave me a gold chain that I never take off. Is that true? That's incredible. I wouldn't take it off out of fear. That's amazing. That is amazing. That is a great story. Shout out to you, dude. If you are watching and you've not dropped a like on the stream, drop a like on the stream. I've no idea where we are with that. We were trying to get to 1,250 and I haven't got a clue. But what I can tell you is that we have got Mike Tyson and Roy Jones Jr. both inside the ring. This isn't going to be long. It only runs for 8 2-minute rounds. It's only going to run for 16 minutes. Technically, there is no winner. Nothing will affect their records. It is just an exhibition. I don't know who the celebrity judges are. I've not had that information come through yet. So we haven't had the celebrity judge information. Right, we're waiting for the intros. It looks cool. It's got like a nice low light in as well. It looks really cool. Michael Buffer is obviously doing the honors on this. 8 2-minute rounds. The excitement is real. Tyson walking back and forth. So is Roy Jones Jr. Tyson all the way. Mike Tyson. Let's go, Tyson. Yeah, I still can't believe that from Kev saying that he got given a gold chain. That's incredible. Oh, we're at 1.3 likes. 1.3. That is amazing. If you are watching and you're not subscribed, hit the subscribe. We're here every weekend. We're here more than that, but we do UFC every weekend and any big boxing events as well. Yeah, it's really great to have so many people joining us. Thank you to everyone that left a like on as well or hit the subscribe. Again, it makes a massive difference. And we are about to get going, my friends. The excitement is real. The Buffer dude is rich AF. Yeah, he is. Hasn't he got like 500 million or something like this? He has got a crazy amount of money. Roy Jones Jr. getting his intro, 66 wins, 9 losses, 47 knockouts. And he was a champion at 4 different weight divisions as well. Let's go. Jones says, that guy T. Will Bruce Buffer ever retire? Probably one day. Future Hall of Famer. So, Roy Jones Jr. getting his intro. Right, we're about to go to round number 3 as Mike Tyson gets his intro. Tyson, 50 wins, 6 losses, 44 knockouts. Tyson is my dad. It's time. It is time. Let's get ready to rumble, says Monica King. Joseph, shout out to you. Garrett says Tyson's going to drop Jones in the first round. Classic WWE 2K matches says I've got Jones. LSW says here we go. XFL says it's been a crazy 2020. We're going to top it off with the Tyson fight. I know, man. Wild, innit? Wild. It is time. Okay, here we go. Round number 1 about to get underway, my friends. The ref's got to be nervous on this, hasn't he? They know the world is watching this. Right, bell has sounded and we are underway. Tyson throwing some shots. Jones going back against the ropes and Jones using that footwork, trying to get out of the way. Tyson standing his ground in the center. Jones throwing a flick in. Couple of body shots come in by Tyson as Jones was against the ropes. And Jones doing what he can to stay out of the way. And it is difficult to do that. It is difficult to do that. He is getting tagged here to the body quite a bit by Tyson. And he's trying to stay out into the corner, but into the clinch. Couple of body shots coming in by Tyson. And Jones backing away. Again, he's going off at the sides, which is really good by Jones. He's coming in straight and shooting off at the sides, which means that Tyson can't get him as he's going off away. So he is working his angles really, really well. It's really great to see Roy Jones Jr. doing some Roy Jones Jr. things, but they're in the clinch. And as long as they're in the clinch, there's a few shots to the body that are coming in there by Tyson. 2 break apart. We've only got 40 odd seconds left in this. That's the problem with only 2-minute rounds. It's a nice shot there. Good left hand by Roy Jones Jr. Again, it's not going to be anything that's going to knock out Tyson, but it is going to be stuff that looks good to the judges. And again, they go into the clinch at the moment. Tyson standing his ground in the center. And a bit more clinch work. The 2 break apart. Again, Tyson standing his ground in the middle. Nice left-hand jab coming in by Roy Jones Jr. Good head movement there by Tyson as Jones comes in trying to close the range, close the distance. A few body shots coming in by Roy Jones Jr. at this point. And that's the... honestly, 2-minute rounds is annoying. There's not much to separate them on. Right. Who would you give that first round to? I mean, there really wasn't much in it. He did take a couple of body shots, Jones Jr., but he did manage to get a few shots in himself. Right, we're about to go to round 2. You might give that first to Tyson. Certainly seemed to be landing his shots with more ferocity, but... look at the shots. They are heavy shots from Tyson. Heavy body shots. Again, just working that body over. They're in the clinch at the moment. They're both digging shots into each other. I had that gold chain since I was 16. That's amazing. Right. Tries to catch him, and I think he did manage to just tag him there, Tyson. But Roy Jones gets a jab back himself. Again, he's using his speed. He's using his movement. He's not getting really caught too much. Tyson hasn't been able to find that big blow yet. Just a couple of body shots. I mean, you're going to get hit. There's no way you can get in there and not get hit. So Jones is getting hit. They're in the clinch at the moment, but he's avoiding any of those major blows. But what's nice is that we are getting a chance to see both of these guys right now. Jones has done some really good work. I like how he's been shooting off at angles. And we've seen some of the big legendary body shots from Tyson as well. So I kind of feel like we are getting to see. I mean, like, what was the concern was it would be an early knockout and you wouldn't get to see anything. But we are getting to see some of those legendary skills. And actually, the commentator's saying that they are enjoying it so far. Tyson standing. Getting Jones up against the ropes again. More body shots. And again, Tyson landing some shots after the bell. Couple of shots coming in there after the bell. I don't know, you might give that one to Tyson as well. It's just his shots look more ferocious. The body shots in particular. Jones gloves, R.I.P. Kobe. Oh, I haven't seen his gloves. Tyson is going to get a 4th or 5th round knockout. Just waiting for a UFC decision. It's gone to the judges. It's unanimous for UFC. Porter has won on UFC. Porter wins. Porter wins on UFC. Over on Tyson and Jones. We're into round number 3. Kev Miller, shout out to you. So, round number 3. And it's actually Jones right now that's got Mike Tyson up against the ropes. The two actually breaking apart. Big shots coming in by Tyson, though. Some lovely strikes. Body shots again. He's been working the body a lot. They're in the clinch at the moment. Jones just can't really get a foothold on this fight. Which isn't a massive surprise, but again, into the clinch. There's a lot of clinching in this. Again, referee separating them. We're getting down to the final minute of round number 3. We're almost amazingly getting towards round number 4 and that kind of halfway point. Tyson trying to back Jones up against the ropes. I think Tyson is unsurprisingly being the more aggressor. I don't know that Jones Jr. is being able to get his shots off like he would like to. Oh, nice. Big left hook, but it just whistles by. They're into the clinch again, and they're going over by the ropes. It is quite sloppy stuff. Jones does seem to be a little bit more on the front foot now in the sense of he's in there and a couple of quick jabs coming in. He seems to be driving Tyson back a bit more. Feel like this is a better round for Jones. Jones stepping to the side. I'd give that Jones. I think it's after 3 rounds, 2-1 Jones. Tyson is going to win. Jones sucks, says Randy D. He's working his game plan at the moment. There's he's obviously got limited options in there against someone as powerful as Mike Tyson. He can't stand and trade. Jones taking some deep breaths in the corner. They're telling him to feint it a little bit more. He is taking some deep breaths, Jones. Jones is like... He's having to work really hard. I don't think that Tyson is as drained, to be honest. Kev Miller, shout out to you. Into the clinch again. Again, ducking underneath. Good movement. Catching him with a great left shot there, Jones. Tyson standing his ground in the center. Trying to drive Jones into the corner. I don't think Jones is making Tyson work as hard as he wants him to. Part of the problem is that Tyson might know his limitations. And as a result, he's kind of standing his ground in the center quite a bit. They're doing a lot of clinch work. Jones is having to work so much harder. He's having to like dance on the outside and use his footwork. And this was always what he was going to have to do. But it's definitely taking it out of him. Into the clinch again. Again, they get separated. Tyson feinting, using that iconic head movement, which is great to see. Firing in some big body shots on Jones. Jones into the clinch right now. Grabs hold of Tyson. Driving him back to the corner, but Tyson spins it round. And Jones has got to be so careful there. For whatever reason, Tyson couldn't get him away to get his shots off. Some big shots coming in by Jones, though. Nice reply by Jones. Jones showing off that hand speed that he was known for. But this fight has got a lot of clinch work. A lot of clinch work. Right, let's jump back over. We're now going to round number 5. Round number 5. I think Tyson is winning this. I've got Tyson winning it 3 rounds to 1 after 4. And I think part of the problem is that Jones is only going to get more tired the longer this goes on. So I don't know that this is going to work in his favor the longer it goes on. He wanted to take Tyson into the deep waters. But looking at it now, I think it's good that he didn't. Because I don't know if he can take him to the deep waters anymore. He's having to work so hard that it's kind of taken everything out of him. Right, Bella sounded, and we're about to get underway with our 5th round. Obviously, this can only go for 8. So, round number 5. We are in the Staples Center. Tyson's ahead, says Monica. Tyson showing some nice footwork. Good head movement. There's been a few flashes of greatness from Tyson tonight. There's been a few glimpses of what he was known for. There's been a few limitations as well. I think the limitations are maybe more evident with Jones Jr. I do think that shooting off at an angle has been good. I think his hand speed has been good. He's been throwing a lot to the body. He's not really been finding those sniping jabs so much. But they're both in the clinch at the moment. Up against the ropes. And this is where Jones Jr., he might be tiring a little bit now. He's got to be really careful. Because this is where Tyson could start really teeing off on him. We're in the clinch at the moment. Fight in close range. Got 40-odd seconds to go. Jones backing away. Tyson with a beautiful left, but it just whistles by. Really fast hands by Jones Jr. Really fast hands. Again, he's getting backed up a little bit. And as soon as he does, straight into the clinch. Straight into the clinch. There's just... The big problem for me here is there's cardio questions for Jones Jr. He always looks shattered when he gets back to his corner. And he looks shattered now. He's actually got his hands down. It really does look like the gas tank's being emptied on Jones Jr. And that's the end of the round. Right, we're into round number 6. Again, let us know in the chat, how are you seeing it? How are you scoring it? What do you see? What are you scoring? I think Jones gets that. I really think that he was getting some shots off. He's got really good hand speed at times. Big shots coming back by Tyson. Not much to separate them. But I do think overall Tyson's winning the fight. Tyson winning the fight overall for me so far. But we are going into the next round. Round number 6. So there's really not long left. Again, a lot of clinching. A lot of clinching in this. Tyson in black trunks. Jones Jr. white and purple. The referee's separating them. Again, he's getting him in the corner now. This is where it's going to start to be a problem. Jones is doing a good job of preventing Tyson from just going here. He keeps grabbing him into the clinch, limiting his options. Nice shot to the body by Roy Jones. He seems to be finding his range quite well now, Jones. He seems to be getting some of them shots off. The commentator's saying that it looks like he's picked up a little bit of a second wind. Still in the clinch. He's kind of frustrating Tyson. Tyson hasn't found that big knockout. We've not had any knockdowns or any drama like that. Nice strike to the body by Jones. It's really close stuff, man. It's really, really close. I do think that Tyson is just edging it. This round, though, I mean, how would you separate him in this round? I do think that Jones Jr. is working so hard. And you know, he's not really allowing Tyson to do much. He's having to box so clever. Again, into that clinch. He's trying to get his shots off. 49-44 Tyson. What, you think he's dominating? I think it's 4 rounds to 2 for Tyson. They've just said to Tyson, you've got to keep your shots up. It's really good. It's really good. I think if you ordered this fight hoping to see 2 legends kind of giving their all, showing what they're known for, using footwork, using head movement, shooting off at angles, you're getting all of that. If you tuned in hoping to see Tyson get a knockout, they did say there would be no knockouts. We didn't know how they were going to police that. But, I mean, there hasn't even looked like one. And we are going into the 7th round right now. So, round number 7 is what we've got. And again, Jones backing Tyson up against the ropes. Again, nice hand speed coming in by Jones, but Jones getting backed into the corner. He's having to try and twist and turn to get out of the way of some of these shots coming in by Tyson. Lovely shots to the head by Jones. Tyson seemed to have his hands down quite low, and Jones was going up to the head there. Nice shot to the body. This will be if this goes 8 rounds, this will be a juicy one for people to debate. Again, Tyson backing up Jones into the corner. Tyson 4-1. Tyson Jones is going to end up being a draw. 4-2 or 5-1. Nice shot to the body. I had it 4-2. But I actually think this is a Jones round. It was a nice body shot. Look at that. Again, Tyson swings and misses. Tyson is aggressive and he's throwing stuff, but Jones isn't there. Granted, Jones can't do much in reply apart from clinching. But he is getting the odd shot in. I'm giving this one to Jones. I've got it 4-3. Legit. I've got it 4-3. They are doing it. This has been really fun. I think it's been really close. I think it's not easy to score. I definitely think Tyson's winning. I think that, for me, it's 4-3. We've got 1 round left. 1 round left. If Jones Jr. needs to win this to even stand a chance at a draw. They have shown glimpses. There's been a lot of clinch work. I think they're both saying you got to win this last one. 2 minutes left. Enjoy these final 2 minutes. We are underway with the final round of Tyson versus Jones Jr. The power shot, the knockout that everyone said was going to come from Tyson up till this point has not been there. Jones has got Tyson up against the ropes. Jones has let his hands go at time. He's managed to get a few flurries of shots through, a few sniping shots, but really not that much. And again, Tyson showing that ferocity, working the shots to the body. Nice duck underneath by Jones Jr. Nice feint there by Tyson. Look at them shots. Look at that flurry of shots that Jones is able to get off. Jones is landing more. And he's driving Tyson back. Yeah, it is. Roy's Corner saying that is beautiful work. He's got to be careful. He's getting backed into the corner. That's good work by Tyson, though. Couple of big strikes by Tyson. Jones grabbing Tyson, driving him back against the ropes. Nice couple of jabs coming in, but it's Tyson with some more shots to the body. Jones again getting caught. I kind of feel like Tyson just edging it in the later stages of this. 10 seconds left in this one. 10 seconds to go. Into the clinch. And that is the end of the exhibition. They go the distance. They go the distance. Commentators here saying that they're not really too bothered as to who comes out as the winner. I don't even know how we would establish who the winner was. I might say it's 4-4. I might say it's 4-4. I really believe that Jones Jr. was getting off those flurry of shots. But I mean, there's no way of knowing, is there? Chuck thinks it's 5-3 Tyson. I can definitely see that. I don't know. I can definitely see that Tyson could get it. I don't think that there's. I don't think Jones won it. I think you could either argue it's a draw or Tyson won it. I don't think Jones has got an argument for winning it. They are going to some scorecards. If they went to my scorecard, it'd be 4-4. Right, we're going to have to wait and see what these scorecards are. 6-2 says Monica. I think it was a draw. Here we go. This is these are unofficial scores. They're not done by proper judges. Did they say that Adesanya had scored it and Snoop Dogg? Right. Okay, so we're not getting it yet. They're still making us wait. Tyson, either Tyson or a draw. Either Tyson or a draw. So, yeah, we are just being made to wait. 6-3 says Chris Davis. 7-1. Tyson for the win, says that guy. I think the public will see it as Tyson. I think the public will see it as Tyson. I do think Roy Jones got more shots through, though. I'd love to see some unofficial striking numbers. A draw means more dollars in the future. Big Tin, shout out to you. Christian says, I'm really proud for Mauro Ranallo. Yeah. I can't hear him, so I've no idea, but I'm pleased for him. Has Mauro said anything about who he thinks has won? I think the fighters are leaving the ring, are they? Right, I think we're going to the entranceway. They're doing it on the entranceway. Why are they doing it in the entranceway? Why is it not in the ring? Right, we've got the scores anyway. Mauro is great. Okay, here we go.
it's a draw. Tyson said he's good with it being a draw. Roy Jones said he's cool with a draw. Tyson says he's cool with a draw. Body shots took a toll. Roy Jones says I need to get a 12-pack because this 6-pack just didn't do it for me. Tyson says I respect it. I respect that you took it. He did good. Tyson did good. He said sometimes those 2 minutes felt like 3 minutes. It's good, man. It's nice. It's nice. I know the world is going to be upset, and that's fine. People can say, like, Tyson won or whatever. Roy Jones felt that he won. Tyson said he's grateful that he went the 8 rounds because he says everyone knows I can knock people out. Tyson said he'd be willing to do more. All right, well, there we go. The official decision is a draw. I don't hate that. It's a big result. It's a big result. I can see there being quite a bit of controversy around it. I can see quite a few arguments taking place on social media. They're asking Jones Jr., was you worried about like the fight and some like disastrous happening? And Tyson's like, I haven't fought in 15 years. Why is no one worried about me? There we go. So it's really fun, actually, listening to them both talk. Roy Jones really putting over like the body shots of Tyson. Tyson saying that Jones caught him with a hook and that it hurt. There's a real respect between them. Tyson says that he's into this exhibition thing. I think it's really positive. I feel like it's all really positive. Mark says, Tyson Jericho. Kev Miller, good night to you, my friend. Could you imagine Tyson Jericho? Yeah, those gloves are Colby gloves, aren't they? They are Lakers colours, and that's really cool. Well, there we go. The fighters walk off. That has gone through as a draw.
It was. I tell you what, after doing like 8 rounds, for them to do that little press conference thing after and it be that entertaining, like, they weren't like gasping for air or anything. They were both standing there. They both still seemed to have like, they didn't look like they'd just gone like 16 minutes against each other. I do think that Tyson looked the more prepared, which is amazing. I do think that Tyson looked the better fighter in this. That was not a fight. It was an exhibition. Yes. A scripted draw, says Ryan. I don't hate the draw. I don't hate the draw. I've got no idea what happened with Baeza and Sato, and that was the fight I was most looking forward to. Flip. I think Baeza won. But I was paying it no attention. It does mean that we can move on to the main event, though, of UFC, which is Smith versus Clark. But yeah, I was paying that main event no attention. I couldn't afford the pay-per-view. What are the results? Tyson against Jones Jr. was a draw. The Jake Paul won with an impressive-looking knockout. Badu Jack won, and Ortiz won as well. Let's change this over. Yeah, they didn't disgrace themselves. I actually think it came across as really positive. Baeza choked him out. Thank you, my friend. I completely missed that co-main event. Yeah, it's a good point by Lennox. Lennox says that's not his natural weight class. He's not naturally a heavyweight. So, you know, to have that extra weight, that's actually something I never took into account. Is, you know, they fought at heavyweight. That's not his natural weight. They're asking Lennox Lewis if he fancies a go. They want to go again. They're going to get lots of challenges, says Lennox. Yeah. Shout out to you, dude. I'm just trying to listen to see if Lennox Lewis is going to say that he'll be up for it. I don't think he would. No one's asking the question, though. That's the problem. Tyson won. Lennox said that he was worried for Jones because of the body shots. Obviously, Jones said that he, you know, definitely was feeling those body shots. Yeah. So they didn't ask him. They didn't ask him if he would fancy it, which is a bit rude. 1.5. Wow, 1,500. We smashed it. That is amazing. Thank you so much to everyone that has dropped a like on the stream. It makes a massive difference. It can be a little bit tricky trying to watch 2 fights at the same time. Yeah, so much fun. So much fun. Anna Fernandez says, a very exciting night with extreme fights. since the last event is coming now in UFC. Who do you think will win in Smith or Clark? I've got Smith winning this one. Main event of UFC is Anthony Smith against Devin Clark. This is light heavyweight. Smith, there's a few cardio questions around him, and this fight for Smith is a step down in competition. He has fought much better people than this. He's not great on his back. He is a quick starter. He is bigger. He's on a 2-fight losing streak, though. Better striker, good movement, great heart. He is going to be susceptible to the takedown, but he is someone that has got a good guillotine. So I think as Devin Clark comes in for that takedown, expect to see Anthony Smith go for the guillotine. He's very durable, Anthony Smith, as well. Devin Clark, a wrestler, looks for takedowns. He is going to look to win rounds and try and get the decision victory. Few cardio questions around him. He's been finished 4 times in the last 16. So, Devin Clark is a good fighter, but I just don't think that he is someone that Anthony Smith is going to have too many troubles with. I think there could even be a finish here. I think there could be a finish. That guillotine is quite tasty. So I'm going to go Anthony Smith. He is favourite. He's coming in at -135. Devin Clark is +120. I'm going to go Anthony Smith to get a finish. So I'm going with that. Maria, shout out to you, my friend. Thank you for joining us. Ken Roy says shout out to Lennox Lewis. At least Tyson didn't die. Yes, there is always that. Tyson didn't die. He looked very good. He actually, I don't know if he was in better shape or if it was just that he didn't have to work as hard. We knew that Jones Jr. was going to have to work real hard tonight, and he did. He had to. He was really out of breath in between rounds. So excellent work by both guys. Really enjoyable fight. I feel that Tyson probably looked the more solid. I feel that Tyson, you'd feel that if the fight was to go on, it'd probably be Tyson that would have got it. But I do think that Jones fought a really good fight. And he was getting flurry of shots off. He was really getting them shots going. And there was like quite a few rounds that were close. I think that's where like a lot of people are saying it's 6-2, 5-3, all this kind of stuff, because there are rounds that you could swing either way on them. I ended up going 4-4. I ended up going with a draw, and I think that's cool. I think that's cool. Jones thinks he won it. Jones, they asked Mike Tyson, "Are you happy with that?" He was like, "Yeah." And then they went to Jones Jr., who you would think would be happy with it, and he was like, "Hell no." He wasn't happy at all. But I think if he sits down and watches that back and sees like how gassed he was compared to Tyson, I think he's got to take that as a good result. The one thing that I didn't take into account was that he was doing it at heavyweight. So he's coming in, heavier than his natural kind of weight would be. And as a result of that, he's gassed himself out over 8 rounds. He was saying that he wished it was 3-minute rounds and it was longer, but I don't know what he would have had left in the tank if it was longer rounds, to be honest. So I think had it have been longer, he would have lost. But really good showing for Tyson. Really good showing. They're saying that it was a good thing to see, but they're not sure if they want to see all the old legends coming back. Tyson 1 says BOD. Lesnar Tyson, who's winning? You mean Brock Lesnar versus 54-year-old Mike Tyson? I'd lean to Lesnar. Right, we've got ring walks right now. We are going to turn our attention to the main event of UFC tonight. We obviously are still underway with UFC. It's been a long night for UFC, hasn't it? Devin Clark making his way down. This is our final fight of the evening. I think it's only 3 rounds, this fight as well, even though it's the main event. I think it's only 3 rounds because it was a last-minute move. So I think it can only go 3. Normally the main events go 5, but I think this one's only 3. Tyson won every round, says David Connolly. Kemroy, shout out to you, my friend. Devin Clark, NCAA wrestling champion, 2-time All-American, has made his way down. Call him to us. Let me drop a like on it. Right, NCAA wrestling champion, 2-time All-American. Devin Clark in there. We're just waiting for Anthony Smith to make his way down. As we said, Anthony Smith coming down, the better fighter for me. Faced better competition. He is someone that I think is having to take this fight because he's on a 2-fight losing streak. And honestly, there's a few question marks as to where he is right now. Devin Clark got a bit of momentum about him, and he's on a 2-fight win streak, Devin Clark. So that's how these two are kind of in this situation. But certainly on paper, it should be relatively straightforward for Anthony Smith. But is anything relatively straightforward in the UFC? Let's go, Smith, says Sonny Wolf. James Chadwick says, hopefully the fight doesn't go on forever. I need to get some sleep. Did you see Roy Jones's Kobe Bryant tribute? I did. I didn't notice it at the time. I just thought they were purple gloves. I mean, I'm sitting here in the UK, so colour schemes like that don't really stand out to me. So, yeah, I'm sure if you was in America or you're a big fan of boxing, basketball, sorry, you would have looked at the yellow and purple and gone, Lakers. But I don't have that connection in my head. I look at it and go, oh, purple gloves. So, and I think there was some of Kobe on them, but I couldn't see that. But, yeah, people in the chat were saying about it, and, I mean, they look awesome. They look really, really cool. And you know, it makes sense because it was at the Staples Center in Los Angeles, so the home of the Lakers, so it's nice. But I don't think there can be any complaints about that. I think if you paid your money, you got... Did you get your money's worth? Did you get $50 out of that? I thought Snoop Dogg was fun. You got 8 rounds. There was no early knockout. You got Jake Paul getting a knockout against Nate Robinson. It's going to suck to be him for a while, isn't it, Nate Robinson? So, yeah. Be interesting to see what is next for Jake Paul. It's annoying having unprofessional talk over a fight like Snoop Dogg. Oh, what? Was Snoop Dogg talking, was he? Was he doing commentary or something? Anthony Smith, 17 first-round finishes. Did Tyson win? It was deemed a draw, but those judges don't really mean anything. I mean, people will... You viewed it how you viewed it. So... people are clowning Nate on Twitter. That is no surprise. Yeah, 1.5. That is incredible. Thank you so much to everyone that joined us tonight. This has been a big stream for the channel. I don't know how big. I don't know how many people have joined us, but it's these streams that really keep things going. A lot of those wrestling streams just kind of, you know, tick things over, if you will. But yeah, it's these streams that make a big difference. So it's massively appreciated. But talking of wrestling streams, of course, we're back on Monday for Raw. We got SmackDown on Friday, and next week, of course, we've got UFC once again. We are actually 2 weeks away from the next big UFC card, UFC 256. So, yeah, we are not too far away from that. And we're not too far away from the main event tonight. Anthony Smith, ranked 6th, is going to be taking on Devin Clark. Big Boy Dally says, I'm so happy I won $600 on the Jake Paul fight. That's amazing. Christopher, shout out to you, my friend. I didn't understand the ending. They didn't show the winner. Is there going to be a 9th round? There's going to be a 9th round. No, there's no, they said before there wouldn't be any winners. But, as I said, everyone will have seen it. You will have your own mind made up if you thought someone won that. Smith's going to win, says Crazy Ginger Jake Hold'em. Did Tyson win? Well, it was technically a draw. David Connolly says, shout out today. Shout out to you. Yeah, Kenneth, shout out to you as well, dude. Okay, right, we're just about to get underway for our main event tonight. Anthony Smith versus Devin Clark. This is in the light heavyweight division. Anthony Smith is ranked 6th. And obviously Devin Clark not ranked, but he is on a better run at the moment. He does tend to get nearly 3 takedowns in every fight that he has. So he's definitely going to go for takedowns. And he probably will get some takedowns. But this is where Anthony Smith might get on that guillotine choke. So that is really something to keep an eye on. But Anthony Smith, you know, he's not bad when he gets taken down. He's not great when he's on his back, but he's pretty good in the scramble. Right, here we go then, friends. We are about to get going on our main event. Right, hang on. Let's get going on this. Takedown already by Clark. Boom. Background hasn't changed. Why has the background not changed? There it is. Okay, so a takedown already by Anthony Smith. Clark is ahead on total strikes and significant strikes. We are underway with the round clock as well. And let me bring up the chat. Right. Okay, Tyson has finished. That is done. The stream is over. The punditry is over. Everything is over when it comes to that. So that is just completely done and dusted. This is actually 5 rounds, which I didn't know. I thought this was just 3 rounds because it was like a last minute thing. But apparently it is going to be 5 rounds. So caught me off guard. Wasn't expecting that. I can tell you that they're both down on the mat at the moment. And no one really in control. They've both got... Smith has managed to wrap himself around one of the legs of Devin Clark. He's on his back now, Smith. This isn't really where he wants to be. So this is good for Devin Clark right now. He'll be pleased with this. So again, he's got Smith down. He can kind of get some control time. I feel like Smith is going to get finished, says Revenge of Mocktism. Yeah, well, Smith is on his back at the moment. Clark's on top of him. Smith isn't brilliant on his back, but he's looking for a triangle. He is looking for a triangle off his back. And that's going to be tight as well. It looks tight. Clark is hammer fisting away, but look at the squeeze that he's putting on there. And it's a tap and it's a win. Lionheart Smith with the submission win. Boom. Thought there'd be a finish. Thought it would come by submission. Didn't expect round one. And he sucks off his back as well. But off his back, out of nowhere, gets a triangle. Wow. Really good. Really, really good. So there we go. Boom. Yes, Smith. Let's stop this countdown clock. Well, there was no messing around with that, was there? Smith beats Clark. Brother Nero, you just lost $50. No way. Smith wins. Yep. 6-6 says Danny Barnhouse. Back into the win column. And that's got to be really disappointing, man. Really disappointing. If you are Devin Clark, because he was in a very strong position there. He was on top. And Smith off his back, finding that triangle. And it was tight. You know, in fairness, it was real tight. So, excellent work by Smith. But not the way I thought he would do it. But fair play. Joseph, shout out to you. I have a feeling Smith will get a lot of fans with that win, says James. Wrestling Days fan, shout out to you. It'll be interesting, actually, to see what Smith has got to say. He's ranked 6th in a light heavyweight division that's kind of wide open right now. Of course, John Jones used to be the light heavyweight champion, but Jones has gone to heavyweight, leaving light heavyweight kind of open. Jan Blachowicz is champion there right now. So, and I think isn't Adesanya moving up? I think Adesanya's on his way for that light heavyweight championship. So, I don't know that this makes Anthony Smith a contender. It certainly doesn't hurt. But you've got to remember that Devin Clark wasn't ranked. So, again, I don't know what this is really going to do for Anthony Smith. It just gets him back into the win column. But that's why it'll be really interesting to see what he's got to say after. Triangle choke win, submission, round 1, 2 minutes 34. Luke, yeah, I do try to get some, but I haven't really had that many this year because I tend to wait to get them in the shops. And honestly, I've just not been to the shops. I've not been able to go to the shops for most of the year. Like, even now in the UK, we're in lockdown. So, yeah, it's been a bad year. I feel a bit bad for Robinson. People are already making memes. He's going to be embarrassed for a long time. Hey, I do not feel bad for Robinson because he knew when he issued that challenge that this was the risk that he was taking. And this is it. He knew the memes were going to come. Jake Paul, every single time he steps in there, knows that he runs the risk of that as well. So you got to give him credit for that. Is Kelvin Holland next week? I think he is. Yes, let me have a look for you. Let's have a look. Jack Hermansson against Marvin Vettori. OSP against Hill. Landveer in action. Who's on 256? Figueiredo, Marino. Ferguson against Charles Oliveira. Holland is actually on UFC 256, so 2 weeks' time. 2 weeks' time. He says, having boring fights is not my style. Hamzat Chimaev is in 3 weeks' time. That's going to be big. Non-MMA fans won't care. MMA fans are going to care. He might be the fighter of the year, Hamzat Chimaev. He's fought, is it 3 times this year? This is his 4th fight this year. And he's looked so dominant that they've not put him on the 256 card. He's main eventing a fight night. So, and he's going up against Leon Edwards, a very, very good fighter. Right, Anthony Smith, not really saying much about his future, just talking about the fight that he just had. He says that Devin Clark is really strong. What's next? Okay. He says, I used to be all about the title, but now I'm just going to take whatever fight's in front of me. I gotta be honest, I don't think he's anywhere near the title. Does anyone else notice that Smith didn't land a shot, says Stratton? Right, well, there we go. The first time I watched Leon, I was a fan. He was one of the best technical fighters that I had ever seen. Hamzat's win will be fighter of the year indeed. Yeah. I think a lot of the criticism is that Chimaev has only been beaten, just average, low-level fighters, and he clearly is above that level. But the argument is, who has he beaten? Name the people that he's beaten. If he wins that fight against Leon Edwards, he's beaten a big name. That would be a big year. That would be huge for Chimaev. So I kind of feel like, for me, it's this year is either Adesanya's year, because he beat Yoel Romero earlier this year. I'm sure it was early 2020 that he beat Romero. It was an awful fight, though. That's the only thing that's holding him back, but it's still a win against Romero. And then what a win against Costa. So 2 big wins for Adesanya, basically cleaning out the division. So big year for Adesanya, but the quality of the first fight was awful. So that's why I wouldn't give it him. I'd give it Chimaev. More fights. He was taking fights like, he's got the record now for the shortest turnaround in fights in UFC history. I think, wasn't it like 20 odd days or something? He had a fight, and then 20 odd days later he had another one, and he won them. And he's been winning them in convincing fashion. But again, that criticism is that he's not been beating anyone. Any quality? Well, that changes if he beats Leon Edwards. So quite a big fight, that one. Quite a big fight. It'll really give us a good idea as to where he is in the pecking order. Leon Edwards is a ranked fighter, so it's huge. They're putting him right up there. So, yeah, really can't wait for that. But next weekend, we've got another fight night. And then the weekend after, we've got UFC 256, I think it is. Figueiredo, again, defending his title. Figueiredo defended his belt in the main event of the last show. and he's doing it again at the next one. I mean, there could be an argument for Figueiredo getting Fighter of the Year if he wins this next one. So when did he beat Benavidez, actually? Was that earlier this year? Did he win the title and then defend it, what would be twice if he wins his next one? Let me have a look. Yeah, I think, yeah. He beat Benavidez on the 19th of July. And then defended against Perez on the 22nd of November. And then on the 12th of December, he's defending against Moreno. Moreno, who won at UFC 255. And we said this would be his next challenger. Well, they've booked it. They've turned it round. And it's happening on the 12th of December. So Figueiredo, man, Figueiredo's got to be in the mix, hasn't he? Wins the title and then defends it and could win it like twice. That's big. That's big. He'd have to be in the mix. But yeah, kind of crazy that he is turning himself around that quick. Figueiredo against Moreno. Moreno on UFC 256. Also, the co-main event of that is Tony Ferguson. I love Tony Ferguson. Tony Ferguson taking on Charles Oliveira. That should be a very fun fight. And there's quite a few names on that. Kevin Holland, as we said, taking on Souza. We got Dos Santos against Garne. We got Spivak on the card as well. So, yeah, there's some big fights coming up. Some big fun fights coming up. But I don't know if there's anything coming up that caught the imagination like Tyson did tonight. Tyson and Roy Jones Jr. And I already know it's one that people are going to be debating for a while. In fact, Sean coming in saying Tyson won. It was 77-75. Round 6 was judged poorly. Figgy is Fighter of the Year. He's won 4 title fights this year, says Crazy Ginger Jake Holden. He's got to be in the mix. I agree with that. What was funny about Figgy was that, did you see that when Dana handed out the bonuses for UFC 255, he didn't give one to Figueiredo? And Figueiredo was apparently at a photo shoot moments after he'd won. And he was fuming. He was like, he said he was ready to walk out. He was ready to just get up and go. Because he couldn't believe that he didn't get one of those bonuses for winning the fight. Because he looked great in his fight. And Dana agreed. Dana was like, I completely messed that up. I should have given you a bonus. And he ended up giving him $50,000 in cash. I mean, it must have just been lying around. It must have been in the walls or something. But there's pictures of him with a bag of cash giving 50 grand to Figgy because he didn't give him a post-fight bonus. So, yeah, crazy. Days, I'm hearing on Twitter that if there wasn't a stoppage, an exhibition would always end in a draw. No, these were celebrity judges, I believe, that were brought in to actually judge the result. And I think they did it for the networks. There's an exhibition wouldn't be deemed a draw. It doesn't go on the record at all. It's not classed as... It's just an exhibition. It doesn't affect your professional record. So their records now don't show tonight's draw. It doesn't get registered. You don't have judges in an exhibition. So you don't have... I mean, you could... In a way, you could say it ends a draw because there's no judges. But tonight, they brought in judges. But again, you know, it's not official. It's not... Who cares? Really? At the end of the day, who cares? Because it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't go on their records. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter what them people said at the end. But interestingly, they saw it as a draw, but that's it. It's just something for people to debate over. And I'm sure, as I said, social media is kind of in meltdown right now. Right, I think we're done anyway. I mean, we've only been streaming for 7 hours, so I kind of feel like, you know, we could keep going, but there's really no point because UFC has officially ended. Mike Tyson, Roy Jones Jr. has officially ended, and
kind of feel like it's time for us to part ways as well. So loads of action tonight. Crazy night. I can see actually on the analytics now at one point we did get to where we had like nearly 3,000 people joining us, which is incredible. To everyone that joined us, I massively appreciate it. To everyone that dropped a like, I can see we got to 1,558 likes, and that is so cool. And that is so appreciated. And to everyone that hit subscribe as well, thank you as well. But hopefully you enjoyed it. A little bit difficult trying to watch two shows. Normally, when we can just focus on one, I think we can kind of get our points across a little better. I kind of feel like I was getting pulled in a few different directions, but hey, whatever, it is what it is. And of course, we're back next weekend for UFC, which very much looking forward to. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. Really do appreciate the support, and hopefully I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.